Morning. I would like to thank you for joining us today for this one-day forum on climate action, an issue which is becoming more and more critical each and every day. This one-day forum brings forth the tragic yet inspiring stories of the lives and battles by indigenous people, farmers, workers, and rural women to survive in a climate fraught with disasters, displacement, and disenfranchisement. We will be hearing from the representatives of social, political, and academic sectors about the legal and institutional challenges to ecology, democracy, and citizenship. Before we begin, I would like to apologize for the delay in beginning the program. Apologize to the speakers as well as to our audience gathered here. There were some technical challenges and hence the delay. Um, Moving along, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Claude Alvarez. He is a renowned environmentalist and director of the Goa Foundation, an environmental monitoring group. The work of the foundation spans different areas and fields, all related with the conservation of the environment in Goa, be it environmental litigation, environmental education, as well as the foundation has been nominated to the Goa State Coastal Zone Management Authority and to the Supreme Court Monitoring Committee on Hazardous Wastes. He is also editor of Other India Press and director of the Organic Farming Association of India. Mr. Alvarez has worked extensively on natural education, creativity, and organic farming, and is also the ideator behind the Multiversities Alliance movement, which seeks broadly to decolonize thinking and curriculum in our universities. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Claude Alvarez.
I'm very happy to be here at the invitation of these four groups, particularly the CAG and ESG and MOSAM. And there's one group which I'm not aware of, that is the CFA. And I normally accept invitations which are, originating from civil society, because if there is any difference that has happened in these discussions today all over the world, it's because of the large scale interventions of civil societies, groups and individuals and so on. The climate change discussion was not really initiated so much by civil society but by scientists. But ultimately, who takes it seriously? It's the civil society that has taken it seriously and tried to push it, because if you look at the government system or the official system or the corporate led economies, till today, despite all the scientific information that they want us to believe that is available with them, they continue. There has been fundamentally no change in the economic model or industrial model anywhere on the globe, no country which is showing this. So you have two discourses that are going on parallelly. One is the discourse on enhanced GDP, more thermal power plants, more coal burning, more this, more that. On the other hand, you have this discourse which is going on, which says that the planet is already aflame. And it's so much aflame that it's actually melting. I mean, the glaciers are melting, the Arctic, Antarctic, all these things are melting. And despite this contradiction between these two approaches, there is no impact at all on those who are still propagating that we still need 10% GDP, we need to go to 12%, we need to go to 15%, and so on. So you have this actually bizarre sort of two discourses. Both of them are not even listening to each other. The corporates don't believe in the issues of climate change at all. And the paradoxical thing is that the world is at least seeing is that if there is a downturn in the economy and if there is a downturn in the industrial production, then the climate is not threatened. So it's actually a good thing if economies are down. And I think we have to be, in some sense, fundamental sense, thankful to COVID-19, because it is forcibly telling the planet, look, stop with this overaction and overheating that is going on with the planet, and stop your infernal moving around all over the globe and massacring the places and destruction of forests everywhere, and putting more and more carbon into the atmosphere. Stop all this for a time, bring it down a little bit. It's not the US government, not anybody else, not Mr. Modi, not anybody else which is doing this, but just a humble virus somewhere that has got up and said that it's about time somebody teaches these guys a lesson. It's amazing where the pressures for change come from. But I am really, I when I look at economists and I say, do these guys read anything? Do these guys think? No. Every economist is still on the same pathway of how do we get more GDP? And if the GDP is not available from one set of resources, you move to another set of resources and you try your level best to improve, because that is still the Bible of the planet. That is still the way the 10 commandments of the planet, or whatever you want, they still continue with this. And I'm trying to figure out is there any way in which this discourse can be shared across the table, so that, like Jairam Ramesh used to say, when he became environment minister, and when he in the end departed, he said that when I came in as environment minister, I came in as a full-bred, economist, and I believed in 10% growth. But he said, when I left the environment ministry, I said it's okay if we have 6% growth, provided the environment is not completely destroyed. But that's the type of change we need to see among the economists if there is further movement to be had in this particular direction. Until that time, I think probably it's already too late. We are, I think that that movie, the Titanic, that was created, I don't know, we are still in such a fatal state of assault, whether even if we apply to brakes now, whether we are going to be able to stop what is already coming. What I have also tried to bring to these discussions is probably what the climate change discussion actually signifies. See, one of the things that are not discussed in climate change discussions is what is happening at the level of the ownership of the resources of the planet. I find this discussion never takes place, nobody is interested in it. But I keep asking people, what's the state of democracy and what's the state of our economy if every day those people who have get more, and more people get dumped into that class of people who really don't have anything. Now you say these figures from Oxfam that 1% of the population of this world owns 50% of the natural resources of the planet. Now you say, what does it mean? We have a population of 7 billion, 7.6 billion. Now you are saying that, and they have identified these are 26 billionaires or trillionaires or whatever you call them. They have at their disposal more assets than 3.4 billion of the population of the planet. It doesn't disturb you. It doesn't disturb you at all. I mean, isn't it better, more sensible, to lock these 26 people up somewhere and put them out of function? 3.4 billion, and this is not a static figure. In 2017, the number of millionaires was 36 million. 36 million millionaires. And they are saying that it will be 42 million millionaires in 2020. It's not a static figure. It is some people who are still getting vast amount of resources under their control, and the system, whether it's the Indian system or the American system or Japanese system or whatever, is only a means by which this system is continuing. And this is one of the sharpest critiques that you have of climate change, that these people really have no concern about the environment because they are only liable to their shareholders. Corporations, financial holdings, they are not bothered about the environment. They are bothered about chief executive officers. What is the dividend I am going to disclose this year to be popular, to be continue my appointment as a chief executive officer of this company? And therefore, we have any corporate meeting where shareholders are worried about what the money the company is doing, putting in form of investments, what it is doing. There's a complete disassociation because it's one group of people in one particular environment, in corporate chambers, doing one set of things, and they have no concern. So, if something happens in my village, I know if somebody is trying to cut down 50, 60 trees, I know the whole village will go and stop him because we know somebody is trying to put an investment here. He wants to destroy 50 trees. So, is it permissible or not? So, we know we can stop. But if it is a corporation investing some 200 million in Africa, what are they bothered? For them, it's their company investing this much of money. The value of their shares will enhance or probably bring them more dividend. And they are really not concerned about where that money goes. So we have, on the one hand, this international system, which is totally destructive, which enables people to go to larger and larger places in the planet and disturb and ruin and displace people and literally bankrupt them, make them refugees, and it's activity that is highly rewarded and highly appreciated in a certain set of people. And those people now become so powerful, as I said, they are controlling democracies everywhere. I can take you the example of Goa, where I come from. We have the mining industry, which has been going on for several years, and this mining industry got a very big boom in 2004 onwards because of the Chinese Olympics and so on. So the Chinese went about collecting iron ore from whichever part of the world, and the prices in Goa, which were at 15 US dollars per ton, went up to 150 US dollars, and they reached even 180 US dollars per ton. I mean, one truck of iron ore sometimes would go up to 12 lakh. That was the so there was large scale. Now, if you look at it from the economic point of view, very good for business because they were producing income worth crores of rupees. I'll just give you one example in 2012, when we finally managed to get it all shut down. The turnover in 2012 was 22,000 crores. Now, an equivalent figure, probably 22,000 crores, is probably the size not of your minerals but of your minor minerals. Your river sand in Tamil Nadu is probably also of the same category. I mean, but it is sand. But in Goa, it is iron ore. 22,000 crores. Now we broke down this so-called turnover of 22,000 crores. Actually, we calculated 5 years from 2007 to 2012, and then we broke down the economics of the whole operation, and we found that the total turnover 5 years was 83,000 crores, out of which 53,000 crores had gone to mining companies, 20,000 crores had gone to the central government, and the owners of the iron ore, which is the people of the state of Goa, the owners, the real owners, they got 2,700 crores. Now, the highest company gets, the companies get 53,000 crores. The Goa government gets 2,300 crores. That is less than 5% of what was being removed from the ground. Conventionally successful model. But what it did was it destroyed the lives of so many people. It destroyed paddy fields, water bodies, created endemic illness all down the line. But people they didn't bother. Everybody was making money. The government was making money. The government, as a matter of fact, said, we don't want any rules to apply to this operation right now. We are making so much of money that they issued an order to prevent any officer from the mines department visiting the mines for 5 years. This is just a state with the highest literacy in the country. I mean, after living 70 years of all this circus, I don't know whether there's any value in literacy, education, or anything of that, because you see what happens in very highly literate states and states where there's a lot of education and all. This is the type of rubbish that you can produce. So the owners of the ore in Goa got less than 5%. And everybody who was not part of the deal got the rest. And this happened over 5 years. So in the end, we were poorer. And not only were we poorer, the next generation was poorer because iron ore, not a renewable resource. It is once it is removed from the ground, it goes. So what we were telling the next generation was, forget about you, we are going to take out all the ore and we'll sell it. And not only after selling it, we'll also spend the money. And we'll leave some big holes in the ground for you. Our concept of handing over to the next generation. We are living in fool's paradise. We send our children to school, ask them to be earnest about their studies, and then as a generation, we actually do not to 100%, but 200% to damage any possibility of them having even a remotely sustainable lifestyle in the future. We call it climate emergency today. These are also words. Normally in an emergency, fire brigade running, this is running, people are running, this is all people are running. The one thing about emergency, people are running. Fire, run. The first thing you do is run. Do you find anybody running as far as climate change is concerned? Do you find? Do you find Mr. Modi running? Do you find, the environment minister of this country running? Do you find Sitaraman running? No one is concerned. Probably because the youngsters are not there in audiences like this. I mean, the very young youngsters, not us. Some of us are young, but I'm saying the children are not here. Because at least if the children were given an idea of what we were doing to the planet in terms of these actions of us, maybe they would go out to the hall and say, Papa, Dada, don't come with us anymore because really you don't have our interests at heart. You actually would like to slaughter us today, but you have deferred it for the next few years because you can't do it today because we are here. It will look too deadly. So we have postponed it for next generation. But when the next generation comes, there will be really absolutely nothing for you. And there will be these big holes in the ground and all the money will have been gone. We fought this. I'm not trying to be very negative. We fought this up to the Supreme Court. We got this entire mad scheme closed down. And more important, we got the Supreme Court to pass an order, and this is the first order in the state, in the country, where 10% of the earnings of the entire iron ore industry in Goa would be put in a permanent fund for future generations. It's known as the Goan Iron Ore Permanent Fund. And today, even with no activity at all, there's 500 crores in that fund which the government cannot touch. And if and when mining activity starts, that fund will only grow. I mean, we are not interested in mining. But we have said that if you are going to do mining, then you do it in a way in which the future generation at least will have some semblance of some right. Here, the ore will be finished, but at least the money will be there. Now, how monies are managed in this country also, I don't want to say anything, but at least it is at least a little better option than what we have, where the present generation excavates the ore, sells it, consumes the money, and say we have got no further. Why? Because there is no control. I want to be, Mr. Anil Agarwal wants to be the next in the next group of billionaires or millionaires or whatever it is. Each one has got his ego problem. He wants to emerge in this particular bracket of people, and they really are not concerned if they leave the state of Goa completely in tatters. The people without any job, people without any agriculture, people without anything, they have no concern at all. As a matter of fact, we found out they were planning to remove everything within 3 to 4 years and then go and leave us with a mess. And even now, there is a lot of manipulation to try and restart it and get it back and so on. But this is the archetypical sort of example that I could give, that from my own personal experience of how, if there is a climate emergency, there's not only no evidence of it, but it's in reverse. Now you take the CRZ notification. We are fighting with CRZ, Coastal Regulation Zone notification, for so many years. And is the notification that is issued by Ministry of Environment and Forest. Now Mr. Modi came to power, he added the word and climate change. So now we have a huge Ministry of Environment and Forests and Climate Change. By the time you finished pronouncing it, another forest has gone. But this is the ministry that issues this notification. From 1991 to 2011 to 2019, now 3 notifications have come. Each notification has relaxed more and more what corporates can do in the coastal areas without bothering about what the fisherfolk are going to suffer or whatever it is. And whatever good things were there in the earlier notifications, they have actually demolished and sent home. Now, in the second notification in 2011, Jairam Ramesh put the idea of the hazard line, because at that time it was very clear that the water level in the sea was rising, and even institutions like the NIO, National Institute of Oceanography in Goa, they have said that some of the beaches in Goa, by in whether 20 years from now, would go underwater. So they came up with the concept of the hazard line. And the hazard line would be calculated on a 100-year basis of all the water, how far it has come in all these previous years, and so on. And if the hazard line is beyond the 500-meter CRZ line, then that line itself would become the new CRZ line for the state. So, in one place, if you found the sea water going up to 700 meters, in that case, it would be 700 meters and not 500 meters, which is the limiting factor. 2019, this ministry, this criminal ministry, headed by a criminal, has removed the hazard line from the CRZ notification. So the hazard line no longer is a regulatory line for coastal areas. So what they are saying is, despite whatever is happening on the globe, whatever is happening in our ministry and whatever title our ministry has, as far as we are concerned, whatever protection the hazard line was supposed to give to coastal population, we are removing that also. Not only that, they say, the new notification says, if there is a population density of 2,161 in that coastal area, we will reduce the 200-meter no development line NDZ to 50 meters. So what they are saying is, we don't really bother whether somebody is going to be on the beach within 50 meters of the high tide line and whether he gets swamped in water or whatever it is. We are not concerned. We want GDP. We want increased economic activity. We are not concerned what type of economic activity it is, but we want money. The people behind us want more. The 26 billionaires, whatever it is, who control more than 50% of the wealth of the country, they want more. And we are their humble servants. This is the context of the climate change debate. Now, if you want to fight this, it is a big Mahabharata. It is not a small Mahabharata. It's a very huge Mahabharata, because, as I said, in what sense, when you have I was chatting with my friend Ram Subramaniam yesterday about the sand mining case in Tamil Nadu, and he said that the lawyer who is fighting for the sand miners, for against sand mining, is a lawyer with his daughter, helping him. But on the other side, Mr. Gopal Subramaniam comes with 15, 20 lawyers. He is flown in from Delhi. He comes here and so he walks into the courtroom and makes a big show of himself. And then afterwards, what is the judge going to do? And what is the public going to do? And what are the owners of that sand, which is a population of Tamil Nadu? What are they going to do when they are faced with this type of a situation? Very powerful actors. But as we showed in Goa, even the powerful actors sometimes can be put down. And if today this population of this country is still showing some spunk, whether it's in the Shaheen Bagh demonstrations or hundreds of places, I mean, there have been about five or six major, rebellions in the state of Goa against the Citizenship Act and against the NRC and so on. One thing that really, whether you agree or not, the fact is still the ordinary people of this country are still alive. And they are willing to make a fight. I don't know about the intellectuals, and I don't know about the government servants and all that, but the ordinary people of this country, whether they are farmers or fisher folk or something, they are willing to make a fight. Yesterday we had a press conference in Goa where the fishing community was fighting the Marbagoa Port Trust because they want to increase the throughput of coal in Goa, that is the input of coal into Goa, from 5 million tons to 50 million tons. At 5 million tons, the city of Vasco has got dust everywhere, including in the water and on the clothes. And if you find your car in the morning, you got to first remove the coal dust from the car. This is at 5 million tons. They want to increase it to 50 million tons because they want Goa to be a port to take coal for Mr. Adani from Australia and all sorts of places through Goa port to all the thermal power plants and all the iron and steel plants which are coming up in Karnataka, in the hinterland of Karnataka. They said true put Goa can easily be sacrificed. There is no problem. What is there in Goa? No doubt, maybe thousands, 70 lakh people come to Goa every year because of its beauty. Because they say this, what we see in Goa, we can't see in any other place. I mean, I remember, I keep telling people I used to be in Bangalore in the 60s. Well, the whole city of Bangalore was like Goa. But once you destroy all that, then you go to see, oh, what other place is left? Now everybody has got this place at Goa. Is the only green place there. Let's go and butcher that also. That is the atmosphere. That is the trend that you can see. So let us try and see how we can re-examine the terms of the climate change. Who is going to be at the forefront? The forefront is not going to come from intellectuals or from pundits or from even scientists. Scientists always say, we have done our paper and we have put it out. You want to accept it. Even if I'm going to die, if nothing is done, he says, I'm a scientist. I'm not used to doing any battle on the street, so I will die. That is the way they normally behave. And they say that in India, if we are scientists and if we try to do something, then of course the government will come and tell you how you have issued this press statement and so on. So no scientist in this country is willing to issue any statement from any institution. And in today's climate, if he issues anything, then there will be an inquiry within 24 hours and there may be even a raid on his income tax records and so on. So it's almost difficult to believe that they could be able to do anything. So the only people who will really fundamentally work on climate change issues are the people who will be directly affected in several ways. If you look at a coast, it's always the fishing communities. If you look at the green areas in the forests, because they are under these forests are all the resources of the country and they are all in predominantly Adivasi areas where tribal populations are living. And these tribal populations, everybody will tell you, and we have lived among them and we have worked with them, they are the archetypical examples of sustainable living. I mean, they can survive for another 5,000 years. But cities like Chennai and Mumbai and so on, there is no future at all. There is no future because even the resources are not available. We were doing when we were working on a mining case, we asked there was a report produced by parliamentary committee on iron ore. What is the quantity of iron ore available in the country? And all the experts were called, Indian Bureau of Mines and whatever, Geological Survey of India and all, they have deposed. It's a very interesting report, 2013 report. It is a parliamentary report on iron ore resources in the country. And they say very categorically that whatever ore is there in this country, in the ground for exploitation by mining companies, is available only for 25 years. This is an official report placed in Parliament. And they say that we increase the pace of economic development, then it will be over in 25 years. This is the state of iron ore, which is one of the fundamentals of living today in terms of buildings, in terms of motor cars, and all that sort of thing. And our primary indicator of whether the economy is doing good is whether Tata Motors is doing well. If that is doing badly, then we feel that we are all doing badly. How that can be so, I cannot understand. But these are the indicators. But this is the scale of our resource use where we have landed. We never had these problems for 10,000 years. We never had these problems for 10,000 years. We've had this problem ever since we decided to take this industrial model and make it part of ourselves. And it's a model which is designed to ruin the planet. The more you propagate it, the more you are part of it, the more you contributed to it, the more you are benefiting from it, the quicker you are helping the planet to go. The planet will not die. The planet is a living planet. The planet knows how to survive. The insects, some of the insects will go, some of the bacteria will go, whatever, but they will survive. And they will come out. It's our own ways. But we will find it increasingly difficult to survive. And as I said, we means it will be large populations which are still today not being given a chance to live in peace. There's no community today in this country which can say to itself that we will have a secure future because we are living here. Because the Constitution grants us the rights to stay here, the Constitution protects our rights to property, our right to life, and our right to environment. All this is given in the Constitution. No guarantee. Tomorrow, a corporation wants to come and set up some industry there, gone. Everything goes. Nothing is left. So the whole, if you don't look consciously at this process, by this dynamic process by which larger and larger portions of the resources of the planet are being constantly transferred from larger groups of people to very small groups of people. Remember, there will be no democracy also left. I mean, Goa politics for the last 10 years was decided by mining lobbies. The chief minister, who became the chief minister, was decided by 2 or 3 mining companies. As I said, the department functioned as an employee of the mining companies. So democracy goes out to the window. And all things that we associated go out to the window. Let me show you, before I forget. This is Article 39 of the Constitution of India. I don't know, maybe you can't read it. But you may be knowing what Article 39 of the Constitution is. It's a directive principle. But you look at B, ownership and control of the material resources of the community are so distributed as best to serve the common good. This is government's policy has to be this. Government's policy has to be not what happened in Goa and not what's happened in any other place. This is their policy. And look at C, operation of the system does not result in the concentration of wealth and means of production to the common detriment. What is the rise of Reliance Industries today? Is any of this sanctioned by what has happened? With the growth of Adani and all these other guys, is any of this sanctioned by what is happening? With the government consciously enabling them to get larger and larger turfs to exploit at the expense of people. They are consciously saying two of the companies involved in the coal pollution in Vasco, Adani, JSW. Their rights today are more predominant than the rights of 15 lakh guns, because they said that's not at all consideration. What is the problem about it? They smoke a little bit, you take a little bit more coal. Their clothes may be a little bit more dirty, everything. What is it? But we are getting GDP. We have these guys from valued at 5,000 crores. Tomorrow they are worth 40,000 crores. Then they are worth 75,000 crores. But is it permitted? It's illegal activity, according to me. You give us the other quote from the Supreme Court. There's a Supreme Court quote which is extraordinary, which is which we got in one of our petitions in the Supreme Court. Now you read this. This is the highest court in the land talking, and they say, this Justice Singhvi, he says, we reiterate that natural resources, including forests, water bodies, rivers, and seashores, are held by the state as a trustee, not as owner, as trustee, on behalf of the people and especially the future generations. A judge of the High Court is talking about future generations. And these constitute common properties, and people are entitled to uninterrupted use thereof. The state cannot transfer public trust properties to a private party if such a transfer interferes with the right of the public, and the court can invoke the public trust doctrine and take affirmative action for protecting the right of people to have access to light, air, and water, and also for protecting rivers, seas, tanks, trees, forests, and associated natural ecosystems. Look at this is the charter announced by the Supreme Court in one of our petitions dealing with an access to the beach. One of the five-star hotels in Goa had enclosed a beach, and they had put it in their brochures in London that we have got a private beach. So we said this is not possible. Beaches don't belong to private individuals. So we filed, as usual, in the Bombay High Court, and then finally it went to Bombay High Court also upheld that we have a right to the beach and that we should be given a pathway to go to the beach. And then the hotel challenged it in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, in passing its judgment upholding the rights of people to walk to the beaches, this is what they said. This is one of the most extraordinary statements of intergenerational equity which came out in the year 2000. And of course, we have done a lot. All our work on Goa foundation mining is basically under this rubric that mineral ores also belong to the people of the state. They don't belong to the government. The government has to auction it. They can't give it to people who they are friends. And whatever the proceeds from the sale of mineral resources must come back to the public. They can't go to mining companies. We don't mind mining companies extracting the ore. Let them take a percentage of 15% or whatever profit. Today we don't pay thermal power plants. We don't allow them more than 14% rate of return on their investment. So if thermal power plants can be, you have a limit because electricity is required for the public. Similarly, you could have a similar conclusion where you say that we are giving you a contract to remove the iron ore, but you will get only 15%. Rest you give back to the government so that we can put it into the public exchequer and we can keep most of it for future generations. And whatever the interest from that or whatever managers tell us, we can then use it for the benefit of everybody in the state. We have linked it with a basic income for everybody in the state. We calculated there are 500 crores today in the permanent fund of Goa. We said if we took just the interest from that, every family, every individual in Goa would be entitled to 100 rupees every year for the rest of his life. This is that 500 crores only on interest. So if we invested it and got some more, then you would get a much better rate of return. And if you had not 500 crores, but you had 50,000 crores, then you would go, you would get much more. You would not get 100 rupees. You would probably get 2,500 rupees per year per person till the person dies. They don't want that system. They don't want the system because there's nothing in it for them. They want a system where they can give it to the mining companies. The mining companies take out whatever, give them something, put the rest in their pockets, and when the price goes up to $150, all the windfall gains are put into their pockets. And then they use it. Vedanta used their profits from mining, illegal mining in Goa, to buy Ken Energy, which was an oil supply company, prospecting for oil. So they use one set of resources to get another set of resources. So that's how they become richer, and that's how you have more and more people who are becoming millionaires. But the society is losing its money. The next generation is losing its money. So we have to find a way to break this. We have to, at every possible opportunity, talk about injustice in the way in which the resources of the planet are held by only a few people. We should have a campaign to put 26 people permanently away for life so that their resources can be made available. Every person on this planet has got a right to live. Every person has got a right to a sustainable lifestyle. Sustainable means in terms of the planet not being endangered. Everybody. Today, no society guarantees that. Even in the United States, you don't have this type of a situation. A large number of people who are really living completely beyond the means, and a large number of people who are really don't have the means at all, who are living at great distress, at levels of distress. So we have to rearrange the terms of the discussion. It has to be, climate change has to be primarily seen as something about the control of resources. Why? Because once you are in charge of your own resources, you will look after them, but once they are handed over to corporations and to shareholders, nobody is going to look after them. They will even put up a campaign for climate change, they will even put up stars for climate change, but ultimately they will continue to generate more and more plastic, more and more areas of the forest areas of the planet will go, more and more coastal areas will go because of this trend. That I said, the commitment to ordinary people is not there at all. So when you ask what do people do, I mean, my own personal case, I long 60 to about 19, when was it, 76, I abandoned academics and I abandoned working with people in universities and scientific institutions. At that time, I realized, forget about government servants. That is different. There are some government servants who may be good, but by and large, there's nothing that you can get from government servants for these type of issues. First of all, there is no passion and there is no understanding and there is no willing to even go beyond if they have the understanding, because they say if we do something, we get a knock on our head from somebody from somewhere else. So this is our difficulty. Let me show you before I go just the pictures of what is happening on the planet. I'll show you pictures from Goa just very quickly. You got the pictures from Goa. We can see what is happening to Goa. This is a tourist destination. This has happened now in the last 2 years consecutively. This is not a 1 year event, the last 2 years. This is now all the shacks which supply food to people on the beach. This is the condition in the state of Goa, where the tide has come right inside into and taken most of them, because you have to be on a beach bed which is actually in water. Next. These guys are taking a selfie because the coconut trees are all going and they're standing on a piece of stone and they're taking selfies because they have never seen this type of things in their life. Next. The entire shack has been dismantled because there's no point anymore because the water has come right inside. Next. See the level of the coconut trees, the amount of water that has come in with the waves. Next. The water is not even allowing you to get into the shack anymore. This is where the water has come in last 2 seasons. Of course, it may be on 1 or 2 days, but tsunami also comes only on a 1 day. It doesn't come every day. It comes on 1 day and takes everything. Now let me give you the pictures from the Western Ghats. These are pictures that we have put now in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was supposed to hear the matter yesterday, but there has been some problem, so it has not come up on the board. But these are pictures we have taken of what happened in the 2018 crisis, flooding of the Western Ghats, monsoon. Huge collection of them, which I said I must present to Supreme Court judges to shake their heads in disbelief of how. Now, just stare at this picture. The Madhav Gadgil panel had said treat the entire Western Ghats area as an ecologically sensitive area. And they divided it into ecozone 1, 2, and 3. And ecozone 1 and 2 comprised 75% of the Western Ghats, where there would be only regulated and very prohibited activities. Then Kasturi Rangan was appointed to undo Madhav Gadgil, and he reduced the protected area from 1 lakh 9,000 square kilometers to 57,000 square kilometers. This is your climate change, guys. They are all the time telling you, they have meetings, they organize meetings on climate change, Ministry of Environment. But this is what they do in practice. Now we have gone to the Supreme Court to challenge this, but this has already occurred. Next. We can go quickly down. All landslides in different portions because of development, and 80%, according to GSI, 80% in areas where human interference had already arrived. So we are not willing to say Western Ghats, water tower of the entire southern peninsula, of all the rivers, Kaveri, etc. We don't want to protect them anymore. Continue. 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 Look at these pictures. You've seen these works of art, modern works of art. Tea estate. See on that slope, they put a tea estate, and look what's happened to a tea estate. Everything goes, nothing remains. This is our state today. In the area of climate change, we don't want to change, we want to allow further destruction. And it's not the ordinary tribals, the fisher folk, and so on who are asking for all this. It's those, the developers, the GDP guys. They are not willing to have this conversation. And I'm sorry to say that most of them who don't want to have this conversation are our very own parents, our mothers, our fathers, our uncles, our aunties, our successful cousins, those who have made a lot of money, those who are building up bigger and bigger enterprises. These are the people, a part of us, who are not willing to have this conversation. In this audience, we can have this conversation. We are all sometimes people of one family. But otherwise, they are not willing to. And because they are all family, we say, what can be done? But this is what we are facing increasingly. As I said, I've just shown you Western Ghats and I've just shown you Goa. And you can imagine what will be the situation and what is the situation in other parts of the country as well. So I want to end there with these pictures in your mind, because sometimes pictures, you know, are more effective than words, and at least that will convince you that another type of conversation has to emerge. What that conversation will be, I don't want to preempt, because there are at least 3 more sessions on cities and on resources and on the livelihood of tribal communities and so on. So maybe by the end of the day, we will try and shift the basis of the discussion onto something more credible, which people can accept, which ordinary people, why people are empty in a hall like this? Because because you don't want to discuss issues that bother them. If you looked at climate change destitution, which is reflected in the eviction of tribals and communities and villages everywhere, they would be in the hall. Not only that, they will be part of the fodder. They don't care about damn about their lives also. We are all darpok people, but they are not bothered about their own lives. They are willing to come for demonstration, they are willing to be shot also. So you have to establish lines directly to them. Wherever there is a family being evicted, whether there is a tribal community being evicted, some forest is being cut, you have to make your voice known and you have to be there. Can't say, no, I am happy attending a meeting and that's enough of my contribution that I can make. You have to be there. You have to support them with money. You have to support them with action. You have to support them with letters to the editor. You have to be part of that community of resistors. They have reduced us all to the 3 R's, no? Reuse, reduce, and recycle. You have to get rid of that. We are not born in this our life on this planet to process plastic bottles and to recycle them. Just because some business corporation wants to keep on producing them, that's not our job. We have to resist, rebel, and revolt. These are the 3 R's we require. And bring this entire conversation down to brass tacks so that it affects and we take the voices of those who are deeply affected into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez, for that motivating speech. As you rightly mentioned, there is a real need for change in our economic and political systems that currently focus on terminology such as GDP and corporate growth as the marker for human growth. Without the same, we will be leaving behind communities deprived of their natural environment, as well as allowing for existing economic disparities to continue and exist. Moving along, our first thematic session for the day is on rights and resources. Legally recognized and secure land and resource rights are fundamental to the advancement of global peace, prosperity, and sustainability. As the historical stewards of the world's lands, forests, and oceans, indigenous people, local communities, and rural women play a critical role in the management and sustainable use of globally significant natural resource systems. Governments, however, have so far been slow to recognize and secure the collective land and resource rights of local communities. As indigenous communities around the world gain recognition of rights to their ancestral lands, their rights to resources from those lands and oceans remain less certain. Further laws, such as the Forest Rights Act 2006, recognize individual rights while ignoring community rights. In this session, the speakers, Joe Atiali, Nityanarayan Jayaraman, and Mr. C.R. Bijoy, will bring to light the priority of defining and securing local tenure in any land based approach to climate change or sustainable development. Can we please have the speakers on stage? Our first speaker for this session is Mr. Joe Atiali. He works on accountability and transparency issues of national and international financial institutions. He is currently the executive director of the Center for Financial Accountability. Prior to this, he was working with the Bank Information Center, Amnesty International, Narmada Bachao Andolan, among others.
Thank you. It was a very inspiring talk by Claude. I just want to kind of tell a little bit about who puts money behind all these projects. And he did very, very eloquently about the impact of these companies, their investments on climate, on the resources. But who funds these companies? How do they get richer, the 1%, and probably more of them? How do they kind of get richer? It's not that they invest their own money, they get money from somewhere. So I'm going to kind of talk about a little bit about that. In that respect, I also want to kind of talk about a case of which the first anniversary was 2 days back. There's a case in the in the Supreme Court of the United States, where the U.S. Supreme Court ruled against the immunity of the World Bank Group. So I'll tell a little bit about the case, the significance, and its relevance to India. So the World Bank, as you probably would know, like other institutions, enjoy, having this immunity from any court cases anywhere in the world. No case can be filed, and they are hiding behind a act which came in the US in 1946. The private sector arm of the World Bank, the International Finance Corporation, IFC, lent $450 million dollars to a coal project in Gujarat, the Tata Mundra, owned by the Tata Group. Its official name is Coastal Gujarat Power Limited. Uh, this is the first, Tata Mundra is the first ultra mega power plant in 2006. The first UPA kind of came up with a series of ultra mega power plants, and this was one of them. They gave all soaps to them and all subsidies and gave this project in a platter, I mean, with all approvals in place and everything. The coal was supposed to kind of imported from, yeah, this Indonesia. But within 2 years of that agreement, the coal prices there was revised and it was kind of made three times more expensive. And hence, the financial calculation that the company had went for a toss. It's a 4 gigawatt, 4,000 megawatt project, $4 billion project. The key contention is that the fish workers, who are the kind of mainly affected communities because of the effluents coming from this is on the seashore. The water is taken through a inlet channel. It's desalinized, used to kind of cool the turbines and put the water back into the sea. And the temperature difference is around 5 to 7 degrees, and all the fish run away from there. They don't want to stay there and get boiled. And because of that, the fish catch kind of goes down for the fisher people, and they are the traditional fish workers there. And they are not even counted as affected communities there, let alone we talk about any compensation for them. So they are not even kind of in the social impact assessment. They are not considered to be the impacted. In this community. In 2011, they approached the compliance mechanism of IFC, it's called the Compliance Advisor Ombudsman, CAO, and filed a complaint saying that a lot of policies have been violated. They took 2 years to kind of investigate and finally gave a report confirming nearly all the complaints, all the concerns that the people raised in the complaint. What did IFC do? They first tried to kind of ignore it, and after that, a lot of pressure was put on them. They said, okay, we will do some studies, which they should have done even before the project was kind of approved by the board. But till date, nobody has seen what this report says. No, the report is not at public. Despite asking for it, they have never kind of shared it. They never bothered to kind of talk about any compensation or anything of that nature. And finally, in 2015, people filed a case in the US court against IFC, holding them liable for the kind of livelihood losses that they faced. Why in US? Because IFC is registered as a bank in US, so it has to be kind of done there. So in the first day itself, IFC said that we are immune to court cases. They raised the flag of immunity, and then the case was shifted to kind of talking about immunity. The lower court, the district circuit court, they and the appeals court both agreed with IFC about the immunity, and finally it went to Supreme Court. And Supreme Court admitted it for oral hearing. We said, okay, when we heard about it, we said, okay, it's a great thing, Supreme Court, but what's the big deal? Our Supreme Court heard a lot of cases. But in the US, when we heard the legal system, we finally understood the kind of seriousness of it. In calendar year, they take less than 100 cases for oral hearing out of around 7,000, 8,000 cases that they get. And this was one of them. And as you know, all the Supreme Court judges sit in every case. It's not like one member, two-member bench. All 9 of them will kind of sit in the bench. In this case, one of them recused because he had some role in the appeals court. So it was an 8-member bench. And they heard the case, and on February 27, 2019, a verdict with 7-1 was ruled in favor of the people and taking off the immunity of the World Bank. This was very significant because not just that the people of Mundra kind of won this case, but communities around the world has now a tool to hold these financiers accountable for what they are kind of lending the money to. It's the first time that a case of this nature has reached anywhere at this level to the Supreme Court. It not only kind of gives communities a tool, but also financial institutions now are much more careful when they kind of approve these projects for bad projects like coal projects and highway projects, which caused the displacement. And we can already see the changes which is happening in IFC. Whether they are implemented on the ground or not is something very different. But at least on paper, they are kind of changing it fast. The due diligence process is kind of made much more kind of cumbersome than it was kind of earlier. After this case, there are already two other cases which has come to the US, one from China and one from Honduras, one against World Bank and one against IFC, trying to kind of hold them accountable. What is its relevance to India? I mean, as Claude was kind of saying about all these kind of projects, I mean, a lot of them are funded by Indian financial institutions, whether it's bank, whether it's non-banking institutions like IDFC or IFCL or any of them. It's both the private sector banks as well as the public sector banks. We are just completing a study on the coal projects. I mean, looking at the financiers of the coal projects between 2005 and 2019, 15 years. What we are seeing is that 91% of the money is coming from Indian sources. It's only 9% which comes from outside, including all the World Banks and the ADBs and the Standard Chartered and the PNB Paribas and all those kind of foreign banks included. It's only 9%. So it's the Indian banks who are kind of putting the money. And none of them have any policies to kind of guide their investments. World Bank or the ADBs and the EIBs, whoever want to, I mean, they have larger role than just kind of giving money. They influence our policies, change the policies, and influence our economy in a very big way. But they still have something to kind of hold them accountable. You can say that this clause is being violated. This is violated, and hence there needs to be kind of some action. When it comes to Indian banks, there are no policies and hence there are no violations. So that's the state in which we are. There is an unwritten immunity that all these Indian banks are enjoying. When we talk to lawyers about filing any cases against banks, they said don't even try it. The court will never kind of entertain anything which will have anything to do with bilateral relations or banks. This is also kind of causing huge amount of non-performing assets about which you probably know about it. Between 2014 and 2019, 7 lakh crore rupee was just written off. And that return of money is that of the public. I mean, when we say that the banks is kind of having more non-performing assets, what it means is that the public is losing money. Probably today we may not lose the money per se, but if it continues, the bank will collapse and the public will kind of lose the money. I mean, despite 7 lakh crore rupee writing off, the banks have still around 17 lakh crore rupee impaired assets, dead assets, no use assets, 16 lakh crore rupees. And despite all these things, even now, right, even after writing off and everything, 10 lakh crore rupees still the NPA, the non-performing assets of all the banks, which comes to around 9 to 10% of the lendings that they have kind of done. And as I was saying, that this money is of the common people, and we don't have any control over where this money is kind of going and what is the kind of due diligence which kind of goes behind these decisions. And hence, we are at the mercy. I mean, as Claude was also indicating, we are at the mercy of these institutions. The economic survey, which kind of was released the day before the budget was presented, says about respect to the wealth creators. I mean, which the finance minister was also kind of saying about uh, earlier. They're not talking about the unorganized sector, which kind of employs around 90% of the workforce. They're talking about the 1%, which Claude was kind of referring to. And this 1% or the corporations, I mean, India, the percentage must be, I mean, I just use 1% uh, as an indicator of that. The corporates which kind of cause the largest of the NPAs are kind of further given more soaps. They get the kind of write-offs. Their tax is reduced from 30% to 22%, saying that reviving them will revive India and its GDP and its economy. That was the logic which Claude was referring to. And who, in turn, after getting all this kind of tax benefits and the write-offs and everything, invest in projects which are kind of detrimental to climate and people. Challenging companies and the government who operates these projects is very important.
and we have been kind of doing it successfully for many years. But unless we challenge the finances of the project, hold them accountable for what they do, and ask for full information about where and how they are kind of investing our own money, we probably would be kind of beating only one side of the drum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joe Atyali. Next, we have Nityanand Jayaraman. He's a writer and researcher based in Chennai. He investigates and reports on corporate abuses of environment and human rights. In 2004, he, along with three like minded friends, began the Anti Corporate Collective. The group has helped in campaigning against a number of environmental issues like the Unilever Kodaikanal mercury waste case, among others. In 2018, he was conferred with the Franco German Prize for Human Rights and the Rule of Law.
Thank you. I would like to start with a short interview of this person called Lado Sikaka, who's a elder from the Dongriakon community in Nyamagiri.
नियमगिरी पहाड़ पाई हमको बेको काटी दिल में हाँ बोल कर मानबू आरे रक्त गले में हाँ बोल कर मानबू नियमगिरी पहाड़ पाई आम जीवन दे लड़े करुची जदि सेटा सरकारी नियमगिरी तैयार करना कि पानी तैयार करना कि केंद्र सरकार राज्य सरकार तैयार करना जाम को सप्लाई करुचे डोंगिया कंद बोली करी पारंपरी प्रवृत्ति जाति धर्म करी नियम जाम को सप्लाई कर बचे दे आमे कहला ताके सरकार होची आमे बुटू दे मंत्रिमंडल कहला मंत्रिमंडल हे करे हमर साधारण लोक मारी देबो पहाड़ को मारी देबो हमर दोनों संपत्ति नहीं करे सेटा लुटे नेबो सेटा सरकार आईनी रची सरकार आईनी तो अछि जे से लोक को बचेबो देश को बचेबो मां माटी को पानी पबो सब बचेबा पई सरकार आईनी रची समस्त को मारी देबाटा सरकार को आईनी रची एटी हमर नियमगिरी पहाड़ जंगल रे बाघ बालू पशु पक्षी नर नारी देवी देवता पशु पक्षी साठी माटी सब बची जाउची ए कुपानी हेले सेटा रही पारबो नियमगिरी आमे आमे डोंगिया कंद लोक मरबो नाही ए पूर्ति लोक देश लोक सब मरी जीवो नागावाली बस तार सब बुड़ी जीवो सेटा सरकार जानी ना एटा खणी कुले काम राज्य देश लोक को मारी करे आमे ऊपरे उड़ी जीवा बोलुची এটা ষড়যন্ত্র মুখ্যমন্ত্রী প্রধানমন্ত্রী ষড়যন্ত্রে নিয়মগিরি কোনি কুলা যাও বলি কହୁছি কেমতি কুলা যাব আমি দেখবু মা মাটি পা আমি কাহাকু ডরবু না সরকার কি ডরবু না কাহাকু ডরবু না নিজে আমার পেটর পাই নাই সমস্ত পেটর পাই সমস্ত পশু পক্ষী পেটর পাই বচবা পাই আমি পাহাড় को বচলে যুগ যুগ রই পারবো পাহাড় ন বচলে অদা বেলে মরি যাব বলি আমি लड़े करुच्ची आंदोलन करुच्ची संग्राम करुच्ची कौन करबो सरकार
So I played that video clip because on the one hand we have thinkers like this, and on the other hand we have Kasturi Rangan. Kasturi Rangan is the expert, and this person is considered to be a person from a primitive tribe. Of course, they don't call themselves primitive; they call themselves the Dongariyas. So what we are actually faced with is a civilizational conflict. And the phrase sustainable development is hugely problematic, not because of the word sustainable, but because of the word development. And the word development is only one thing. It means covering open earth with concrete or other hard surfaces. And is only by doing that does value flow out of earth and we get everything that is required for the development indicators to go up. I've done this presentation several times in different audiences, so if there are any of you who have seen parts of it, please forgive me. This is the only presentation I've been doing over the last 5 years because I find it to make some sense. It is with it's a word that I've become very intimate with, the word called Porambok, which in Tamil is a bad word. It means a useless person or a useless land. Unfortunately, the word Porambok means exactly the opposite. It means the most precious kinds of spaces. These are spaces that are held in community control. These are commons. And these are spaces that are multifariously used by multiple communities seasonally at the same time in different ways. If you take our commons like the lake, the fisher folk get fish from it, agriculturalists get water from it, the potter gets clay from it, the mat weavers get reeds from it. So it's actually a bountiful place. Unfortunately, these Porambok commons have been seen as useless spaces because there are three rules governing Porambok. The word Porambok is actually a medieval Tamil agrarian term. It's a revenue terminology from the Chola times. And there are three rules governing the Porambok, which says you cannot lay a floor on it, you cannot build a roof on it, and you cannot buy it or sell it. For all practical purposes, outside the purview of the capitalist economy, and hence a useless place. Next. So these are some of the kinds of spaces and the economies associated with it. Next. And here again, we come up with this next kind of a monodimensional definition of things. Just as we have development means concrete, we also have the definition of infrastructure. What you see on left is considered infrastructure. What you see on right is called a porambok. And this porambok will have to make way for an infrastructure. So there might be a pipeline carrying water that will run across this, devastating what is essentially an infrastructure of water. It is an infrastructure of diversity, it's an infrastructure of oxygen, but that will have to give way to the built infrastructure, because built infrastructure in our minds has more value, and anybody who opposes that is an urban naxal or a anti-national. Next. So the point brings me to Chennai, which is the disaster capital of India. It's a great place to be because almost every year you get an opportunity to say, I told you so. And so we move from one disaster to another, and all the stories that we have prepared since 1995, 1996, we can keep recycling them. As a journalist, I find it effortless. I have to bring the story from 2005 floods, rehash it, make it 2015, add a few new stuff, and I make my money this way. So it's sustainable development as far as I'm concerned. So Chennai and places like Chennai, Bombay are places where land use change meets climate change. Is a place where they collide. So it's not so much as if the climate change has caused a disaster. Even ordinary rains, natural events become national disasters in places like this because of what we do to our land. I won't take you through how water works because I see the audience of people who are interested. You guys already know that water moves down gradient generally, unless there are rich people living up gradient. Generally, it moves down gradient to the seas, and it soaks through the ground, then flows over the surface, fills up all low-lying areas, including your home if it's been constructed in a low-lying area, and then moves on to the sea. The dharma of the water is to reach the sea. Anything that blocks the connection between the earth and the sky is likely to cause effects, and how far you do that will also determine how bad you will get hurt. Next, please. So this is what we call development. So in Chennai, the development, so we became a world-class city by developing, and from 1980 to 2010, we increased the built-up area about eightfold, and hence we are now a world-class city, but we also lost our wetlands. Next, please. Again, you see, you have the encroachments, but encroachments are very interestingly defined by our lordships in the court. For them, the license is what matters. Under human law, license matters, the location does not. So I can have a statue standing in the middle of the Arabian Sea because the law allows it. But however, the sea might not allow it. So what you have on the left is an encroachment that is licensed, and on the right is an encroachments that are unlicensed. Of course, with nature, location is all that matters. It doesn't matter if you have a license or not. So the sea is not going to look at the Madurai High Court, or the lake is not going to look at the Madurai High Court and say water will not come here because lordships are sitting over there. You built it inside a tank, it will fill up. Next. This is an image of the Pallikarnai marshlands, where the marshlands are categorized as Kalveli Porambok or floodplains Porambok, which should not be built, which should not be bought or sold. Generally, by people who are wise will not do that. However, the government of Tamil Nadu carved out about 385 acres of the Pallikarnai marshland and constructed the Elcott Special Economic Zone, where extremely intelligent people work, doing cyber coolie stuff. So you have the Tata Consultancy, you have Wipro and Mahindra Infotech inside this, located inside these. They have all been certified by white people with green certification. They have green buildings over there. They have platinum rating and gold rating. And some of them also have gotten 4 out of 4 in the water category, because they also do rainwater harvesting. What is ironic is the Pallikarnai marshland is a 50 square kilometer rainwater harvesting infrastructure, which drains a 250 square kilometer catchment area. Next. This is a Velachery area before 1970, or the irrigation tank of Velachery, and the Velachery tank has disappeared. So now there are houses inside the Velachery tank. People complained that they were flooded, but lakes don't flood, lakes fill up. And if you build your house inside a lake, the house also fills up, and that's what happened over here. Next, please. Yeah, next. This again is the Kodungayur tank. I put this slide over here because often unplanned development is blamed for these kinds of issues. But if you look at it, you see straight lines, and straight lines means engineers have been at work, which means it is a future site of a disaster. And that is a very planned scheme. It is part of a World Bank. For Joe's benefit, I decided to bring in a little bit of World Bank. So this is a part of a World Bank scheme in the 70s and 80s called the ARI scheme. ARI scheme means tank scheme. And in the the days of the Cholas, an ARI scheme would have meant building ARIs or digging ARIs. In our days, an ARI scheme means building inside ARIs. Next. This is a very important recharge zone. If you look at it, it's got white, that is the sand, and all the black is the tracks made by water flowing into a converging point and flowing further down to the Buckingham Canal and the Kovalam marshland and out to the sea. And that area is a very wonderful recharge zone because it has large, deep deposits of sand. This is in the western side, there's nowhere near the coast. That area was selected and converted into the Siruseri ITSEZ. And you have the Chennai Mathematical Institute. These are the people that we consider to be the brightest of the brightest, located on top of the recharge zone. So somewhere along the line, our education is the biggest problem because you have 16, maybe 20 years of education. You have a doctorate in Fourier transforms, but you don't know, you're not potty trained, you don't know how to handle your water, you don't know, most of the things that are required to survive are not known. Next, please. This is a beautiful site. Do you know what this is? No, this is the Adyar River. The airport came in later. In between being Adyar River, it briefly functions as an airport. And so here they built the runway extending into the Adyar River. And things like this are very important because these are the opportunities when the world notices that something has gone wrong. But unfortunately, the disasters don't come fast enough. Next. I'll just quickly take you through a few slides about the place that we work in quite a bit. The people who are keeping us from certain disaster are usually very ordinary people, like what Claude said. These are the indigenous people. These are the fisher folk. So over here, there's a large number of fishing communities in this extremely unfortunate place called Ennur Pulicat. And this is a place where a number of Government of India hashtags converge. Sagarmala meets Bharatmala meets Make in India meets Smart City meets Beti Bachao. Everything is over here. Next, please. So this is the Ennur Creek, and the Ennur Creek is close to about 10,000 acres, and above that is a Pulicat. So it's an unbroken extent of wetlands that goes all the way up to Andhra. And this Ennur Creek was defined as a no development zone in 1996. Next, please. In 1996, the Coastal Zone Management Plan for Ennur Creek was prepared, and it was declared as a no development zone. So what you see as the blue and the green as the buffer area is the no development zone for the creek. And in 1997, the government of Tamil Nadu had a afterthought. They wanted land, and since they couldn't find land for industries, they decided to carve out pieces of water, much like what we're doing now. And the entire area that was defined as a no development zone and approved by the government of India, that map was kept away, and a new map was brought, which said that there is no river over there, and what was river is now the Tidco Petrochemical Park. And so in that piece of water have been parceled off. The black is a coal stack yard associated with the Kamarajar port. The blue is a BPCL oil terminal inside the river. The yellow is a HPCL oil terminal. The red is an NTPC coal-fired power plant inside the river. The gray is an ash pond, or the coal ash pond located inside the river, also belonging to NTPC. And all these have got, so some of them have environmental clearance, others don't. Usually in this country, people who are idiots get environmental clearance. Most others don't even bother because then you have nothing to violate. Next, please. Just north of it is a place that has multiple habitats. A wondrous place is a Pulicat wetlands complex. There are tidal mudflats, sand dunes, vegetated sand dunes, mangroves. The mudflats is what you see down there is a large flocks of flamingos. And when you see large flocks of birds, it's not just that it's beautiful, but it also means that there is food for so many birds, and these are large birds. In that ecosystem, there's close to 150,000 people in Andhra and Tamil Nadu who depend on, so there's not 150,000 fisher folk, but fisher folk and their families who depend on an economy produced by allowing Polycat to remain open and unbuilt. And all this will be replaced by this smiling face. You know who this is. He wants to build a mega port over here. There's nothing that Mr. Adani does that is not mega. And this mega port is also supposed to bring in coal from Carmichael. So you kill two birds with one stone, literally. And this port is supposed to come on 6,000 acres. And out of the 6,000 acres, 2,000 acres will be created by dumping sand that has been dredged to deepen the sea into the sea to make 2,000 acres of new land. And then in addition to that, close to 50 million meter cubes or cubic meters of sand is required to fill about 2,000 acres of wetlands on the western side. And all that land will be filled up to make the hinterland facilities and an industrial park. This sand will be brought in from the Palar. So it'll be quarried sand from a river that's already suffering, and that will be brought in to kill another wetland. And in addition to that, you'll also need large amounts of boulders. Just the Virinjam port alone, which is much, much smaller, required about 70 million cubic meters of quarried boulders. And they wanted to come to Tamil Nadu for it. Fortunately, they were not allowed because Tamil Nadu believes that only we have the right to destroy our mountains. No other state has that right. And so this port will, of course, require a lot more than this. Next, please. Next. So this is the dilemma. I mean, right now, the only people who are standing, I think that the problem is not so much with how we're going to develop or, you know, are we going to do Swachh Bharat? Are we going to be swatching one plastic bag at a time? Are we going to be, you know, planting trees? Because these things are, I feel, completely meaningless. You can plant all the trees you want. You're not going to save yourself from certain disaster. There is a need to make cultural shifts to redefine values because right now the value is on paved earth. And until the value is on open earth, I don't see how it's going to be able to, how we're going to be able to get out of this crisis. In fact, that gives me some hope because in Tamil Nadu, Mr. Rajnikant said that this is a doomed place because we keep protesting. I think that Tamil Nadu is a good place because we keep protesting. Because all the protests we're looking at, be it in Kaveri Delta against the hydrocarbons or the Salem-Chennai Expressway, which even incidentally ends right at the doorstep of the Adani port, or the proposed Adani port, these are all fights by ordinary people to keep the land open and unbuilt. And there I think there is some common sense that we must hang on to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. C.R. Bijoy, who is an independent researcher and activist in India, who is primarily involved with indigenous people's struggles, such as the Campaign for Survival and Dignity, a coalition of mass organizations that emerged to counter the nationwide repression unleashed on forests and forest people in 2002.
Just some random thoughts. All that Claude, Joe, and Niti said, how does it matter for nature? Nature is not bothered. Okay, we should be very clear that that these are things which bothers us. And human beings are the only species that, amongst all species, the only species that is capable and has been actually organizing its own self for production. I mean, all of us know that frogs croak. What's the point in wanting the frogs to roar? It just doesn't take place. Yes, there are protests. For what? It's with this perspective I just want to share a few thoughts. At two levels. One is at the macro level. Macro level is like the whole global level. We all say that, globe has, the global system has got homogenized into a single capitalist system. There's no alternative. All attempts at so-called alternatives have collapsed. So what's the future? Don't worry. What we thought was the exponential progression of technological development, that exponential progression is itself marching exponentially. Just a few days back, it came up that, for this coronavirus, everybody is racing to find a vaccine. And we do know that vaccines are basically proteins that are injected to develop immune bodies. And in order to get the proteins, you do something with mRNA, which produces the protein, and the protein is then getting into a body. Now they have developed a system where that mRNA is directly, put into your body, and your body then produces the protein. It's going to be tested out, and it just took place after about 46. In his business of SpaceX is talking about colonizing Mars. We're talking about traveling from any part of the planet Earth to any other part of the planet Earth in 1 hour. You're also talking about 3D technology. Talking about jobless growth. No longer is livelihood or employment is going to provide you the livelihood, and therefore we are also talking about food without agriculture, meat without cattle rearing, and of course we are also talking about what is called as the disruptive technology. What we thought was internet was one such kind of disruptive technology, but not. Yes, in a sense disruptive, but it can also be a counter. Now we have the wonder technology that is moving in. It's called as blockchain, and blockchain is expected to restructure the whole power relationship, where nobody would have control over or hegemony over anything, and therefore this technology is going to deliver us from whatever mess we have created into a brave new world. That is at one level. At the same level, we also know that the nation states emerged from the colonial era along with capital system around this notion of what is called as a national sovereignty. And with globalization, the two major part, one is the sovereign control over the territory, and the other one is, territory of course means also people, and the other one is the money or the economy. With globalization, economy has gone out of the purview of national sovereignty, and therefore we are seeing the collapse of nation states or of national sovereignty to such an extent that the international bodies like WTO is not really working. So that is why countries are ganging up to compete with each other. The United Nation, which was expected to create a kind of a global governance, is also not working. We know what happened to the climate change talks. It's not. It was taking off and then it nosedived. And so, where are we? The United Nations just entered into an MOU with the World Economic Forum. So the question is that the nature of the state, the nature of nation states, of governments have changed. We say that the governments have been hijacked by the capital. If that is so, what does electoral democracy mean? Are we able to think beyond what we know? And in the Indian context, we should reconcile with the fact that we have a colonial government sitting within the cesspot of a caste social system. And it is no wonder that we cannot think beyond, outside of that. If you look at the history of governance, you will find that there is two parallel streams that's evolved. One, it's evolved so much that we are willing to give away our right to vote. If you just look at 243Q of the Constitution, you will know that the industrial township is, the municipal laws are exempted from industrial township. Earlier, industrial township were notified by the state, and in 1992, it became part of the Indian Constitution. And we don't, there's no serious talk about that loss of even that minimum rights of, for democracy. We also know that the 73rd Amendment talked about the Panchayat Raj system of transferring 29 subjects to the local governance. Where has it been transferred? Instead of the panchayats taking control over the governmental structures, the governmental structures took control over. The panchayats became just nothing but a tail to the development, the colonial government structure. Every piece of legislation that has been attempted to democratize, move from a colonial structure to a democracy has been subverted. But parallelly, there has been another history within this country, and that is a history of what you call as indigenous people or the Adivasis. The first, to be brief, the first is that, pre-colonial structures, you find that the Adivasis were only a nominal part of kingdoms. The second, you find that during the colonial period, they were the people who resisted colonialism for a simple reason that they were the only people who know what freedom is all about. We are either slaves or enslavers, and therefore we gave up the fight very, very fast. But the Adivasis continued to resist. Now it's not, it's not my take. It is a historical fact that if you look at I'll just rattle out a few kind of laws. 1837 Wilkinson rules in Chaibasa and in Jharkhand, which made it a separate sort of entity outside of the British Empire. It's also a fact that Hembrom, who was a leader who attended the Commonwealth Conference, said that he represents the nation called Chaibasa. He got promptly arrested when he came back. You had the inner line permit, which prohibits people's entry without the permission from the concerned officers. It is applicable to Arunachal Pradesh, the hill areas of Manipur, Nagaland, Mizoram. It also prohibits outsiders from purchasing any property. And it's like a visa within the nation. You also have, like, for example, the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act, Santal Parganas Tenancy Act, all in the 1800s and the early 1900s. And that's in the Jharkhand, West Bengal, that region, which basically says that the land and the resources are, belong to the community. Then you had in 1874 what is called as the Scheduled District Act, and which then subsequently in the 1919 Government of India Act basically said that, that it set apart two parts of this country away from the rule and the laws of the colonial system. You had the excluded areas, which is largely the northeast. You had the partially excluded areas, which is the tribal areas in the central India, where autonomy was allowed, was recognized. And then you see the subsequent post-independence era, the major outcome, in their political aspiration was in 1996 when what you call as the Panchayat extension to the Scheduled Areas Act, which is the first and the only act which defines the power of the community on certain subjects. If you read the act, it says when one of the provision is that this is the power of the village or the Gram Sabha, and the structures above are prohibited from encroaching into the powers of the village. That was the first law. That was the window was opened. And subsequently, you had in 2006 the Forest Rights Act, which actually details out how there could be a different form of governance over land and resources, governance, where it is not representative democracy, but it is of direct democracy. So you have in a history where there's a progressive evolution of democracy, but then we think that's the matter related to tribals. So we are not tribals, and therefore we don't need to bother about it. The tribals also say that it's matter related to us. These fellows can't understand anything about freedom, democracy, nothing. So it's only a matter related to us, and there the story remains. And finally, the last point. Whatever we have been talking about is the manifestation of what is happening. What do we want to make out of it? Are we seeking solutions? If we are seeking solutions to all these problems, all this manifestation, then I think we are going. I mean, we are collaborators to all the criminalities that is taking place, because the point is not the manifestation. The point is to think about the mechanisms that need to evolve, need to be there in the society, which could progressively start addressing these issues. I would like to restate this thing. The way by which one could possibly begin to address all these problems is by thinking about what kind of a mechanism, a workable mechanism that can be there, which will be able to take the local interest, both people and ecology, and to work out solutions, make mistakes, learn from mistakes, and progressively move ahead. In other words, a solution lies in addressing the structure, the cracks that are developing in the structures, towards thinking about a different power structure related to governance is one possible thing that the struggles of indigenous people, not only in India but all over the world, is indicating. The challenge is whether we wish to learn from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ranjini Basu, who is the program officer with focus on the Global South and Asia-based policy research and advocacy organization. Focus works along with various peasant, farmer, worker organizations and activist groups on issues pertaining to agricultural policy, including the impact of climate change, among other themes.
So I just made it on time to be in this panel, otherwise I would have missed it. So my presentation is a very small intervention. Is mostly on the agrarian crisis and the climate crisis, and how it is leading to more vulnerabilities of the poorer sections, the marginalized sections of the rural countryside. And I think it fits well within this first panel on social justice, because we still are a largely rural economy, with most of our population still relying on agriculture. So it is important to understand what are the consequences of the climate crisis and climate change on this rural population. So to begin with, I want to situate the climate crisis within the agrarian crisis, the agrarian distress, which has been ongoing for it's been decades now. So as you all are aware of the agrarian crisis, which was a consequence of the economic policies which were adopted since 1990s, the post-liberalization period, where the Indian state took upon neoliberal policies in agriculture, which led to years of, and which we still continuing, years of distress, This period was largely marked by kind of taking state intervention out of supporting farmers in giving them input support, in giving them state extension, in giving them in terms of state extension services, in terms of the fertilizer input prices just rose to exponentially. Um, which had a very deep impact on the household incomes and profitability of farmers. And this eventually led to agriculture becoming unremunerative. What we hear now is of the exploding number of farmer suicides, which is the most common thing which is associated to agrarian distress, is the most is kind of uh, the most vivid negative impact of how we see it. There are other repercussions also of the agrarian distress. The large splurging number of farm deaths is attached to the slowing down of credit flow, institutional credit into the rural economy, which was also a kind of a feature of this period. So all of this has risen, has led to a situation where farm incomes have been progressively coming down. Agriculture productivity, food grain production has seen a stagnation in this period. And also, it's not as if the distress, agrarian distress, kind of manifests or is felt by all sections at the same par. It is still, its effects are faced, are felt by various sections of the rural population differently. So the lower sections, the agriculture laboring population, for example, the sharecroppers, the landless agricultural workers, feel it in a much more manifested manner than those who have land. So we also have to understand that the agrarian distress comes in varied kind of its impact on the rural population. The rural population in India is not a homogeneous one. It is a very differentiated one, spread across the kind of inequalities in land, asset ownership, and also the inequalities in terms of caste, gender, tribe still exist, which have aggravated the whole agrarian distress. And upon this is what we are seeing is the impact of climate change. So I think that there's it's very important that we see the impact of climate change on this already kind of a situation where rural households are tackling with this kind of disastrous effects of the rural economy. Uh, and also the climate change, the studies already, I'm sure the speakers have already spoken about the extent, and we'll be hearing it all through the day. The extent of it is felt through the length and breadth of the country, um, across regions. So although the various levels or the degrees might differ, uh, and also, so firstly, the first point that I'm making is that this this climate crisis or the climate change is manifesting on already an agrarian distress, which has aggravated, which has completely which has impacted the agrarian economy to a very negative to levels. The production levels are very low, incomes are really low. So on top of that, if we see a climate crisis, then the consequences of it just multiplies, just becomes far more detrimental. Uh, it is being said that with climate change, with more extreme temperatures, temperature rises, fall in rainfall, increase in precipitation, rise in sea levels, the effect of climate variabilities will be felt on the coastlines, on the dry land, on on the so it will be impacting the fisher people, the farmers, all. So the spread of this crisis is kind of across the country. um, and it will have the economic consequences of it, might have in terms of further increasing the rise in the cost of production, because you would need it will have a direct impact on the soil fertility, the soil content, the soil content, which would need the system that we are in. The farmers would need more inputs, which would already raise the cost of production, which over the years have also seen a increase. A lot of research has happened on dryland agriculture, because primarily because 60% of our net sown area comes under the dryland agriculture, and it also contributes to a lot of our agriculture production. So research shows that in dryland agriculture, in the dryland regions, which also consist of the peninsula and central plateau, is that climate change is going to impact both kharif and rabi crops. It's said that with 2% rise in temperature, about 15 to 17% of the crop yields can get affected. The pulses production, which is largely dependent on rainfall, will be impacted, and then overall there will be an impact on the vegetation and biodiversity across this region. Um, so, uh, so, so the point that I'm making, and I emphasize, is that the impact of climate change plays out on the existing unresolved concerns of yield production, yield gaps that we are witnessing, and raising agriculture production in the country. And these have very deep consequences, because we are still kind of fighting with issues like food insecurity, which we will hear more in the later part of the day. Therefore, it becomes much more important for us to take cognizance of the issue. And and also, what we saw with agrarian distress is that a huge population is also migrating out of the villages. So there is a large proportion of non-agricultural population growing. So in times of these, the importance of food security becomes furthermore, where you have a larger and larger population to feed, who are not connected directly to agriculture most of the year. So in terms of that, you cannot throw away the issue of productivity and yield gaps and say that whatever path we choose, we can keep productivity, the question of productivity and production, unrelated to it. We have to take that into anything, any roadmap we take ahead in terms of tackling both the agrarian distress as well as the climate crisis. And connected to that point is also, what are the solutions being suggested for tackling climate crisis. There have been experiments, for example, for sustainable agriculture, SRI, which is the system of rice intensification, which is being suggested. There are various experiments, but these experiments also have to stand the test of time, and test that they can adapt to the production needs and food needs of the growing non-agriculture population of this country, and already those who are impoverished, because we know that hunger remains to be a big issue for the country. Therefore, any solution to climate crisis that we are suggesting, that we as civil society, as organizations and other movements have to suggest, has to stand the test of, has to be grounded in the realities of the agrarian economy, what is happening in agriculture, and has to stand also the test of science, of whether it is, because we know that there is this whole thing about climate science also. It is also advancing in terms of measuring up what are the actual consequences that are happening. So you have to take those also account into any pathway that we have to envisage. The other thing that the Indian state, and also there is increasingly there is this dichotomy between what the Indian state has been doing in terms of the mitigation process in the climate talks, and what is doing internally domestically. We are seeing that in the state in the mitigation process, whereas India stands with the third world developing countries and has been kind of talking about historical emissions and differentiated responsibilities, and also has been speaking against the system of carbon crediting. While on the other, we see that domestically the state plans have been projecting a way of increased privatization and also increased a privatized form of carbon credit kind of a system, which is very detached from what it is being suggested in the international level. So there is an increasingly a divergence between the two processes. And what you have been arguing in terms of equity at the global level, it is for you to, for the Indian state and for us people to remind the Indian state that what you have been arguing in terms of equity is something also you have to follow at home. You cannot have a policy abroad and which is completely detached and completely unrelated to what you are doing at home. So so we see that there is a growing detachment, and also it has been critiqued, the state plans have been critiqued, how there is a push towards more private investments into financing, climate financing, and other processes. On the other hand, what actually has led to this kind of a situation of agrarian distress in this country is how the state kind of firstly it took off its hand from agriculture. So unless you go to the roots and say that this was the roots, and you're basically pushing in more privatization, we have seen in the recent budget how again the insurance schemes or agriculture as a whole, the sector has seen a reduction in the budgetary allocations. So we see this continued process of the state coming out of agriculture, of state support from the farmers. And here we are dealing largely with the small and marginal farmers, because that is what constitutes majorly the Indian farming community, the peasant community. And so this is the point that it has to be a path where there has to be more state intervention. The state has to take conscious kind of steps to increase investment, because the climate vulnerabilities can only be kind of tackled, and vulnerabilities faced by the lowest sections of the peasantry can only be because can only be tackled unless only if the state comes into the picture. And also, for example, this insurance scheme, which is a short measure of tackling vulnerabilities, we have seen that how the Prime Minister Kisan Bima Yojana has been failing. What has been projecting and what is actually in the reality is very different. So the so here, from here I come to the last point, and I'll end with this, that the issue of climate crisis and the issue of together with the issue of agrarian distress, within agrarian distress, and to see is that the impact of climate change, as it was in the case of agrarian distress, is also varied. It's felt varied in different, it's a differentiated impact on the differentiated kind of rural society. And the biggest kind of impact is felt by the lower sections, the marginalized sections, the landless, the landless population, the agriculture workers. And it is for them that we have to envisage any kind of policy to, for them to tackle these vulnerabilities, and that can only happen if we have more, we take upon a route to agriculture development in this country, where there is more state support, and where the state is playing a big role, and not in terms of the private sector coming in. And also our climate policies are adjusted, or what we have are adjusted to the issues of equity, and we also have to tackle the basic roots that have been causing these distresses over the years, that is the unequal kind of the inequality already existing in our agrarian society, that is of unequal distribution of asset, of land, of different things. So inequality is what has accentuated the climate crisis, and that is what has accentuated the agrarian distress. And if we want to have a social justice agenda, we have to take upon the demand for a resolution of these inequalities.
Thank you. The floor is now open for questions. We request the members of the audience to please restrict themselves to one question each, and to introduce yourself as well as state the name of the speaker or speakers to whom you will be addressing the question. Our volunteers will be going around with the mics, and if you raise your hand, they will come to you. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Sahaj, and apart from being a change maker at one organization called Museum for the United Nations, which is working on enabling positive actions for the climate action, recently, actually, I started working on a project which is about peace building in South Asian region, which is a project supported by two organizations, UNESCO and UNAOC. And right now, my project actually is somewhere revolving around peace, and I feel that peace is a major factor that gets disrupted when it comes to climate change. And I just want some expert advice from the panel on how I should proceed with my project, where I see when people talk about like India and Pakistan, people say that the war is about the land, but somewhere we all know that it's also the war of waters. So how can you give me some expert tips on building this project, peace building project, which can have some climate action framework within it? I hope my question is clear and understandable.
I mean, I mean, you need to turn around and ask, why is there no peace? As long as there is a power structure and as long as there is inequity and inequality is increasing, there is not going to be peace. Okay. The form in which the conflict, got generated in the earlier generations, which was through, a lot of killings. Killings might have reduced, but there are different form of injustices, systemic, violence, it would have probably increased. So, peace building is not possible without tackling the sources where peace is not permissible.
So I would say that rather than look at everything from a climate change perspective, there seems to be a compulsion that has been thrust upon us that everything has to be carbon centric, everything has to be climate. I think that if the idea is to avoid conflicts usually happen when there is competition over resources. We need to ensure that the big sharks don't get at the resources. So focusing more on building solidarity for community struggles that intend to protect open spaces, commons, forests, that I think becomes very, very important. In other words, you have to fight what is called development now if you want to avoid conflict. Because what the current development is essentially a conflict building machine.
Just 2 days back, I think, yesterday probably, a report was released about the land-related conflicts. As about 703 cases have been documented over the last number of years, and they found that 68% of the conflict is related to urbanization, infrastructure, etc., etc., and 15% of the conflict is related to conservation. Okay, so this is one part. The other part is that it is very well globally recognized that the major conflict which has already evolved and is going to increase is related to natural resources and land, but land and natural resources. And when you look at the land governance aspect, you find that no country has actually evolved a full scale legal system that clearly recognizes what belongs to whom. Like, for example, what part, I mean, air is still out there in the commons. Now, it's reconciled that, okay, it doesn't matter commons, but the thing is that, that commons, whose commons? So that is why you find that this debate has been going on, particularly for quite a number of years. And it was in 2012 that the FAO came out with what is called as the voluntary guidelines on tenurial rights and governance related to forest, land, and fisheries, which for the first time, nation states said yes, we need to expand the law beyond individual rights and beyond the notion of property to notions of governance, notions of a commons, a collective rights, etc., etc. And a classic law that you have, related to that, of course, much more progressive and developed than the voluntary guidelines is the Indian law, which came 6 years before. That is the Forest Rights Act, which actually talks about, which essentially is a lot of misconception. I think in the beginning somebody mentioned forest rights is related to individual rights. Absolute nonsense. Individual rights is one small component. It's basically a law which actually transfers the power from the state to the local communities at the smallest unit, which is the habitation. Okay. And the transfer of power to what? For protecting, managing, that land and its resources, which is again applicable only to forest land. One could actually think in terms of trying to see what kind of dynamics should be taken. I mean, should be an agenda to be taken beyond the forest land, that is within the context of India, to also cover what you call as the revenue land. And there is a third set of land which we really don't bother about, is land that doesn't fall within the revenue and the forest. Maybe we don't know. There are large parts of the country has never been mapped. There are large parts of the country there are no revenue laws and no forest laws are applicable. It doesn't even belong. I mean, the state does not have control over the land. The only other piece of chunk of land which I know in the Asian continent is the tribal part of Pakistan. So there are, these kinds of, huge gaps are there, and this is attempted to be now filled up. And it's also going beyond. If you look at the governance thing, like for example, the International Commission of Jurists, I think, they are actually talking about taking justice system beyond the judiciary, beyond the law, lawyers, courts, into community. How do you democratize a justice system? Why? Because there's a recognition that that kind of a hegemonic control over different spheres. Like when you talk about justice, it has to be with the court and the judiciary. That kind of narrow silo kind of a thing uh, is not conducive to what you are saying is the idea of peace. So there are newer ways of thoughts are emerging. Now the challenge is that who is going to take the lead? We have this false notion that and these popular narratives. There are many popular myths. Like for example, the politicians or the political. I mean, India is ruled by NDA. It's absolute nonsense. We know that it is not so. So you will find that the I mean, if we think about structures of decision making where conflicts can be addressed. Now, increasingly, what happens is that, which also was my point, that we are perhaps focusing on the wrong target. of targeting the state, the bureaucracy, the scientific bodies, the corporates to provide the justice when precisely they are the source of injustice. They are collaborators in that. So then you will have to think about changing that power structure as a precondition towards working for peace. And therefore, the question is that what are the ideas, what are the processes in society which is trying to address the issue of power, the inequity, or this hegemony kind of a thing. Now, that's the thing which we need to start seeking and trying to see that whether to what extent whatever we say about injustice, whether it is climate injustice or the injustice of economy or whatever it is, and how it can be built, inbuilt into the process that challenge existing structures.
Good afternoon. I am Narsimalu, one of the person interested in the climate and ecological system. Last year, I just pointed out one near Solinganallur lake has been occupied and the police station has been built in that area. I alerted through Arappor Yakam and the news item came in the Hindu subsequently. Then we digged up the entire process. Then we found that the court has given permission after giving the due diligence of state government. State government wanted the lake area to be allotted for building a police station. Now police station is fully complete and it is slated for inauguration. This is small way I just came to know that what are the things way in which the citizen can participate in that to know that how we can prevent in much earlier stage itself. But more it happens through the hand of state government and the collusion of governments. That's what has been pointed out by everyone. See, what is the solution now? That is very important. And solution and the first keynote address itself, they thrown the money is behind the people against the people. So money is used, and now courts also, after seeing that also, it is not coming to the rescue of environmental protection. Very rarely it comes. Even the implementation also it is difficult. This is where the citizens' interest also it is dragging the court because we don't have individuals, and also even some cases, some medias comes out with that pointed news items. They also consent on that. They should also black out the consent of the environmental protection and they should come out and also they should start now rejecting the certain things of the which is going against the interest of the environment. So that is very very important. So where it should start and what citizens should do, key initiatives comes and before that even smallest person in a village, how can they, because they have been arrested also many times, because the Salem highway project, many people about to loss and then subsequently it has been project been stopped like that. Small packets, there are injustices happening and some people are fighting and they are unable to fight take to the end. So, can this forum can give a conclusion and some evidence where citizen can approach, even they see in the slightest damage, they can approach.
I can just give you two examples of how citizens have approached. One is the famous anti-Coca-Cola struggle that in Plachimada, which started in 2002 and the factory had to be closed within in 2004. Now, if you look at the way things, how so-called success, it's related to fundamentally pollution and with carcinogenic, chemicals and also depletion. If you actually look at it, the fight emerged, between, the community took it up, got the panchayat not to renew the license. Now, it so happened in the state of Kerala, the Panchayat Raj Act has this provision that every industry which is operating in a particular panchayat, every year, besides the Pollution Control Board license renewal, the panchayat also will have to renew. Only then the industry can operate. In the state of Tamil Nadu, such a provision is not there. Okay. So the panchayat refused to renew under pressure from the community. The state overruled the panchayat. The panchayat filed a case against the state, saying that that you're violating the law. The court said the panchayat has the powers, but the manner in which the panchayat applied their power was not based upon scientific fact, because whether there is pollution, depletion, the panchayat doesn't have the expertise, etc. I'm not going into the further details. Okay, so this is one. The other one which Niti had showed about the Dongri Akon from the Niyamgiri. Now, people who may not know about the case, it is basically the Vedantas. You know how Vedantas dealt in Tutukudi. The same Vedanta there wanted to take over Niyamgiri for the mining, and it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court simply asked a question: has the villagers given the consent? A judge was sent to the villages. The state selected a few villages, and the judge was sent with a draft resolution of approval to these villages, and the villages threw out the draft and refused to give consent, which the Supreme Court agreed. Now, what is the basis of that? Because there is a law which requires that all forest diversion, when it is being diverted, you have to have the consent of the Gram Sabha. I mean, not the Panchayat Gram Sabha, the habitation Gram Sabha. So that is related to the forest areas. Now, so that was used. Today, what is the situation? So this has become a big problem for the corporates. So what the corporates have done is that again manipulated the law by saying that okay, we don't have to have the consent of the Gram Sabha. All that we need to do is by law now. It is that the district collector need to issue only a certificate saying Gram Sabha has consented. So every district collector in this country is happily issuing fake certificates saying that the Gram Sabha has consented. Now, in those cases where people have contested in the court, they have won. Okay, so there's been a steady an amendment to the forest conservation rules to subvert a law. So all these things are taken. I'm saying within the realm of law. So one of the areas that we need to start seriously thinking about is that it like coastal regulation zone. What is the problem in coastal regulation zone? The objectives are perfectly fine, or for that matter, Environmental Protection Act, or in Tamil Nadu, for instance, the Tamil Nadu Protection of Private Forest Act, which was a 1949 Act, all beautiful objectives. The question which we miss is who has the power to decide. We want very good legislations with laudable objectives, but the power to decide, let it be with the crooks. And that's where we have always missed the boat. So maybe we should look at all the governance laws, particularly related to natural resources, and see that which are the things where there is no, where you need to dismantle, like Tamil Nadu Protection of Private Forest Act. Essentially, there's a district level committee headed by the district collector and the DFO, etc., etc. So they will give you permission for cutting 10 trees, and 10,000 trees will be chopped out with the 10 tree permit. This is what has been happening. So the point is about who decides on what. So I think we need to relook all the existing laws, and the problem is that you have such a kind of when the statutory authority who is vested with the powers to decides, then normally the court concedes. Like for instance, there was a case in the Supreme Court. It was filed by the notorious WWF. On national parks. The Supreme Court asked that how did you notify these national parks and wildlife sanctuaries? You are supposed to have structures of decision making. Has the state got the wildlife board? Has the center got the wildlife board? They found that these boards have not been constituted. These boards are the ones to decide. So without the deciding body being constituted, notifications have been issued. And then the court said, but protection, national parks is very good. The intention of the government is good. So whatever things you have done in violation of existing laws, it's okay. Keep your record straight. Past is past. Make sure that that everything you constitute the board and post facto clearance. There are 51 tiger reserves in this country. All the 51 tiger reserves violate every single provision under Section 38V of the Wildlife Protection Act. But environmentalists, wildlife people, all of us are perfectly happy with all these violations. The point is not whether the intention is, it's not sufficient to see whether the intentions are good. It is also necessary to see that, to ensure that it is done in the proper manner. Even a good intended activity should be done in the proper manner. That is something, these are the areas where we need to start, working much more.
A big round of applause for the speakers for this enlightening session. This wraps our morning session, and we now break for lunch and reassemble in an hour in the same hall.
Thank you all. I hope you guys had a great lunch. So, as a part of Climate Action Month, one thing that we have been trying to do is actually send the message of the climate emergency and the need for climate action to the masses. It's very different when you have researchers coming together and presenting their findings at a conference like this. But what we felt that really had to be done was actually send the message to the masses. So put it in a way that the masses will be able to understand. So throughout the month, we have had the pleasure of having Chennai Indie Collective, Muthu, Gautam, and Senthamal sir. So they have been performing in parks and various other venues, sensitizing the public on issues of climate change and climate action, especially with relevance to Chennai and Madras and what it holds for us as citizens of the city. So I would like to welcome them on stage, and they will be having a very short performance on what it means to them from North Chennai and what it holds for us from South Chennai. Please, I'm handing over the stage to them.
எல்லோருக்கும் வணக்கம். சொல்ல போகிற விஷயம் என்னன்னா, 2015 ஒரு வெள்ளம் வந்தது. அந்த வெள்ளத்தில் பாதிக்கப்பட்ட நாங்கள் பயங்கரமாக வடச்சென்னை மக்கள்லாம். என்னோட நடந்த கதையை தான் நான் ஒரு பாட்டாக சொல்ல போகிறேன். சும்மா ஒரு சிம்பிளாக ஜாலியாக. மழை பெஞ்ச வெள்ளத்துல அந்த நினப்பு போல உள்ளத்துல வெள்ளத்தால மக்கள் எல்லாம் தவிக்குது, வெள்ளத்தால மக்கள் எல்லாம் தவிக்குது. இத அறியாத புள்ள குட்டி எல்லாம் குளிக்குது, இத தெரியாம புள்ள குட்டி எல்லாம் குளிக்குது. ஏலேலோ 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 ஏலேலோ. மழை பெஞ்சிட்டே இருந்தது 5 நாள். சிறு சிறு துளி பெருவெள்ளமாக ஆயிடுச்சு. சாதாரணமாக எங்கள் ஏரியாவில் தண்ணி இவ்வளோ தான் நிற்கும். இன்னைக்கு ஒரு ஆள் முழுகிற அளவுக்கு தண்ணி நின்றுச்சு. அந்த டைமில் மொட்டை மாடிலேருந்து பார்க்குறேன், ஒரு சின்ன பையன் ஒரு ஃப்ரிட்ஜி, வேஸ்டான ஃப்ரிட்ஜில் மிதக்கின்னு போகிறான். ஏலேலோ 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 ஏலேலோ. அதை பார்த்து தான் எனக்கும் ஆசை வந்துச்சு. நான் அப்படியே கடந்து போயிட்டே இருக்கிறேன். ஒரு கிலோமீட்டர் தொழில் நடக்கிறேன். நடந்து இவ்வளோ தண்ணியில் அப்படியே போயிட்டே இருக்கிறேன். எங்கள் கூவாறு ஓரமாக வந்துட்டேன். அந்த கூவாறு ஓரம் தான் எங்கள் சுடுகாடு இருக்குது. எங்களை எரிக்கிறது புதைக்கிறது எல்லாமே அந்த இடத்துல தான். அந்த சுடுகாட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எரிச்ச மண்டை ஓடெல்லாம் தண்ணியில் மிதங்குது. எரிச்ச மண்டை ஓடெல்லாம் தண்ணியில் மிதங்குது. மாடு செத்து மிதங்குது, ஆடு செத்து மிதங்குது. தவிக்கிறாங்க ஜனங்க. கூவாத்து வர இந்த ஜனங்கள்லாம் இவ்வளோ தண்ணியில் அப்படியே வராங்க. அந்த டைமில் எனக்கு ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு போட்டு மாதிரி ஒரு பலகை ஒன்று கிடைக்குது. அப்படியே நான் ட்ராவல் பண்ணுறேன். சின்ன ஒரு போட்டில் நான் ட்ராவல் பண்ண ரோட்டில், சின்ன ஒரு போட்டில் நான் ட்ராவல் பண்ண ரோட்டில் என்ன போல ஒரு தாங்க வந்தான், என்ன போல ஒரு தாங்க வந்தான். மக்களுக்கு வயிறார உணவையெல்லாம் தந்தா, மக்களுக்கு வயிறார உணவையெல்லாம் தந்தா. எல்லாரும் வந்தாங்க, எல்லாரும் உணவுல இருந்து எல்லாமே கொடுக்குறாங்க. ஆனா இருந்த எங்களால் அங்க இருக்க முடியல. இவ்வளவு தண்ணி, வீட்டுல ஃபுல்லா குழந்தைங்கலாம் தூங்க முடியல. பக்கத்து ஏரியாவுக்கோ தாங்கிட்டு போயின்னு இருக்கிறோம். அங்கிருந்து 1 கிலோமீட்டர் தொழில போய் தங்குறோம். அந்த இடத்துல ஒரு பாட்டி இந்த வெள்ளம் வர்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி நல்லா இருந்தாங்க. அந்த பாட்டி ஒரு 60 வயசு இருக்கும் அந்த பாட்டிக்கு. மறுநாள் வெள்ளத்துல பாக்குற அந்த பாட்டி ஒரு பொம்மை போல மிதக்குறாங்க, இறந்து சுருங்கி போயிட்டாங்க. உடம்பே சுருங்கி அந்த தண்ணியில ரொம்ப ஒல்லியாகி இதுவாயிடுச்சு. அங்கிருந்து அப்படியே டிராவல் பண்ணி அந்த போட்ல, அது என்னோட போட்ல அந்த பாட்டியை ஏத்திக்கிட்டு போறேன். இடமே இல்லை எங்க ஏரியால, நிக்கிறதுக்கு இடம் இல்லை, ஒதுங்கிறதுக்கு இடம் இல்லை. இங்கிருந்து வேற சுடுகாட்டுக்கு அனுப்புறேன். நிக்க கூட இடம் இல்லை, ஒதுங்க கூட இடம் இல்லை. நிக்க கூட இடம் இல்லை, ஒதுங்க கூட இடம் இல்லை. இதுல எப்படி டாய்லெட்டுக்கு போவேன், இதுல எப்படி டாய்லெட்டுக்கு போவேன். நமக்கு தண்ணி நிக்க ஏரி கோலம் தேவை, நமக்கு தண்ணி நிக்க ஏரி கோலம் தேவை. எல்லாத்தையும் பிளாட் போட்டு வித்துட்டாங்க. விவசாய நிலத்துல இருந்து தண்ணி நிற்கக்கூடிய ஏரி குளம் எல்லாத்துலேயும் ஃப்ளாட்டு போட்டு விற்கவும், தண்ணி நிற்க வேண்டிய இடத்துல தண்ணி நிற்காம மக்கள் வாழற இடத்துல தண்ணி நிற்குது. இதுக்கெல்லாம் காரணம் என்னன்னு கேட்குறேன். ஒரு நாள் நித்தி சாரை மீட் பண்ணுறேன். நித்தி சார் எனக்கு இதெல்லாம் சொல்கிறாரு. எண்ணூரில் 10,000 ஏக்கர் இருக்குடா, 10,000 ஏக்கர் தண்ணி நீர் நிற்கிறதுக்கு பரப்பளவு இருக்குது. 3000 ஏக்கர் அணுமில்ய நிலையில் கட்டிட்டாங்க. 1000 ஏக்கர் கார் பார்க்கிங் கட்டுறாங்கடா. இந்த ஏக்கரில் தண்ணி நிற்காம நமக்கு சேருது. நம்ம போடுற குப்பை பிளாஸ்டிக் எல்லாமே கூவாத்துல சேர்ந்து தண்ணி உறிஞ்சாம நமக்கு பாதிப்பா இருக்குது. வட சென்னையில் ரொம்ப பாதிப்பா இருந்தது. இதுல அதை கேட்கிறேன், இதுல அரசியல் இருக்குதா? இருக்குது. இதுல எல்லாம் அரசியல், எல்லாம் எங்கே அரசியல். எதுல இல்ல அரசியல், எல்லாம் இங்கே அரசியல். இயற்கையால வெல்ல வரும் யூஷலா, இயற்கையால வெல்ல வரும் யூஷலா. கவர்மெண்ட் கண்டுக்காம விட்டுடுச்சு கேஷுவலா, கவர்மெண்ட் கண்டுக்காம விட்டுடுச்சு கேஷுவலா. ஏலேலோ 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 ஏலேலோ. மழை பெஞ்ச வெள்ளத்துல அந்த நினப்பு போல உள்ளத்துல, மழை பெஞ்ச வெள்ளத்துல அந்த நினப்பு போல உள்ளத்துல. வெள்ளத்தால மக்கள் எல்லாம் தவிக்குது, வெள்ளத்தால மக்கள் எல்லாம் தவிக்குது. இத அறியாம புள்ள குட்டி எல்லாம் குளிக்குது, இத அறியாம புள்ள குட்டி எல்லாம் குளிக்குது. இது ஒரு சின்ன சப்ஜெக்ட். என்னோட கதையை நான் இதை பாட்டா பாடிட்டேன். இன்னொரு பாட்டு நான் பாட போறேன். என்ன பாட்டுன்னா, நம்ம பண்ற மாசு, எரிக்கிற பொருள், இந்த குப்பைமேட்லேருந்து வர பொருள், அதாவது புகை, இந்த புகை தான் நம்ம உயிரை எடுக்குது. அந்த புகை ஒரு பாட்டு பாடுது. நான் தாண்டா யமனோட சன்னு, சாவடிப்ப உங்களை எல்லாம் நின்னு. நான் தாண்டா யமனோட சன்னு, சாவடிப்ப உங்களை எல்லாம் நின்னு. ஐயோ டிவி புத்து நோய தருவேன், உங்க உயிரெடுக்க சீக்கிரமா வருவேன். ஐயோ டிவி புத்து நோய தருவேன், உங்க உயிரெடுக்க சீக்கிரமா வருவேன். நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா யமுனோட சன்னு, சாவடிப்ப உங்களை எல்லாம் நின்னு. கொளுத்தனா ஆஸ்மா நோய தந்துடுவேன். பேம்பஸ கொளுத்தனா ஆஸ்மா நோய தந்துடுவேன். தைரணி கொளுத்தனா பிளட் கேன்சர் தந்துடுவேன். இதற்கெல்லாம் காரணம் நம்ம எரிக்கும் குப்பை, ஜிஹெச்சில நிப்ப தெரியுதா? இதுக்கெல்லாம் காரணம் நம்ம எரிக்கும் குப்பை. ஜிஹெச்சில நிப்ப தெரியுதா? பகையால செத்தவன் அப்போ நீ புகையால சாவுற இப்போ. பகையால செத்தவன் அப்போ நீ புகையால சாவுற இப்போ. நோயா வருவேன் சாவடிப்பேன் உங்களை. நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா யமனோட சன்னு. சாவடிப்பேன் உங்களை எல்லாம் நின்னு. கொலை பண்ற கைதிய போலீஸ் வச்சு பிடிப்பீங்க. கொலை பண்ற கைதிய போலீஸ் வச்சு பிடிப்பீங்க. சொல்லாம கொல்லுவேன் என்ன எப்படி பிடிப்பீங்க? கொலை பண்ற கைதிய போலீஸ் வச்சு பிடிப்பீங்க. சொல்லாம கொல்லுவேன் என்ன எப்படி பிடிப்பீங்க? சொந்த செலவுல சூனியத்தை வச்சுக்கிற நோய் கோய நிக்கிற தெரியுதா? கேன்சர் வந்து இரும்புவடா அப்ப கூட குப்பைய கொளுத்த விரும்புவடா. கேன்சர் வந்து இரும்புவடா அப்ப கூட குப்பைய கொளுத்த விரும்புவடா. நோயா வருவேன் சாவடிப்பேன் உங்களை. நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா நான் தாண்டா யமனோட சன்னு. சாவடிப்பேன் உங்களை எல்லாம் நின்னு. நான் தாண்டா யமனோட சன்னு. சாவடிப்பேன் உங்களை எல்லாம் நின்னு. ஐயோ டிபி புத்து நோய் தருவேன் உங்க உயிரெடுக்க சீக்கிரமா வருவேன். ஐயோ டிபி புத்து நோய் தருவேன் உங்க உயிரெடுக்க சீக்கிரமா வருவேன். நான் தாண்டா யமனோட சன்னு. சாவடிப்பேன் உங்களை எல்லாம் நின்னு. ஒரு புகை எவ்வளவு வேலை வந்து பாருங்க. எல்லாரும் உயிரை எடுப்பந்துங்க. புத்துநோயை தருவேன் டிபி நோயை தருவேன். இதுக்கு நம்ம குப்பையெல்லாம் கரெக்டாக குப்பையை பிரித்து கொடுக்கணும், கொளுத்தாமல் இருக்கணும். இன்னொரு பாடல் நம்ம பேருக்கு நம்ம இந்த சென்னைன்னு நம்ம நிறைய சொல்லியிருக்கோம். நம்ம மனசார சொல்கிறோம் சென்னைன்னு. இந்த சென்னையை சுத்தம் பண்ணுற மக்கள் யாருன்னு தெரியுமா? எங்கள் வட சென்னை மக்கள். இந்த வட சென்னை மக்களுக்கோசம் ஒரு பாடல் ஒன்று. சுத்தமான சென்னையா சிங்கார சென்னையா எழில்மிகு சென்னையா வாழ வைக்கும் சென்னையா. சுத்தம் பண்ற ஆளு யாருங்க? சுத்தம் பண்ற ஆளு யாருங்க? எங்க வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. நம்ம வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. சுத்தமான சென்னையா சிங்கார சென்னையா எழில்மிகு சென்னையா வாழ வைக்கும் சென்னையா. சுத்தம் பண்ற ஆளு யாருங்க? சுத்தம் பண்ற ஆளு யாருங்க? நம்ம வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. நம்ம வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. வீட்டுல இருக்கும் குப்பையை எல்லாம் வெளியே கொட்டுறீங்க. அதை தெரு தெருவா வெறுங்கையால நாங்க அள்ளுறோங்க. அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் குப்பை எல்லாம் அள்ளி வீசுறீங்க. அதை தினந்தோறும் நாங்க எல்லாம் பெருக்கி வைக்கிறோங்க. வீட்டுல இருக்கும் குப்பை எல்லாம் வெளியே கொட்டுறீங்க. அதை தினந்தோறும் வெறுங்கையால நாங்க அள்ளுறோங்க. அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் குப்பையெல்லாம் அள்ளி வீசுறீங்க. அதை வெறுங்கையால தினந்தோறும் பெருக்கி வைக்கிறோங்க. குப்பையெல்லாம் லாரியில தான் ஏத்தி வச்சோங்க. குப்பையெல்லாம் மாநகராட்சி வண்டியில தான் ஏத்தி வச்சோங்க. அந்த குப்பையெல்லாம் எங்க வட சென்னையில கொட்டி வச்சாங்க. அந்த குப்பையெல்லாம் எங்க வட சென்னையில கொட்டி வச்சாங்க. சுத்தமான சென்னையா சிங்கார சென்னையா எழில்மிகு சென்னையா வாழ வைக்கும் சென்னையா. சுத்தம் பண்ற ஆளு யாருங்க? எங்க வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. உங்க பசங்க படிக்கும் பள்ளிக்கூடத்தை சுத்தம் செஞ்சோங்க. உங்க பசங்க படிக்கும் பள்ளிக்கூடத்தை சுத்தம் செஞ்சோங்க. எங்க பசங்க படிக்கும் பள்ளிக்கூடம் குப்பை மேடுங்க. படிச்சவனுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு ஆபீஸ் தானுங்க. அட படிக்காத எங்களுக்கு பாரிஸ் தானுங்க. உங்க பசங்க படிக்கும் பள்ளிக்கூடத்தை சுத்தம் செஞ்சோங்க. எங்க பசங்க படிக்கும் பள்ளிக்கூடம் குப்பை மேடுங்க. படிச்சவனுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு பாரிஸ் தானுங்க. படிச்சவனுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு ஆபீஸ் தானுங்க. படிக்காத எங்களுக்கு பாரிஸ் தானுங்க. அறிவாளி நீங்கள் எல்லாம் சுத்தம் செஞ்சீங்க. அறிவாளி நீங்கள் எல்லாம் சுத்தம் செஞ்சீங்க. இத படிக்காத ஏழை மக்கள் சுத்தம் செஞ்சோங்க. இத படிக்காத ஏழை மக்கள் அசுத்தத்தை சுத்தம் செஞ்சோங்க. சுத்தமான சென்னையா, சிங்கார சென்னையா, எழில்மிகு சென்னையா, வாழ வைக்கும் சென்னையா, சுத்தம் பண்ற ஆளு யாருங்க? நம்ம வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. இன்னும் எங்க ஊர் குப்பமேடா தான் இருக்குது. சேர்த்து வச்ச குப்பையெல்லாம் மேடு ஆச்சுங்க. மழை போல ஆயிடுச்சு எங்க ஊர்ல. சேர்த்து வச்ச குப்பையெல்லாம் மேடு ஆச்சுங்க. அதனால ஊரு பேரு குப்பமேடுங்க. அந்த குப்பமேடு சுத்தி இருக்கும் மக்களை பாருங்க. அத தினந்தோறும் நோய் வந்து சாவுரம் பாருங்க. சேர்த்து வச்ச குப்பையெல்லாம் மேடு ஆச்சுங்க. அதனால ஊரு பேரு குப்பமேடுங்க. அந்த குப்பமேடு சுத்தி இருக்கும் மக்களை பாருங்க. அந்த குப்பையால பாதிக்கப்பட்டு நோயில சாவுறங்க. சிங்கார சென்னை என்பது உனக்கு மட்டுமா? சிங்கார சென்னை என்பது உனக்கு மட்டுமா? அதை சுத்தம் செய்யற நாங்க உங்க குப்பையில வாழணுமா? அதை சுத்தம் செய்யற நாங்க உங்க குப்பையில வாழணுமா? சுத்தமான சென்னையா, சிங்கார சென்னையா, எழில்மிகு சென்னையா, வாழ வைக்கும் சென்னையா, சுத்தம் பண்ற ஆளு யாருங்க? சுத்தம் பண்ற ஆளு யாருங்க? நம்ம வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. நம்ம வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. எங்க வட சென்னை ஊருக்காரங்க. நன்றி. என்னோட வட சென்னை மக்களோட வாழ்வாதாரத்தையும் சொல்லிட்டேன். இருக்கிற குப்பை பிளாஸ்டிக் நம்ம போடுறோம். இருக்கிற குப்பையை பிரித்து கொடுக்கணும். முடிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு குப்பையை கொஞ்சம் தவிர்க்கணும். பிளாஸ்டிக் குப்பையெல்லாம். என்னோட கருத்து இதுதான். நன்றி.
Thank you for that amazing performance, Madras Indie Collective. Moving right along, our second thematic session focuses on cities and climatic limits. Cities occupy only 2% of the world's landmass, but they leave an enormous footprint. Cities consume over 2/3 of the world's energy and account for more than 20% of global CO2 emissions. Roughly 1/3 of an urban resident's footprint is influenced by transportation options and building infrastructure. With 90% of the world's urban areas situated on coastlines, cities are at high risk from some of the devastating impacts of climate change, such as rising sea levels and powerful coastal storms. There is a misconception of how such cities are meaningfully doing to combat climate change. In this session, speakers Jayashree Venkateshan, Avinash Chanchal, and Vamsi will emphasize how, as part of the climate change problem, cities must be integral in its solution and need to make drastic changes so as to avert a climate breakdown. Okay. She works on issues of conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and ecological restoration with a special interest in wetlands. She has to her credit 30 publications and 1 book. She currently serves as Care Earth's managing trustee.
Thank you very much. Please forgive me for not standing there to talk about what I believe in. Sincerely apologize. I've had some health issues. Today I will limit myself to our work. When I say our, I mean Care Earth's work over the last 20 years on urban ecology. We are a group of biologists, ecologists. The kind of understanding that we have derived from this 20 years of work, the kind of hypothesis we have going forward, and some trends of our most recent work. I thought I will use this. And all of this is limited to Chennai. I just didn't have the time to glean data for other cities. Once again, I'm very sorry for that. Now, Chennai, when it was still Madras, and when people from my state were making a claim on it, saying Madras Manade, was really heaven on earth. Because we had habitations largely carved out of fishing hamlets and agrarian patches, buffered by large tracts of natural and semi natural areas. Chennai has historically been manipulated for its river management, for its water management. If we believe that that's not the case, we are making a gross planning error. Because as early as 1700s, you had initiatives to link up Chennai's water courses, create new water bodies, create reservoirs, although they were much smaller in their intensity and extent. Chennai soon started becoming, at least Madras Patnam became Madras, and then from Madras it became Chennai. Our benchmark year has been 1990, when we actually do a very thorough analysis of what Chennai went through and how it transformed. Then early 90s seemed to be the most critical phase. That's when our economy was opened up for us to develop, and so we developed. We made sure that the city expanded without rhyme or reason and expanded in a very ad hoc manner. Thankfully, Chennai is limited in its geography by the eastern periphery. We have the sea, and we haven't yet mastered the art of building on the sea. Thank God for that. In the north, of course, we have Andhra Pradesh, which is slowly chewing up its natural areas and entering the domain of urbanization. So Chennai has been forced to expand on south and southwesterly direction. And this expansion has always been coincident with long lines, roads, linear intrusions. Chennai's expansion pattern has been first to create roads for exclusive use of one sector or one domain, and then create developmental initiatives around that road. So Chennai virtually ate up its periphery. There is no peri-urban urban designation in Chennai. If you really do an analysis, it's just urbanization. It just eats up all the fishing hamlets, the agrarian patches, the buffers. So what you have now is Chennai, which was historically small bits of habitation interspersed with large heterogeneous mosaics of semi-natural and natural habitats being typified by large sections of habitation interspersed with intense physical infrastructure such as roads, power lines, corridors, economic corridors, infrastructure corridors, IT corridors. So virtually the city has been rendered completely, the permeability of the city has been compromised. The second thing that has happened is the heterogeneity that typified Chennai has been totally lost, and we have homogeneity. Even our gardens these days are homogeneous plantations or glorified backyard gardens. We really don't have natural patches. The historical role that the buffers played has been compromised. So, what the city has been experiencing since 2005 was one of the things that we've been repeatedly talking about, at least in recent times, is the 2015 floods. But let's not forget that Chennai has always had an issue of waterlogging and flooding. These days, we don't make the distinction, and everything we attribute it to flooding. There are still parts of Chennai where there is waterlogging and not so much flooding. But the most intense flooding or the change, the kind of what should I say, trigger kind of event year was 2005, not 2015, because that's when you really saw intense floods, not in terms of comparison to 2015, but they were really intense. Two or three things stood out in the 2005 floods. One, of course, it stuck to its original pattern of being decadal in its origin. Two, it was followed by an intense period of drought. Many of us don't remember that anymore, but it did happen. Three, much of the flood happened over a staggered time frame. It was not flash flooding. The floods just built up over time. What did that tell us? What did that tell the researchers? That this was essentially man-made. Because if it's flash flooding, we can understand that it's something that can be attributed to precipitation or changes in precipitation. That's when we decided to take up a study in collaboration with the University of Freiburg. I thought that was a wonderful bit of research, but of course, people who really matter thought that was a useless bit of research. One of the things that we looked at and during that research was the precipitation data, because until then people believed that Chennai was like a dry area, and we accessed data for a 200-year period, and we found out that Chennai has always been in the mid-rainfall regime. It receives an annual precipitation of 1,248 mm. This is now common knowledge, everybody knows about it. But what was very interesting was across this 200-year period, there was not much of a fluctuation. You had decadal floods interspersed with droughts, but it always stayed within one standard deviation. But since 2002, there seems to be there seems to have been some change. What was the change? The change was one, intense rainfall days started typifying Chennai's climate. 1 or 2 days it poured as if the skies just opened and you had 400 mm, 500 mm of water coming down in one day, followed by a bit of respite and then again one more day of intense rainfall. This is a trend that we've been seeing since 2002. It also showed one other thing, the total number of days where we had rain, which used to actually build up in Chennai. You had the light showers and then the intense showers and then again the light showers and fading out. That was replaced by intense downpours. We also had issues in terms of where the water was being held. We found out that the upper catchments in the city, essentially south of Rayalaseema, parts of Tiruvallur and Kanchipuram, were severely compromised. And the amount of water, the volume of water that actually traversed the city was gradually increasing. This is what we normally call the diffuse flow or the surface flow. So Chennai has been experiencing increased flow of water through it, whether it be through rivers or erstwhile lakes or just sheet water, just sheets of water flowing through the city is something that's very typical of Chennai now. In addition to all this, what's also happening is much of the restoration work that we have focused upon since 2005 has been on man-made entities. We've compromised. I was so impressed with the song that they've left, is it? Indie pop sang about Ennur. See, natural habitats which were buffers were all compromised upon, and we were trying to restore things which were of no or little use. And whenever I make this statement, people get very angry. At least I hope I don't anger anybody here. There's 1 or 2 wetlands you pick up, water bodies you pick up, put huge amounts of money, dig it up, call for volunteers, and then plant a few trees and believe you actually corrected Chennai. That's something that's been very, very detrimental and it's cost us quite a bit. I'll talk about it in a while. But the second thing that we've done is we've actually misconstructed Chennai's ecological history. That's largely because Chennai somehow has this, as opposed to Bangalore or Hyderabad, 2 other cities that I know of, has this great fondness to involve non-experts or self-proclaimed experts or the so-called elite institutions for issues that they're not concerned with or issues that they're not qualified to talk about. So you had guidance being given about creating green Chennai. Chennai cannot be green the way Bangalore is. Chennai cannot be green the way Hyderabad is. It's a city more or less comparable to Mangalore. If not, if you really want to compare yourself to another Indian city, which I don't think we do, we want to compare ourselves to Singapore normally. If you want to compare, it's Mangalore, which is the closest relative, if I can use that word. So one may ask what exactly has happened with this greening initiative. We've actually recontoured Chennai. In fact, the most recent study that we are doing in the Kovalam sub-basin, we find that mounds and hillocks and all kinds of entities are being created to green the area. And these are actually natural obstructions, and even with the little change in climatic patterns, they really create a havoc. A standing example of this is something that I have said 200 times at least. This is the Adyar Punga restoration. I have no problems with any area being restored, any area being greened. But you have to do it true to its type. When you talk about restoration, you have to at least stick to the original principles of restoration. You've recontoured the place so badly that during the inaugural, my colleague Dr. Daniels and I predicted with a lot of confidence that the next flood that hits Chennai will make sure Mandavali gets flooded. And that's one thing we've got it right. Both of us have this unique knack of predicting where the floods would be, and we've invariably been right. And this essentially was because the flow of water was blocked. So this is something that we're doing. The second problem is we've also become very fond of planting trees. You may find me saying a lot of things that sound like cribbing. Please bear with me with a lot of angst that I'm speaking. This greening means you just buy trees. People take pride in saying we've planted 10 lakh saplings, 20 lakh saplings in an area where you're not supposed to be planting trees. You're supposed to be allowing the grass and the herbs to recruit because it's a coastal city. It's a city that's totally coastal in its character. Although the CRZ might define it as 500 meters or intertidal zone or whatever it is, if you really probe on ground, 13 to 15 kilometers into the hinterland, you still have only coastal vegetation. That is Chennai. It's a flat city with many pockets being below sea level. In that kind of a terrain, you want to densely plant trees and create forests which look like Kaban Bagh. I mean, and then you complain about climate and climate being unfair and Chennai experiencing a lot of stress. Much of the stress, I'm not discounting the impact of climate change. As I said, since 2002, something seems to be happening, but we have no idea as to what's happening. But far more is this is exacerbated, this is aggravated by human action, primarily because we don't consult experts. We don't want experts. The louder you are, the more articulate you are, you would be in the planning process. The second thing is imitating the wrong kind of a thing, chasing a red herring. This is what is happening. More recently, we actually took up a study that some of you here are aware of on greening strategy for Chennai. We looked at what was happening in Chennai, what kind of greenery dominates Chennai. Very interesting. Of the 100 odd species that we documented as avenue trees, 6 species more or less dominate Chennai, and all 6 are coastal. And the rest of the species are actually like totem species in parks and gardens and stuff like that. But the second and the most interesting thing that, at least to me, it was very interesting was there are 40,000 unaccounted roads in Chennai. And these 40,000 unaccounted roads are all in wetlands. 40,000. That's not a small number. What does it tell you? We've fragmented the landscape. And so, since being obsessed with those 40,000 roads, we have started studying them in depth. And we find that these roads, virtually over the last 6 years, emerged to become heat islands. This is a study that we are once again doing in Kovalam. We find that most of these roads are bare, they're open. The soil is exposed, and the heat capture there is very high. So, we virtually created islands of heat islands across the city. The second thing that came out of this particular study was the absence of factoring in all the buffers into city planning. Now, as we try to build resilience, as we try to strengthen the city, whatever be the word, we need entities that can function as buffers. Those buffers have been historically the wetlands, the orchards, the paddy fields, the green leafy vegetable areas, the banana areas. All those are gone now. There's no point in romanticizing about it and expecting them to come back. What are left are the reserve forests. And I know some of us here are very uncomfortable with the notion of reserve forests. I, for one, am very comfortable with it because that seems to be the last refuge. Now, you would be surprised to know that South Chennai alone has 18 reserve forests, 1-8. If you actually factor in North Chennai, West Chennai, the total number of reserve forests that can become part of Chennai's climate resilience is 42, which is not a small number. These need to be factored into urban planning, and these need to be constructed, managed, viewed as our buffers. Unless that is done, Chennai's continued tryst with climate change is only going to increase. As of now, we are vulnerable and uncertain, and I don't see any hope for the city for the next 20 years unless we take very strong actions. I mean, actions like this form a part of that kind of a pool of actions that we need. But this alone won't suffice, just like research alone won't suffice. We need to collaborate and make sure that people who actually matter listen to our plea and listen to our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayashree Venkatesan. Our next speaker for the session is Avinash Chanchal. He's a graduate from the Indian Institute of Mass Communication and an experienced communications officer with a demonstrated history of working in the non-profit management industry. He has been working with Greenpeace India as a senior communication campaigner on air pollution, climate, and environmental issues since the last 6 years.
Hi everyone, I'm Avinash. I work for Greenpeace India. So I prepared one PPT this morning, so that, I could. Okay, so see, Indian cities are facing so many environmental problems. We all know, and that's why we are here to discuss all these things. But I'm going to talk about the problem which is impacting our health, our economy, and our quality of life. So that is air pollution, and like every Indian cities are facing this problem. Uh, I just want to give you uh, there are hundred and thousands of literature articles, research papers which already highlighted how air pollution is impacting human health, how it's bad for our economy and so on. But I'm just giving you the three recent report on air pollution which we were part of. So recently, in January, we released Apocalypse report, which is basically a assessment of 287 Indian cities air pollution level, and we found that Out of 287 cities, around 231 cities are breathing polluted air. But unfortunately, everyone is talking about, if you see the national, so-called national media, everyone is talking about Delhi's air pollution. No one cares about uh, other parts of cities problem pollution. So last year I was in Patna, and like that week, whole week, the Patna's air pollution was much higher than Delhi's pollution. But people were like, when I talked to them, like in my family and in my community, people were very concerned about air pollution, but not for Patna's air pollution. They were concerned about Delhi's air pollution. So that's the level of narrative, like public narrative, we are facing right now. So yeah, as I mentioned, 80% of Indian cities are breathing polluted air. And then recently, Air Visual did a report which says out of 30 most polluted cities, 21 are Indian cities. And again, we did one report in February, 12th February, we released that report, which is assessment of how burning from fossil fuel is causing air pollution, and what is the impact of uh, that air pollution is creating. So I'm just putting a few stats, like India cost 10.7 lakh crore annually from burning, air pollution from fossil fuels cost India 10.7 lakh crore, and 1 million premature death. So 1 million premature deaths happened in 2018, and still like we are not caring about this issue. Uh, Obviously, the most vulnerable uh, population, like the child, the women, are like facing the severe threat from air pollution. Like 3,50,000 new cases registered in children's each year because of air pollution. 12 lakh children in India living with asthma due to exposure of air pollution, which is generated by burning fossil fuels. Uh, yeah, so there are lists, like long list. Like we are having lung cancer, stroke, and mental health is also impacting. Like air pollution is also impacting mental health. Sorry. Yeah, but yeah, that's why I put this. But see, there are research, scientific research are there, everything is there. But our minister doesn't think so. That air pollution, like he himself stated in parliament that there is no link between air pollution and health impacts. So, and he specifically talked about there is no Indian study which links air pollution and public health. So I thought maybe because they are very busy with doing some other research, kind of research on cow dung and anything, that's why they might like ignore that air pollution is having impact. So next, please. Yeah. So one thing is very important when we talk about air pollution. We need to know that air pollution is I consider air pollution is a basic human right issue, and everyone, like even WHO said, air pollution is a uh, human rights issue. But when you see the story on media reports, like they don't think so. Like I just want to share one experience I had in last year. So we were doing campaigning on air pollution in some slum areas in Delhi, and one journalist friend, we just released some reports. So I got a call from a TV journalist. She's a good friend, and this like she asked me to arrange a person who can talk about the impact of air pollution, the common citizens. So I told her that come to this Srinivas Puri's area, and we are there, and we are working with community and all. So she said, no, 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 we don't want to interview some uh, a community like slum people. We want someone who, if you can arrange some urban middle class people who can talk about the air pollution, which is good for us. It's sad. Like, sometimes I feel like very sad. It's a sad situation, but that's how the whole narrative is going on. when this government, like even government and media, occasionally they publish reports or they released precautions measures to avoid air pollution. So the measures are like use mask, use air purifier, and don't go to outdoor activities. See, that's a very basic, like when you release these kind of, even government is releasing these kind of precautions. And when you say these things, you are just ignoring the most vulnerable communities, like community people, traffic police, rickshaw pullers, auto rickshaws, roadside vendors, and construction laborers, and so on. So you are just ignoring them because they can't afford mask. It comes from like you have to spend 70 to 90 rupees for N95 mask, and many people don't, simply uh, uh, they don't they can't buy it. So you are just ignoring the whole scene. So recently the Delhi government announced a public health air pollution, a public health emergency, and all construction workers were like out of job because they banned all constructions in Delhi. And I personally know people who can't, like if they can't go for a like for a work for one day, they can't afford their meals. And you are like just banning all constructions for few days, and people are out of job, and there is no provision to do any allowances for work, such kind of work absence. So they can't afford masks, they can't afford air purifier, they can't afford to be inside their home. And so that's how like we are dealing with this public health emergency, the crisis. And then the whole newspaper talks about, the newspapers and TV channels talks about how farmers are doing stubble burning, and that's why the air pollution is happening. So basically they criminalize the farmers, but they never talked about why the farmers are forced to do stubble burnings. They never questions agriculture policies. They never questions the why the ground, because of the groundwater level is very bad. They had to, they don't have any options actually. But the whole onus shift to farmers, to poor people. They are doing everything, like every bad things to create air pollution. And unfortunately, like there are some false solutions as well. So recently, the one BJP MP installed a smoke tower in Delhi, and it's I should have put the pictures here. It literally it is like a toy. Okay, so they spend 7 lakh rupees, and uh, they have to maintain that by, they have to put 30,000 per month to maintain that smoke tower, and it's going to clean 50 meters air pollution, like 50. The impact the limitation of the impact is around 50 meters. And people really praising that, like the uh, the other parties are also saying, oh, we will install this much, that many smoke tower, and we will do but- so these things are like, and like people saying that we will do watering from helicopters. So these are really a false solution, which like everyone thinks this is going to solve the problem. But uh, unless until we are not targeting the root cause of the pollution, the root cause of the emissions, we are not going to solve this crisis. So there are few things which are like primary reason or permanent reason of air pollution, which is obviously, we all know that electricity generation, which is comes from heavily polluted like thermal power plants. And then transport sector is really growing, very speedily growing. And then there is no, like it becomes some kind of symbol, a status symbol, having a car. And and also like there are many problems within the transport system itself. And then there is a concern on public transportation and all. So this is one of the region which like creating air pollution. Then waste generation, we are like, because of our whole lifestyle is changing, we are generating so much waste, and there is no proper system where we can like segregate waste, and then it all goes to landfills, and then people want that waste, and it's create air pollution. Then again, construction is really like we are cutting all trees and making buildings, and it's also like and there is no like proper dust reduction mechanism is there in construction sectors, so no one follows. If there is a norms, even the industry is not following any emission standard norms, and construction workers. And also like we need to also understand that there are many construction workers who are working in construction sector, and they don't have any safety measures. They don't wear mask, and they have no like facilities to do that. So and no one is talking about these permanent air pollution causes, and everyone is very like focused on episodic events. Like in last now, the stubble burning happens in November and December mostly, like for 10 to 15 days. But still, like if you see the air quality of Delhi, it crossed 200, 300. It became a very normal thing, like having 200, 300 air quality level. And it's not only about Delhi, but even I was seeing today the Chennai's air quality, it's much higher than Delhi's air quality. So and no one is talking about those aspects. So the question is that does the government have realized the seriousness of this problem? Because everyone, especially in Delhi and in northern part of India, everyone is very like actively talking about. There are many civil society organizations, media is debating about air pollution. There are research papers are like releasing every day that saying how air pollution is impacting and things like that. And then there are we can say there is a public pressure, at least for Delhi and for northern part of India, that government needs to do something there. So the in 2019 general election, every uh, political parties put air pollution as a public health crisis in their manifesto. Then there was a three full day, 2 day discussion happened in parliament on air pollution. And there are few steps taken by government in but that's not sufficient, because uh, the data availability, they increased in last 2 years, they increased the data monitoring stations, but still it's only 790 across the country. And there are reports which suggest that we need 3000 at least monitoring stations by 2020. So we are not like moving very fast. And then in last union budget, finance minister allocated 4400 crore for to like in 2019 Ministry of Environment has announced a national clean air program. They allotted 460 crore for that program. This year also they only allocated 460 crore for national clean air program, but they are announcing no, we have released 4400 crore, but there is no clarity where this money comes from, where like what is the plan to implement these things. So that's the very like challenge, because I see even like there is a policy, if we are not going to implement these policies, if there is no concrete plan, we are not going to solve the problem. I can give you one example which shows how bad we are when it comes to implement things. So in 2015 Environment Ministry has come up with the new emission standard norms. So they notified to all thermal power plants across the country to implement this new emission standard forms to curb the pollution, and they gave 2 years deadline for that like implementation. But after when 2 years, like after 2 years, there is not a single thermal power plant who like implemented that emission standards. And again, the finance ministry himself with other power companies went to court, and they like again get 5 years more extension. Though there are few like Delhi NCR specific power plants Supreme Court gave 2 years extension. In December 2019, again, all power plants missed that deadline again. So they missed 2 deadlines already. So that's how like we are serious about. There's no strict action taken on these power plants who missed the deadline. Though finance minister advised in her budget speech that the power plants who are not meeting the standards, new norms, they should shut down. They should shut down. So yeah, then there is a NCAP, like in that everyone praised NCAP when Ministry of Environment announced in January in 2019. But still, it's not enough because it's not included all polluted cities. There are only 102 or 220 more cities are under NCAP, but there are we find that there are more than 160 cities which needs to have a clean air plan, including Chennai. And then the reduction target is very like less, because even if we achieve 20-30% of reduction target, we are not going to have a breathable air according to national air quality standards. Forget about the WHO standards. And then there is no legal act notified under, like there is no legal accountability in NCAP. And then the budget is also not very high, because 460 crore is not going to help the problem. So what do we need to do is if we want to curb the air pollution, we need to, and the good part is the air pollution and the climate crisis shares the same solution. If we can curb, we can stop, phase out from fossil burning, we can solve this problem by having a good, safe and like comprehensive transportation, public transport system. Then, if we can have like we can do energy transition, we can move from dirty coal to renewable energy and things like that. So there are list like there are. So time is not enough, but yeah. So we need to do these things to achieve the clean air, and the most important is we need to unite the community and rich and poor and school students, everyone like across the society, to come and unite and demand a clean air for nation. So that's very important part. I'm just sharing one update. We are doing a we are doing a can you show the picture? Next. So we are doing a sand art today in Chennai, which demands clean air for Chennai. So I invite you all to please come and join us at Besant Nagar Beach and demand clean air for Chennai as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash. Next, we have with us Vamsi Kapilavai, who is a senior researcher at CAG, Citizen Consumer and Civic Action Group, where he leads the implementation of the Zero Waste Chennai initiative, a joint engagement with the city government of Chennai, and policy research on the human rights impacts of businesses through the lens of waste. Prior to joining CAG, Vamsi worked in National Applied Research Project that studied emissions of waste incineration power plants in Germany, with specific reference to titanium dioxide and barium sulfate. Vamsi has an educational background in power plant technology and sustainable power supply from the University of Brandenburg in Germany.
Before I start, I would like to remind a few points which Niti, Cloud, and Avinash and Dr. J.C. Venkatesh Madam have spoken about. They've spoken about importance of land, water, and the air, in which ways the fossil fuel is affecting all these properties. So I would like to talk about a material which in common affects all these things and the businesses which are being responsible for this pollution. So it's been termed as the magic material or the marvelous material or the miraculous in the modern world, whatever it is called. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? Any material? Great, everybody knows about it. Plastics. So when I've been told to talk about plastic, along with the technical definition, I thought it's also good to have a non-technical definition. I think technical definition is where these monomers are polymerized and converted into polymers and you produce plastic. So when I was doing research, I came across this definition of plastic is defined as metal having multiple uses with unique physical and chemical properties. So I would like to remember the point about unique. I would not have that point of unique in the definition. I would like to have it as varied, and I will let you know why in my next slide. So plastic is everywhere in your house, in your walls, in your plants, in your mulch, everywhere. And unfortunately, because of this cheap material, it has led to indiscriminate use, and it has caused havoc to the environment. So before I start, I will just quickly tell you how the plastic is produced in just 1 minute. So fracking is a process which is used to get crude oil from the fossil fuels. Once the crude oil is taken out, it is purified to produce petrol, diesel, lubricant oil, kerosene, LPG, asphalt, and naphtha. Naphtha is the sludge, which is a sludge or the waste product from this process. Naphtha is the one which is used to produce a plastic. So naphtha, after in the heating process, that's where you produce the ethylene. So that is the main monomer for your plastic production. So there are seven types of plastics: PET, HDPE, LDPE, polypropylene, PVC, and the other two plastics. So why it is so unique as a term in the internet or official definition? I would say varied because all these properties which plastics has, whether there is a commercial which I saw which says bend me, shape me, and use in whatever way you want me. So where it gets all these properties. So that is all these chemicals which are added to plastic to give this the unique chemical and physical properties for it. So this can be ranging from heavy metals, BPA, and flame retardants, phthalates, whatnot, everything. So on an average, each plastics contains 66 types of chemicals, and all these chemicals, one way or the other, are endocrine disruptors, which cause you respiratory problems, lung cancers, and other nervous system problems. So I'll talk about the total process includes the extraction of the crude oil, which is used for producing plastic, and then the manufacturing, and then the consumer use, and then the waste management. First, I will talk about how we are made responsible for this, and what are the ways we have, or what are the ways we are left with to deal with this residual plastic waste, let it be from packaging or any broken items, whatever. So there are three ways which we can process this waste. One is landfill, which in Chennai we have the informal service providers. They are Kodingayur and Perungudi for deal our waste in Chennai. And you have recycling, and then you have it's called waste to energy, it's called incineration, it's called chemical recycling, it's called plasma burning, whatever you call it. The common thing is polluting the air, water, and soil. It's under different mass. There is no difference. So let's talk about what effects it has on the dump yards. So Dr. Royer from the University of Barcelona, she was studying about microplastics pollution, but accidentally she discovered that plastics which is exposed to the normal conditions will also release methane and ethylene. So methane, I think everybody knows it's a greenhouse gas, and its global warming potential is 20 times more than carbon dioxide. Along with this, what is the other pollution that happens when plastic is being dumped in the dump yards? One, it affects your water either through microplastic pollution or the additives and the chemicals which has been added to it, and it affects the water and it affects the soil fertility. I would like to present some of the results which we had from our studies. So we are having this study on human rights impact assessment. So as a part of it, we collected 40 water samples from in and around Kodingayur. On an average, in each sample, we found 12 microplastics per liter in the water. Each 1 liter sample, we found that is the size are from 600 to 1000 microns. In each sample, there was not a single sample which we could find without microplastics. So we thought we have this evidence. So let's see what, as we know these chemicals, I told what are the different types of diseases these chemicals cause. So we thought, why not take from the people's perspective, what are the diseases that these people are experiencing living in and around Kodingayur. So for this, we have decided to have three types of methodologies. One is symptoms diary, and the other one is in-depth interviews, and the other one is the health service provider survey. So these are some of the results which we got from our survey, where we had a different focus group containing residents, non-residents who are working in and around Kodungayur, conservancy workers who work in the Kodungayur dump yard, and the scrap shops where the informal recycling happens. And like you have a small house where we saw it's like half of this stage, and there is a informal recycling happening where the burning of plastics and takes place. I will talk about that recycling process in my next slide. So this is the results from our study. So symptoms there on an average, 32.8% people have reported respiratory problems, which directly relates to the chemicals that are in the plastics, which are mostly the ones which has endocrine disruptors and respiratory problems. And then we have the health service provider survey, which they told what are the main problems the patients come in the area living in and around Kodungayur uh, is for the respiratory diseases. And one of the problems which the doctors has told during our survey is more and more they couldn't figure out what is the cause of this diseases, and they are prescribing them for the cancer treatments for the people who are living in and around Kodungayur. So, as I told you in the first place, after the dump yards, the other solution which all the corporates will tell us is recycling is the only solution. It is because we don't put it in proper bins, and if it's in proper bin, recycling will help you. So, I will try to put some facts about recycling. Out of the 7 plastics I told you, PET, HDPE, LDPE to some extent, and polypropylene are the only ones which can be recycled only if it's clean and it's given separately and it's properly washed. So what is recycling? If it's so successful, I'm not. I have always a question. From 1950s, it is about 8.3 billion tons of plastic is produced. Only 9% of it's recycled. Why? If it's being shown as the only solution for the plastic crisis, why it doesn't? Why the numbers are not up more? Recycling can be on different ways. For example, PET. I think most of you might have known about the Australian Open T-shirts which have been sent from Tamil Nadu. Yeah, so my friend sent a picture in WhatsApp saying, "See, so sustainable T-shirts, and even the tag is so sustainable. It says this T-shirt saved has been produced by using 8 to 10 bottles, and the tag is made from cotton textile waste, which has chili and brinjal seeds, which makes your garden beautiful." So this is the tag with the T-shirt. So I told him, "Why are you focusing on the tag so much and not the poison in your hands?" So what is the problem with this PET converting into T-shirts? One, it adds to the microplastics pollution. Two, what is end life of that? Is I can use the T-shirt again to a new T-shirt? No, it can't be recycled anymore. It either has to be incinerated or put it in the landfill again. And we know what are the incinerator. I'll talk in my next slide. And dump yards, you know already the effects of it. The other solution, which even the government is very widely using right now, is use of plastic in roads. How many of you know what is the biggest source of microplastic pollution? Any guesses? It's not burning. You are almost there. It is a synthetic tire pollution, which release microplastic because of the friction with asphalt, which is used in the roads construction. Now they want to have the roads with plastic, so you can understand what is the amount of microplastics pollution you have using with that being used in the roads laying. And these decisions are done without having the life cycle analysis or season analysis, or and these policies are being framed without any proper evidence. So after recycling, as I told you, the other option that is available to deal with the plastic waste that has been dumped on us is incineration or waste to energy, plasma recycling, chemical recycling, whatever it is. So it is where it's ideally burning of your waste. It's as simple as that. So the end products, you have fly ash, you have they say you use all air quality equipments to clean the dioxins and furans. So there is no one proper example or successful example for incinerator. You might all say there is one in Sweden or Norway, but if you see the latest examples where the evidences are coming out, where all these things has been hidden from the emissions department, the dioxins and furans emissions. So one of the big problem is storaging of fly ash, which is produced from the incineration. So other solution which they also told is use this fly ash in the road construction again. So now you have plastics in road, you have fly ash in the roads. So we are living inside the toxic cycle. So how we end up here? Are we in any of this process? Do you think we had any say? Like the packaging material or what has been in my supermarket to buy, do we had any say on this, how they are designed or nothing? But we have been hold responsible of managing this waste, and mostly the government or the corporates will show these things as because of your littering and mismanagement is the pollution is the cause. So, right from the process of extraction, transport, refining, manufacturing, and consumer use, we don't have any say in that. But at the last stage, we are the one who are hold responsible for it to manage this waste. So, it is high time that the policies are there, has to be enforced to make the producers hold responsible for this. There is this thing called EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, which I'll talk in my next slide. So these corporates are using lobbying and World Bank and World Economic Forum to fund various kinds of things. For example, the false solutions like incineration to manage the plastic waste. And I think most of the people might be aware. Most of the government officials, we go on visits to foreign countries to see how it is being managed there. So it is indirectly funded by these world banks to see if it's clean doesn't mean it is correct or green. For example, I lived in Germany. Everything looks clean, but their waste is here. I came to Chennai in 2018 and I went to a stall to eat something. They gave me a paper plate, which I turned up and so it said Hermann Milch. Hermann is a brand in Germany, Milch is milk. So it's a milk carton which is sent all the way from Germany, which is being used as plate in Chennai. So and when they say we have 44% recycling rate or 55% recycling rate, don't get confused. That is the number of how much bottles they collected, not how much has been recycled. The numbers are only the collection, not the recycled numbers. So extended producer responsibility. As per the SWM rules 2016 as well as plastic waste management rule 2016, the companies are mandated to submit an action plan uh, to the to the CPCB as well as your state pollution control board to give a plan about in 6 months time after the rules has been out to give a plan about how you're going to tackle this plastic waste. So we filed an RTS to the TNPCB to see how many companies has filed in Chennai. So we got a reply saying under the nomenclature called trade secrets, we can't provide this information to you. So we asked some local brands which are entitled as well. So they haven't submitted none of the brands, not even a single one has submitted an action plan till now. And this is 2020, and the rules are out in 2016. So we all figured out that corporates are the ones who are FMCG companies, or the corporates are the ones who has to be made responsible for managing this place, and not the consumers. So what the governments can do, it is increasing the scrutiny of these FMCG companies, increasing the monitoring and enforcing the implementation. I think we are at a time where there is no human rights and environment are interdependent. You can't separate these two and look in two separate ways. They are always together, and unless the producers take onus on to managing this waste, people can't have life having dignity, freedom, and equity. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Vamsi. The floor is now open for questions. Again, we request the members of the audience to again ask one question and to introduce yourselves as well as state the name of the speaker or speakers to whom you will be addressing the question. Our volunteers will be going around with the mics. You can raise your hand.
My question is not to individual person but to the whole panel, as to, like, when we talk about Indian scenario with respect to climate. Okay, should I proceed with my question? Okay, so when we talk about Indian scenarios, I have done couple of workshops focusing on climate action, and engaging young people on these issues while uh, while India is trying to be the next powerful nation, is something I feel very difficult, engaging young people. So when you're talking about these things like air pollution, it kind of leads, like when I'm campaigning on something on these lines, I find it very difficult to engage the young people. Like, people are not interested to even talk about these things. The regular common young people, like someone like who wants to go abroad and study, someone who wants to do something else in life, someone is interested in arts, and when I talk about these things, I get a very negative response from the people, and that really disturbs the whole pattern, and then people don't take those positive actions that we want people to take. Now, unless like, especially like in a country like India, which is dealing with a lot of like a phenomenon of youth bulge, we have a lot of young people here. If young people are not going to take any action, and they are not even aware, even I was not aware, like after seeing those slides, I got to know new things today. When we are not aware, the first question is how to even make people aware, or maybe how to take that first step, in that direction. And then my second question is, how what kind of positive actions do you think we should take, or we should propagate through our sessions, like as simple as what we are here for. I hope my question is clear. Okay.
Okay, so for this mobilizing young people, so I see there is a change uh, from last at least 1 and 2 years. The urban spaces, the urban youth, especially the age group from like 15 to 25 age group, who are like in schools, who are in colleges, they are really talking about climate crisis, and they are taking streets, they are coming on streets to demand climate actions. So I guess numbers are increasing in that youth. And the good part is, see, we have like the main challenge I see in this whole communication, like climate communication, when we do, is it's very scientific, it's very researched basis, based on research based. We talk about, we communicate data and all, but we really need to communicate the human part of the whole crisis. We really need to highlight the human angle stories. We really need to communicate the success stories of individuals or community who are really fighting with this crisis. So that if we can communicate on different channels, definitely we will have more people on board, young people on board. And also I want to highlight one good thing is, so everyone is now like taking responsibilities, like everyone is talking about individuals initiative, but whole this Friday for Future, Extinction Rebellion, on groups like that, they are very like very young groups. They are really targeting and questioning the big corporations and governments. So that like I see the debate has is changing from taking individuals like putting responsibility on individuals, to questioning the big corporations, big polluters, or government policies. So I see there is a change, and if we could we can communicate with more such stories, we will be able to mobilize.
And for the second question, which you mentioned, how we can tackle this, I would say reduction at the first place for whatever it may be, any resource. I'm not really talking about plastic. It can be any resources. Reduction has to be at the first. For example, the fancy term which is used by many people these days is a circular loop or circular economy. Everyone uses it. So I always say it is not only about the circular economy. You also have to talk about the size of that circular loop. It's very important what size of the circular loop you're talking about. So these are not infinite resources which we have. So the size of the circular loop it always matters, and I think reduction should be the one of the main principle for having a positive influence, if at all possible.
Good afternoon. I am Narsimalu once again. Thank you all the speakers and also people who have given the songs from the Kodungayur and North, convey our regards to them. My question is Kabil, straight. You mentioned about titanium oxide research, something you are doing in Germany, but that has helped in studying this research on plastics. That's one thing possibly. You said during your presentation, RTI queries, no reply. If it is no reply, next level of things we can move to get the final reply what we want from the pollution control board or any other authorities. So what is this level it is there and also parallelly we can move the court also to respond to our queries. A second question is, see, when the process of all refineries in India, they produce this methane, from that only plastic is made. So is there any other alternative they to use apart from using plastics? And can we limit to industrial plastics somewhere, because so that it doesn't come into the consumer where the pollution is single use plastic is more, it should be. It can be restricted up to, because somewhere it has to be used. That is what the corporate, that circular loop or economy, it should be fuel cycle or whatever you say that. So there it is possible. Alternative things, it has been done, researched everywhere, anywhere else, apart from laying roads, because it is still, it is a dangerous cycle again, because consumer cycle, it is roof, asbestos, but the fly ash, all those things, it will still is a problem for the ordinary people. So where exactly we can stop from the, it is coming to the plastic industries. And another thing is, that question is, the biggest polluter is first the manufacturers, the who are using that as a, like a biscuit packet producer, milk sachets. These people are still, they are not ready to take back. They should take back first what they have polluted in these years. So is there a policy? For that, can we jointly do something so that court can impose something? Because nowadays the solution, the government will not impose any solution. Now court only asking March the 13th deadline, they have to give the what is the detailed analysis plastics. High Court has asked last week, it has come. 13th government should reply what is the step by step action taken report. It is only paper plastics, but where it is. So like that. But now we have to depend upon court only. Whether court we can jointly file, so that from manufacturing level or large user stage we can stop it. So this is I have still some more questions. I will come back if time permits.
Regarding the, I will start with regarding the alternatives to plastic, if we find, if we can find. I would always say during my first one of the workshop which I was attended, we have been given a task. We were a group of people, colleagues. We were given a task that I will give you $20 million. What you want to do to reduce the plastic pollution? So everybody was writing, I will do R&D. I will do this. I will do that. Then he only told one thing: why you're all putting onus on R&D when the corporates are making so much money and having so much resources? It's up to them to think about the solutions. It's not us. We only has to use the campaigns to force them to do it. So that is the one. And as I told, is it easy for me to find alternatives? One thing, as I told you, it's very hard to find the chemicals in plastics because they are nowhere mentioned. They are not on the labels and anything. So recently, EU last year has made mandatory for the plastic producers to have this chemicals list on the plastic packaging or whatever. Unless I know what is there inside, on what I want, what I can do the research on to find the alternatives. So it's very hard for us to find the alternatives. It has to come from their end. They have the enough resources. They know what they are putting in, and they are the ones who have to find the alternatives. It's not us. Yes, reject.
Aarti, Aarti, what is the level? It's like what comes second level or third level we can do of the course, we can replace the market.
Should we look into it? Definitely. Because under the Tate secret, they told we are definitely not allowed to give. Sure, we will check into it. Thank you, sir.
I'm Balaji from Mandavali, Mylapore. So, this question to Avinash, the air pollution is just generalize the all the diseases and the problems. Actually, air pollution is vast subject. Like we have the particulate matter, PM 2.5, PM 10, sulfur dioxide, and the nitrogen oxides, chlorine, and other things like lead, something. So, you should put more details so that the people should know so how to interpret all these things.
Yeah, sure. I agree. Gathering like this, I should have put all like more details, such details. But when you communicate with common masses and common audiences, you need to be simplified your communication, like your data and your things. So we need to highlight that there is a health impact. First, we need to recognize, not we, but at least Indian government or environment minister needs to recognize that there is a health impact, there is a economic cost of air pollution, and so that's why. But obviously, I agree. When we go to colleges and things like that, we definitely communicate these details.
Hi, my name is Ram. My question is for Vamsi. You gave a date about 8 billion tons of plastics being used till date since it's started. How are we going to tackle that? Like, how are we going to get it out of the ecosystem? Either we dump it in the oceans or we do the landfill. Even I try not to use plastic, so I try, ask the grocery shops to put it in the newspapers like the old fashioned style, so that at least I don't pollute, or I don't be a part of the be a part of the contributing factor that it doesn't end up in landfill. So what is the solution? What are there any research going on by the corporates or by the scientists? Like I'm very new to this, so might sound naive, but I just want to know what is going to happen to that 8 billion ton of plastic that is lying in this planet.
So the number is from 1950s. That is the production 8.3 billion tons of plastic. So either it is in use in some places, and other mostly there are these things called gyres, which are because of the currents they are collected in the ocean, where most of the plastic which has been not used is lying there. So yeah, I think that is what it's lying there, and the solution for it, which is already produced, I think. If you take out landfilling, incineration, or recycling, I would always suggest recycling, landfill, and incineration in that order. Even then, it's for whatever it is produced, it's mostly used in cement kilns at this moment to produce the cement.
But is it possible that we can get rid of it by some nuclear or some are there any research going on to
Get rid of.
the plastics or transfer plastic into something else so that it can be used for a better, can be a solution rather than a problem?
No. As I told, it can only be PET you convert into T-shirts. I think nothing else. Even then, it's adds to your microplastics pollution.
My question is to Dr. Jayashree. Um, I was energized by the connection you were making to afforestation and how it is damaging the coastal ecosystem. I would like you to say more about it, and I would specifically want you to name the 6 trees that you said are endemic to the region that one should promote. That is my first question. And then if there is time, I would like to have another question later.
Okay, the 6 trees that I spoke about, the 6 species are not endemic, they're the most dominant here. They are coastal trees, and not even a single of them, any one of them, is an endemic species. Let me clarify that. If I had said it, I was wrong. 6 species are essentially Thespesia, Pungamia, coconut, neem, ficus. One more, I don't remember. Very common species. This is what it is. When it comes to coastal areas, especially the Coromandel Coast, this part of the country, I'm sure you know that, is called Coromandel Coast. It used to be historically typified by littoral forests and beach vegetation, which was largely like, if I have to very describe it using very generic terms, palm trees interspersed with thickets of herbs and shrubs, largely shrubs and herbs. And sorry, no, casuarina was introduced. Yeah. It was just palm thickets and shrubs, largely aromatic shrubs. The mahilampu, karuapile, those are the kinds of shrub trees that you would see here. And then large tracts of grass areas. In fact, Chennai's vegetation used to be dominated by grasses. And in fact, we ourselves have recorded 29 species of grasses in Pallikarnai Marsh, just an area adjacent to Pallikarnai Marsh. It was recorded, it's no longer there. That's where now Elcott City stands, anyway. What we have done is we've somehow constructed this image of a forest being restricted only to dense tree planting. And this is the wrong construction, which has actually contributed to the wrong kind of afforestation here. When you hear the word afforestation, immediately the image that jumps to your head is one of tree. And secondly, trees with wide canopies and trees which are very dense in their plantation strategy. So this is what we've done. Wherever you go, and if let me give you an example. I'm sure you're very familiar with Gindi National Park. That's how the original landscape used to be. What you see in IIT is certainly not the original vegetation. That's how vegetation shouldn't be done in a city like Chennai. Have I answered your question? Or?
In a way, yes. In a linear way, yes. But in depth, what is the effect? What is the undesirable part of that kind of forestation?
It
I'm not able
obstructs
to
flows
connect.
of water to begin with. It saps fodder when there is a lean period. It creates a canopy that's not supportive of the local fauna. It has displaced much of our native fauna. All the birds that we are now celebrating as part of Chennai's landscape are not birds that were known from Chennai. Most of our amphibians and reptiles have been replaced by non-native amphibians and reptiles. That's how it's emerging. In fact, one of the researchers, I don't remember the exact data, but one of my colleagues is working on it. He's looking at insect species diversity. And there seems to be a huge difference in what was typical to Chennai to what is now found. He said, in fact, he's not been able to get insects to feed his owls. He keeps owls at home. He says he's not been able to collect insects to feed his owls. A lot of changes are happening, but most of these changes are too subtle for the common man to notice. My own assessment is that the next 20 years are going to be extremely vulnerable, and that's when we will start learning all our lessons, thanks to the bad afforestation policies that we have.
Yeah, just one other question. This is about the fundamental flaw is in the polymer, and the fact that it is a petrochemical polymer. As a kitchen scientist, I've been working with natural polymers quite successfully because there is plasticity in some fruit skins, but there is no next level you can take it to and say, hey, will you? I know I can prove the plasticity, for example, in A skin or B skin of a fruit, but where do I take it if I have that insight? So that because that can be absorbed into the soil or possibly be less toxic in comparison. So if there is to be plastic made, can it not be made out of some more natural material?
For example, I think after the ban in Chennai, you might have seen biodegradable plastics, which is being sold in all the shops. Either it is made of LPA, uh, polylactic acid. So they say it's a natural polymer, and it takes around 6 months for it to degrade. What I would suggest, what I would want to say is, these are natural polymers, but by adding other synthetic materials, they get these properties again to mold them. Invariantly there is chemicals added to these as well. No matter they don't biodegrade 100%. Whatever 70% might go, the remaining 30% of the chemicals are still in your, if you do it in your compost, it will be in your compost. If you put in the land, it is in your land. Yeah.
This is a question to either Avinash or Vamsi. I just wanted to highlight something. We talk about recycling a lot. How much of resource utilization is done for recycling that we waste to say that we have done something to address the waste?
I think this is a very good question because I forgot in my presentation. I forgot put a point about life cycle analysis done for comparing polyester fibers and cotton bag. So there is all this wrong information going about. There is one T-shirt made out of cotton requires 27,000 liters of water, whereas uh, a T-shirt made of polyester requires only 1,200 liters. On the other hand, but what they don't mention in the life cycle analysis is right from the extraction phase,
Virtual water.
which is very water intensive process, the extraction of crude oil, which they don't include in the life cycle analysis. As well as you talk about recycling, it's whenever, as I told in one of the workshop, they told to clear 1 kilo of PET bottles, you require around 24 liters of water. It's a PET bottle, and imagine about if you have your yogurt cup or anything which is more dirty. So even recycling, as it is a very water intensive process, along with the energy which is again, yeah.
That was what I wanted highlighted, because people talk about recycling so much, but they never talk about the resource utilization in during recycling. If I may, although this was not directed at me, one of the things that we've been noticing in and around Chennai is the kind of, there is this very popular phrase called brushing stuff under the carpet, sweeping it under the carpet. That is what is happening under the guise of material getting recycled. A lot of earth is scooped out from the periphery of the city, and all this plastic is just dumped, compacted, and the earth is spread over that. It gives this feeling of the entire place becoming green or whatever it is, blue. There are so many words to it. When we actually dig 1.5 to 2 feet depth, you find compacted plastic. That's also something that's happening. That's also being called recycling, by the way.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என்னோட பெயர் ரீகன். நான் வந்து சென்னை ஆவடியில் இருக்கேன். நான் வந்து மரங்களை பற்றி சின்ன சின்ன ஒரு ஆய்வுகள் செஞ்சுட்டு வருகிறேன். நான் வந்து இங்கே இருக்கிறவங்ககிட்ட கேள்வியாக கேட்க விரும்பல, ஒரு விஷயம் சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். மேம் வந்து ஒரு அழகான மகிழம்ன்ற மரம் பற்றி சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க. இன்றைக்கி டோட்டல் சென்னை பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மஸ்கிட்டோ கொசுவால் ரொம்ப நம்ம கஷ்டப்பட்டுட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ வீட்டெக்ஸ் நெகுண்டா அப்படின்ற ஒரு பொட்டானிக்கல் நேம் கொண்ட ஒரு பிளான்ட் இருக்குது, வீட்டெக்ஸ் நெகுண்டா. அது வந்து நொச்சின்னு சொல்லுவோம். ஸோ இந்த பிளான்ஸை வந்து சில்ட்ரன்ஸ் க்ரோ பண்ணுறதுக்கு வந்து நம்ம அதை பற்றி எஜுகேட் பண்ணோம். ஒன்று. ரெண்டாவது வந்து நம்ம ஏர் பொல்யூஷன் பற்றி பேசணும், பிளாஸ்டிக் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் பற்றி சொல்லியிருந்தோம். ரொம்ப நல்ல விஷயம், சூப்பராக இருந்தது செக்ஷன். இதில் இன்னொரு விஷயம் என்னென்னா, நம்மளுடைய குளிக்கிறதுக்கு நம்மளுடைய வேஸ்ட், இந்த நம்மளுடைய திங்ஸ் வீட்டில் யூஸ் பண்ணுற திங்ஸை வந்து நம்ம வாட்டர் வாஷ் பண்ணும்போது அந்த வாட்டர் வந்து இந்த சாயிலுக்கு போகுது. இந்த சாயிலை நம்ம எப்படி ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ண போகிறோம்? அதுக்கு ஒரு ஈஸி வே இருக்குது. அதுக்கு ஒரு ட்ரீ இருக்குது. அதோட பொட்டானிக்கல் நேம் கால் வந்து அர்ஜுனா. அது வந்து நம்ம வந்து மருத மரம் சொல்லுவாங்க. அதோடைய பேர் நீர் மருது. சரிங்களா? அதோட பெயர் நீர் மருது. அந்த நீர் மருதோட ஸ்பெஷல் என்னென்னா, ரொம்ப ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக நம்ம அதை வந்து ரியலைஸ் பண்ணலாம். என்னென்னா, உப்பு நீரை நன்னீராக மாற்றோம். நிறைய பேர் வீட்டுக்கு போனால் சொல்லுவாங்க, எங்கள் வீட்டில் வாட்டர் சரியில்லை, நாங்கள் வந்து கேன் வாட்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்றாங்க. ஸோ உங்களுடைய கிரவுண்ட் லெவலில் இருக்க வாட்டரை வந்து நீங்கள் வந்து ஈஸியாக வந்து பியூரிஃபை பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் நினச்சிங்கன்னா, உங்களுடைய லொக்கேஷன் பக்கத்தில் வந்து மருத மரம், நீர் மருத மரத்தை வந்து நீங்கள் நடவு செய்யணும். அது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சிறப்பான ஒரு மரம். அதே மாதிரி இந்த வீட்டெக்ஸ் நெகுண்டா, அது என்ன ஒரு ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்ணுதுன்னா, அதாவது கொசுக்களை வந்து நம்ம வந்து குப்பைகள் வந்து கொளுத்துனா, சில பேர் ஈவினிங்கில் சொல்லுவாங்க குப்பைகள்லாம் ஈவினிங் கொளுத்துங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த குப்பைகளை கொளுத்தும் போது கொசுக்கள் விரட்டுடும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அது விரட்டில் நம்ம அட்ரஸ் கொடுத்து பக்கத்து ஸ்ட்ரீட்டுக்கு நம்மளே அனுப்புகிறோம். ஆனால் இந்த வீட்டெக்ஸ் நெகுண்டா இந்த பிளான்ட்டை வந்து நீங்கள் கொளுத்தும் போது கொசுக்கள் மலடாகி செல்லும். அதோட ப்ரீடிங் கெப்பாசிட்டி வந்து குறைக்கப்படும். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி சின்ன சின்ன பிளான்ஸ் இருக்குது. அதே மாதிரி மேம் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஃபைக்கஸ், த வேர்ல்டு பெஸ்ட் இண்டோர் ஏர் பியூரிஃபையர் அண்ட் அவுட்டோர் போத் ரெண்டுமே. அதாவது நம்ம வந்து குட் நைட் ஆல் அவுட் லிக்விட் வந்து வீட்டில் யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம். குட் நைட்காக வந்து அந்த கொசு வந்து நம்ம வெளியே அனுப்பணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு 6 hours 8 hours வந்து இந்த ஸ்மெல்லில் வந்து நம்ம வந்து தூங்குறோம். எவ்வளோ 8 hours மினிமம், அட்லீஸ்ட் 6 hours. ஸோ அந்த ஒரு எஃபெக்ட்டை நம்ம சேஞ்ச் பண்ணோம்னா, இண்டோர் ஏர் பியூரிஃபையிங் பிளான்ஸை வந்து நம்ம வந்து லேர்ன் பண்ணோம். நம்மளுடைய வர ஜென்ரேஷனுக்கு வந்து எஜுகேட் பண்ணோம். அதில் ஸ்பெஷல் பிளான்ட், ஒன் ஆஃப் தி பெஸ்ட் பிளான்ட் வந்து ஃபைக்கஸ், FICUS ஃபைக்கஸ். ஸோ தேங்க்யூ மேம்.
I would like to just add one point to the question which Madam has raised here regarding the biodegradable plastic. Recently, Kerala has released a law which they also banned the biodegradable plastic usage along with the plastic ban which they had earlier. Maybe you can just check that order why they banned and why it is not the solution. No, no, I'm telling about why these natural polymers, as they say, are not the actual natural polymers as they show it to us.
So thank you. See, we have been telling that land has been dumped with some landfill, and now even 15 years back, China has taken the airport. Hong Kong airport has been built in the sea only. 10 kilometers, more than 10 kilometers, they have uh, filled the sea, and the airport has been built on that Hong Kong airport, new airport. So that has been done 15 years back. That's also one of the thing. It is a pollution. It is we are encroaching on that. But we are talking about India. We are also doing the same thing another with landfills. And one more thing, now we are talking about Kodungayur and Perungudi landfills. All other districts also now polluting, and they are also creating new landfills. All other. Now it is a time that authorities should channelize what to do now itself. The action should be started other cities and districts. Very important. So this action group should initiate some work on that. That is my suggestion. Thank you.
Actually, like when we go and when we go and talk to government agencies or like even lot of NGOs who are like crazily planting trees, as ma'am said, like dense trees, and doing it, winning lot of awards. One thing that I personally face is like let's say when I am driving my car, I go and approach these people. They say like, "Why are you driving a car? Why don't you walk and come and talk to me?" So how would a campaigner, as I got to know that campaigning is also one of the solution, right? That we cannot just ask money for R&D and things like that. How would a common man would deal with this kind of situation? When let's say I'm going and talking to a corporate and they are saying like, "Why the hell did you even drive a car and come here and meet me? Could have walked. You could have started at 5 a.m. in the morning, and I could have walked until 8 a.m. in the and then you could have had my meeting." So how should we deal with these kind of instances when we are campaigning as young people?
I really don't know whether I'm the right person to answer this, but let me still attempt it. It's my 32nd year of being in the sphere of, in this domain of NGOs. I've been accused of being a whole lot of things apart from not walking, apart from belonging to a particular community. There's also a lot of assumption that I come from a privileged background. The minute the opposite party starts making you feel guilty, this is my learning, it's strictly limited to my own understanding and my learning, I would sense that they're already insecure about me. The minute they start questioning me on my lifestyle, my attitude, and all that, use it to your advantage. What I have learned, I don't know whether I can say this in a meeting like this, in a workshop, but Satya, I know, is a very open person. My guide for this, or the guidebook for this, is The Godfather. This is the book by Mario Puzo. Function like the Godfather, and your campaign will be very successful.
No, just one response. See, there are many research now already out which says that like 70, more than 70% emissions is because of some few companies, and even everyone in this world tried and changed their lifestyle. The problem is not going to solve. So there are research we like I used to quote these researches and like try to convince them that, see, though individual efforts is important, but it's not going to solve the problem, because the problem is so big. The government and the corporate, they need to act, they need to do something with this crisis. We are not going to take the accountability on us. We need to put all accountability on them. So that's very clear.
Yeah, I think With the point he added that if corporates question you, he doesn't have any moral responsibility to question you because he's the one who is polluting and he's asking for your car. He doesn't have any moral responsibility to question you.
Coca-Cola did a advertisement recently and putting whole like plastic pollution responsibility to consumers. So this is all ridiculous. Like we need to just condemn and we need to reject whole this concept of individual effort and all.
Just ignore and just get going. That's about it.
A big round of applause for this panel, for this enriching session, and for answering the questions so patiently. We now have a small break for tea for half an hour. Our last thematic session for the day is on climate resilience and social justice. To decarbonize our economy, we must make challenging choices across many sectors, be it transportation, agriculture, buildings, manufacturing, etc. The fundamental rights to water, food, safety, and housing of socially and economically weaker communities have been compromised in favor of much of our polluting infrastructure, be it power plants, industrial sites, highways, and waste facilities, where the wealthy have been able to pay to escape overheating, hunger, and conflict, while these communities are left to suffer. In this panel, our speakers, Ananta Sayan, Bhargavi Rao, and Shruti Harihara Subramaniam, propose how climate action must link with social justice, especially for the communities polluted and left behind by the fossil fuel economy. Can we have our speakers on stage, please? A volunteer run non profit organic retail store in Chennai. On the back of an agrarian crisis and a spate of farmer suicides, Anantu quit his corporate jobs and set off with five others on what he later admitted was an arrogant attempt to improve the lot of farmers.
My full name, which has been kept secret all these days, has come out in half. It's fully Ananta Sayanan, 6 A's and 6 N's, which is why I cut it short by half. So I have been called, spelt, and known as Anantu, and I think we should stick to that, or else it's going to be difficult. I'll ask my spelling next time. But yeah, it is a problem to be here at the last session and where the first session was headed by Claude, and where all the faces you see is a veteran. Each one of them in their areas, and I don't really know where to start and what to talk. For the first time, I'm after many years, there is something called the stage fear that's coming up, saying what to talk and where to start. And she also mentioned a lot of words which I didn't read. Like, as you all could make out, this was not heavily circulated, so even I didn't get to see the poster. So I don't even know my topic, which is good in some ways, so I can talk whatever I want. Yes, we work with farmers and on food, which also means these are some livelihoods that needs to be touched, which has always been ignored both by our policymakers and the governments, and predominantly by the urbanites. We don't care. If we get tomatoes for 5 rupees, we are so happy. Habba, ede, urga pode, saas tatte, post tatte. So generally buy off some 5 more kilos, 10 more kilos, and we are very, very happy. We will not even think of what will happen to a farmer if, and what was he or she given for if I can get it at 5 rupees here. We have never bothered about it. That's exactly where it's always a win-win for the other side. They don't care. And we have also not cared what is coming into your sauce bottle. Artificial flavor. So what is this artificial flavor? Where is this coming from? What is happening? And how many chemicals like that are coming into our food? How are those colors achieved? None of us have bothered. So there are two areas. One is the social, the economical. And the other is the ecological, the chemical that comes into your food. The social is more important in my sense, because so be it. If you have chosen to only drink that bloody thing in that bottle, and you have chosen to have something rose color that would come and stay in your shelf, not even in a fridge for years together, and it can, before that it would have stayed for 6 months on the shelf of a shop, and you don't ask a question of how can it be, or have you ever tried to at least emulate some of these things? If it was a biscuit, have you ever tried making a biscuit in your house? Have you ever tried to make a juice? Have you ever tried to, because I can ask these questions. I think it went off with my grandmother. Have you ever tried making a mango milkshake in your house? Have you ever thought about what do you need for a mango milkshake? Even this August audience, I can easily throw this question of what would you need? Can you tell me what all you need? Yeah? Yes, sir. அவ்வளோதான் 3 தப்பு. மை தமிழ் மார்க் ஃபார் யூ. மை தமிழ் மார்க் ஃபார் யூ. எங்கள் தமிழ் வாத்தியார் மாதிரி நியூஸ் பேப்பர் மை ஆன்சர் ஷீட் இஸ் ஃபுல் ஆஃப் ரெட் கிராஸ். Very sorry. Today, what you get is from the industry. You don't need mango. You don't need milk. You don't even need that shitty sugar. Even your white sugar that we basically know is a cause of lot of problems, including ecological, is not required for these products. I would not use the word food products. I for surely know that it's not food. Anyway, they don't need, sir. They just need 350 chemicals, of which 250 is used to only bring whether it is raspberry or strawberry or mango. For that also only 3 or 4 chemicals is actually required. Then there is the color, stabilizer, this, that, accelerator, all that. So all these chemicals will ensure that it will look and smell like a strawberry milkshake or a strawberry juice or whatever, and that it will also live on the shelf for 6 to 8 months to 1 year, and then come to your house and live for another 6 months. Without any of us, all we educated elites who will not ask this question of how can some fruit juice live like this forever. Like my moral teachers, king and queen, who lived forever, no, like that. Your bottle also lives forever, your biscuit lives forever. Not even ants go there and touch. Adukla theriyum. No pests go to your biscuits. Have you ever seen ants or something coming into your biscuit packet? Then they must be desperate if it is coming in. There is nothing else in your house. Shift the house. But if you have tried to make a biscuit in your house or a cookie in your house, we have done that. We have evaluated it. A single small cookie would cost you 10 to 12 rupees to make. 10 to 12 rupees, one piece. And what are they giving you? One big packet, extended, 30% more, 25% more, all that. It's after all shit. Take it. Yes. But, and at what price? 10 rupees. And none of us have bothered to check what is there and how is that, what is happening. And that's where starts all our problems. And similarly, we sitting here, I mean, see, why is it important for us to understand? One, at least as a selfish reason, what comes into my plate? What's happening? And where else my next month's salary will go? Will it go to the pharmaceutical chemical company, or this food chemical company, or to the cancer specialty company, or to the guy who is running your regular BP and diabetes, the small run of the mill hospital? So one of these guys, most of the time the owners is the same, and that's where, and the starting point is also the same, your plate. That's because we have gone so far away from that. So be it. If you have gone, yes, that's your problem. But my problem is you are not bothered about the people who are also producing this food. This is a country where every half an hour there is a farmer who is dying, who's called the Annadatta, who produces our food, is dying because of lack of that, either food or money. And who is to be blamed? All of us. It's not just the government. Governments are not there to govern. Very simple. Minimum, maximum, whatever you want, you will talk before the election. There will be no governance. They are not bothered. And they are dictated by somebody else. Like the Adanis and the Ambanis and others who will say what has to be. The Ambanis will decide which of these plastics, poor guys, they had done some research and they were all telling us with a lot of PowerPoints. No? You go and ask, the government will tell you for which all there is import duty, which all there is no import duty. So you will know very clearly what all are brought in by Reliance, what are all brought by their competitors. It's all very easy to make out. So there are always some things like this. Simple like things like cotton. Just for a week, the government will say there is no import, there is no export of raw cotton. Every year it will be there for some 10 days. None of us will even notice because media has even stopped reporting it. You would not see it. Somewhere else, if you were today, because you have Google, you can just use your bigger lens and see and search somewhere. It will be, there will be a one-line scroll saying the raw cotton export has been stopped. The same thing like your tomato story. For those days, what will happen is the international price will fall. India, the purchase price in India will fall. The industries will go in and buy all that. And by that time, there will be a lot of hue and cry from the farmers. It will take 1 week at least. And by the time it will go there, and then the government, 10 days, they can stop it. They will again reverse it back. By the time, the purchases has been made by the mills at the lowest price possible. This is beyond a price that has always been fixed, which has always been unfair. Can you imagine this story? So, What can we do is very, very important. In each of these, can I ensure if I pay 100 rupees, where does it go? Is there justice behind it? What is happening? Can there be, where can I know how much is the farmer, he or she getting from it? If it is 5 rupees tomato, I don't buy. I will not buy. Is something that we will all have to. If it is basically, if I'm paying this much, I should know how much goes to the farmer. Because it's very, very important for us to know and to ensure a fair price go to them, or else there is a problem. Like in everything, we are all talking about the Chennai floods. Before that also, we all used to, what is this? How much will these guys, the rich fellows, we are always talking of a 1%, how much they will amass? What is the point? What is the use? But 2015 changed that idea. We stopped asking those questions because even the flood is partial. It affected the poor more than the rich. They can still afford. They can probably get in a helicopter or they can run in a helicopter. All the 5-star hotels, there were no rooms in Chennai. Did you all know that? Many of them, because there was no water, because there was no power, all the 5-star hotels are full. People from the airport were asked not to come to the hotels because all the hotels, the rooms were full because people had already gone. All the rich who could afford. And they would go. They will have a diesel generator. They will pump water still, even during those days where we didn't have power at all. So it's always biased. Even these natural disasters are basically very, very biased. Like your farming, like your policies, like your government, even nature has started to be very anti-poor. So it's very important for some of us and many of us to understand and take it up and take it one step forward and what can we do? Not only in basically thinking of my plate, but more importantly, the origin. If it is a dress, why can't it be a handloom? If it is a set of activists, we should be made, even if the world makes fun of it. Oh, you will always have a shoulder bag, you will always have it's okay. It has to be a handloom. If you have to buy if you can, don't buy a dress. If you have to buy a dress that would actually have met a social justice there, where it would have had economical justice behind it also, where it would have empowered a rural livelihood, where it would have had a distributed economy behind it, where it would have ensured some hand spinners, weavers, farmers were all paid fair and well. It is very important. If you can't do that, if you can't ensure that, we have a problem. We can still keep talking like this. It's like the plastics. Everywhere there is so much of plastic around us, and we can all be very, very, very casually ignorant, and ignorance is bliss. We'll just forget it. We will not bother about it. This is willful ignorance. This is arrogance. Nothing else. If we can't think of a microplastic there, if you think there will be a recycle, that's the worst thing. That's exactly why. See, we were all talking of the 3 R's, then extended. We should say refuse. It is nothing like what I really loved what Claude said in the morning. Redefine the 3 R's. He very clearly said it should not be this recycle and all that nonsense. Who gave them the right? Because I'm just repeating it for the benefit of people who were not there. Who gave them the right to the first place produce it? And let us redefine this. Let this be resist. Let this be revolt. Let this be rebel. That's what let us redefine the 3 R's. That's what it has to be. We have to think of those 3 things. We have to question. You cannot have a plastic here and then see how to do it and what to do it. Just to tell you, we do run organic stores. We have been working with farmers. So what she actually said, it was no joke. It was a reality. We understood the hard way what we can do with the farmers. When we went first to the farmers and started talking to them, we said we are here to help them. And then we found out that we were helpless. And basically there is only so much that we can do, and then we said we will come back and redefine it for them in the urban space. That's what we did. That's what we do now. For the last 12 years we run not-for-profit organic retail stores. We work with cotton farmers because 70% of the farm source happens in cotton belts. So there we work with the farmers, help them grow traditional Indian cotton, then we hand spin it, hand weave it, natural dye it, manually tailor it and bring it out. That was not why I told you should think of it. You don't buy tula, I'm happy, but you should buy something that was handmade. You should buy something that will basically have a equitable distribution of the economy of the money that we are talking behind, which is very, very important. That is why we're saying, see, it has to come. See, it should not come at the single linear thing of save food for myself. Yes, a sustainable agriculture, a chemical-free agriculture, where there are not pests and people who are killed because of a chemical. It is important. That is the only way our farming should be practiced. Fine, so be it. But as an urban consumer, we should not be thinking of only a chemical-free food onto our plate. We have to think beyond that, which is very, very important. That's where we say it's very important to think of each of these economics also and each of these parameters. And like again, I quote Claude. This is, I mean, I don't know, climate emergency, displacing that word, climate change, for me shows nothing. All of us are acting the same casual manner. If it was an emergency, let us behave and act like it is an emergency, and let us really work on that. Verbology doesn't help here. There can be fantastic words that we can bring in. Our actions matter. We all have to think of it. And the only way forward is thinking of all this. As we are thinking of this, ensure that these primary producers who have been forced to be poor, even in the matter of economics, should not be there. There should be a fairness on everything, and we cannot be going and displacing and disturbing their nature, like what we do for the tribals, for example. Tribals are fantastic. We, if at all there is anything, for all your anthropologists and all our educated, brilliant, your urbanites, if you have to really understand something, you just have to go and spend a week with the tribals. I would really say it's fantastic. Some a few days that I spent with the Kones in Orissa, I just had to ask about them for food, about their food, about their lifestyle. It was just after demonetization. So we are going there, and we have had a different purpose to go there. We were sitting and talking with those tribals, and I was asking the Bejoni, who is the Pujari equivalent of the lady head, let us say. She is sort of the chief who will take all the decisions. So I was asking her, did you have any problems? About what? Recently there was some, I was just trying to explain about this demonetization. Oh, notebandi. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, why? So what is there? It seems basically the higher notes will not be. Yeah. Did you have any problem? She said, why will he have? We didn't have a problem. Did you have anything? Why will I have? We never, none of us, the whole village, all of us put together, none of us had a 500 rupee note. So it did affect us. There is no problem. So did it affect you for your markets? Did you affect you for this? Nothing. Everything was fine. Because we are dependent on our forests. 70% of our food comes from there. We grow our own food while all that was happening. It was all nice and fine. So then I was just gently asking him, how is their distribution of land happening there? Nobody owns the land. Our community, the Kutum owns there. In my example, I think they own 20 acres or something. So there was close to 20 families there. They were all living off it. That's basically, they also nomadic. They will just go off sometime after. So in this place, they would have this and say, so how is this farming happening there? She said, every year at the beginning of the season, we all sit down after the seed festival. That's very important for them. Seed festival is a fantastic thing that will happen. That's also the primary thing. All of them will have to bring seed, which will be brought in, kept. Seed becomes the god. Not that seed is prayed and given to the god. That becomes the god. They pray to the seed. And then after the seed festival, it is distributed. So they are saying, how will you distribute it? So people will ask, we will give. What do you mean? What if somebody asks more? We will give more. It was like a rhetoric, like our conversations. I said, what is this? I mean, not being clear. I said, how is it distributed? She said, people will come and ask, okay, you have 20 acres. Let us say I come. I am the first person. I come there. I say, I want 5 acres. She said, we will give you. I said, what if I ask you 10 acres? He said, we will give you. I said, what if I ask all the 20 acres? He said, we will give you, you will be very happy. I said, what is this? Don't you think this is greed? Don't you think? No, he said, here there is nothing like ownership. You are only allowed to work in the number of acres that you are given. You will work in that. All the produce comes to the common. Everything comes here. So if you want to work in 20 acres, so be it. Everything comes here, we will all share it. We are very happy. So a very easy way of cutting the greed. You can never have a greed like your politicians of having everything. No. That's also the problem. I think many times sustainable agriculture is not sought for by the farmers, because what will they do? Well, I mean, by the politicians. Will they go and imagine a Sharad Pawar's house full of barrels of Panchagavya? That's the only thing he can get. No? So anyway, pesticide companies also are the biggest sponsors of elections in India. I will not get into that. Let me complete this story of this lady, which is very, very interesting. So I said, this is what it is. By the time, there were 3 ladies who had gone into forage. They came. When they come back with some things, in this case it was fruits and some beans, they had come. They come and go and place it in the center again, into a place, in a stone hedge. And apparently, that's only for the kids. And these women, 3 women who went into the forest for foraging. No, they don't pick up just two the fruits for my daughter. This is for my son. That's kept there. Even their kids will have to come here and take it if they want. Any of the kids, they will all know generally. After they will come back by the evening, when just before the sunset, there will be something here to eat. They will come and have it. Their kids also can come and have it. That's all. So that's what. So they see to it that no way there is a greed that can come in, and there is a beautiful way of. And I was also asking her, forget all this. I have come to your house. I want something. Will you give me? She said yes. I said, okay. What do you have? She said some rice, and she also said she has some dal. One of those pulses she had. I said, okay, I want 20 kilos. Said, no, I have only 15 kilos, she said. So what will you do? I'll give you all the 15 kilos. Okay, actually I started the other way. I said, will you give me 5 kilos? She said, fine, 10 kilos then, 15 kilos, yes. When I said 20 kilos, she said, I don't have 20, I have only 15. So now what will you do? I said, but I will ensure you get your 20. That how? I'll go to the next house and ask, or that house. Whoever has will get it. The way she said it, you could make out. There is nothing. Nothing stopping. She might even doesn't need the permission from the other one. She would have just got it and given it. So they said, yeah, if you need it, we will give you. What is that? Such is it. And the sad thing is now, through our government interventions, what we are doing is introducing rice free for them. And now they are all addicted to rice, and whatever the public the PDS is giving them, the public distribution system is giving them, is not enough for them. So they walk all the way down on a Wednesday, come down, do some menial jobs here and there, and then buy more rice and go. So they have stopped working on millets. So our interventions have also been like that. That's what I mean. So every time, and the other side, they are fighting against POSCO. Many of them died fighting them. To stop a mining for them, because Niyamgiri is God. Not God is in Niyamgiri. That hill is God. They have that is their place. The forest is God for them. They are there. They have been living like that. Their foraging is also very careful. Even for firewood, they will not cut a tree because they are not educated. They know a tree will work. They can easily cut a branch and bring. They will not. I interviewed so many of them. I was very curious to know why will they not cut a tree for their firewood, because they were using firewood. There is no gas connection there, obviously, for them. And they are also coming. A lot of them are coming, and that is also a very big point of commerce for them. They are coming and selling firewood. Below the hill, there is a small villages. There are small shops which are running on firewood. Even the hotels there run on firewood. So these guys, that's one big commerce point for them. Before that, it was the leaves, sayal leaves, and otherwise there are some tubers that they forage from. None of these will be taken at a wrong time by them. They will not approve the whole thing. They will not cut. Not a single person will cut a tree to come and sell. And I was only following those people who were selling it. There are people who will use for themselves. They have this clear moderation. So there has been moderation very, very clearly with all these communities. I'm talking of every community. If you go and sit and talk with the fisher folks, there is beautiful stories like this. So much. Here also there is a group of women that we were talking to. They wanted to create a market. It was very interesting. Just there we could understand what is it. What does the trawlers fish fetch there? There is a lot. They just go. These people will not even go during the fawning season. It's those trawlers which will go. And the trawlers fish even today, on the days when the people can go in on their Katubaraman, their fish is basically more expensive. So each of these places, and how we are with our commerce, with our greed, we are just disturbing all of them. And pushing all of them into practices that will be so anti-ecological, apart from economical also. And these economical activities over a period of time will immediately congregate to help only a few hands. Only a few people will benefit out of it. These are displacement tactics that we have all thought is okay. These are all parts and parcel of a commerce that our education has given us the right to do anything, whether it's just mining without moderation or killing livelihoods or killing people or polluting. So it is up to us. It has to start from us, each of us, to think and execute it and influence another 10 people to ensure every product we use, everything we talk about, everything you consume has to have a very big question. How fair is it? Is it having all the pillars fair enough clearly? Has the primary producers been respected and been given a fair income? All these have to be a part and parcel of every buy that you do. We have to shake the other economy only the way they understand. Stop it there. Don't give it. You are organizing a meeting, Organize a meeting under a tree or a place or a temple where you don't have to give a corporate money. Let your lunch be ordered from small SHG groups. Let it be some women. So let it be some group of farmers or people working with farmers who will bring the food and sell. Let it be. Each of our commerce, let us ensure it's only such people who are benefiting it out. We will slowly, it might start very slow. That's how your independence struggle started. Most of the good things in the world started only with a few people. Let it be a few people. Let us shake that economy from the way that they will understand. Stop it. Don't buy from Amazon. Don't order a Swiggy. If anybody orders Swiggy from your friends, unfriend them in your life. Not only on FB. It's absolutely ridiculous to be thinking of so many plastic covers of sambar and chutney which will inevitably come with that. And if you think that is a convenience, you can actually fast. It will do good for your body. Another day I will talk about fasting. It's very good. So you can actually do without all the Swiggies. For now, I'll stop here. It's rather better to talk about more questions, which is interesting, and we can make it more interesting. I can understand. I was sitting there, how difficult it is. So I stop here. I'll let the others share them because their experiences will be more important for us and we can get more enlightenment. Okay? And we'll have questions later on. If you clap now, I will stop. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, we have Shruti. Shruti is a national award-winning filmmaker and a theatre actor with a deep love for animals and the environment. Her debut feature, just give me a minute. Yeah, sorry. Her debut feature documentary, A Far Afternoon, on eminent painter Krishnan Khanna, bagged the Rajat Kamal for the Best Art Film at the 63rd Indian National Film Awards and also the Best Music for Non-Feature Film. Shruti has conceived and directed the Amazon exclusive musical docuseries Harmony with A.R. Rahman. And she also runs golisodastore.com, a platform to bring environment-friendly products in the mainstream market. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. And I really don't know what I'm doing here, to be honest. There are some amazing people working in the sphere of environment, ecology, researchers, activists. And what am I doing here as a filmmaker? But Satrupa wanted me here. She wanted me to talk about the impact of films on the environment. I don't know how qualified I am. Yes, I am a filmmaker, but I don't know how qualified I am to talk about how films impact environment because I've not directly worked on films that connect to the environment directly, but I have worked with a lot of tribals and ethnic groups and things like that, where at the end of the day, I don't know if my audience have it's made an impact on them, but it surely had made an impact on me while I make my film. Because for me, each time I make a film, it's a personal journey for myself. It's spiritually, emotionally, mentally. I grow with each film I make. I'm not the kind who makes slides while giving a talk. Why don't I start off? But I do make films. So, just for you to get an idea of the kind of films I made a short clipping of a particular episode from Harmony with A.R. Rahman. For those of you who don't know, Harmony which is still running on Amazon Prime, is a 5-episode musical documentary. With each episode, Rahman travels to different parts of India, meets rare people who practice rare musical traditions, and gets to know their struggles, their love, the passion, their everyday life, everything to know about the tradition that they're trying to keep alive. And at the end of each episode, there is a jam that happens between Rahman and the musician, and we get a unique musical piece. These are just snippets from a particular episode that happened in Sikkim. We featured a musician called Mikma Lepcha. You'll know who he is exactly, and he plays this unique bamboo flute called Pangtong Palit. These are just excerpts from that episode. I would request you not to film this clipping, if you don't mind, because I don't have the copyrights for it. Could we have the lights off, please? And So this was just a small excerpt from a 45-minute episode, and each episode kind of follows similar stories of each musician and their culture, their background, their struggles. Um, Coming to the topic as such for today is how probably uh, Satya wanted me to talk about how art, in my case film, can impact social change, social justice. Um, the the tough part for most filmmakers is that our thoughts are very abstract. We work a lot out of emotions, out of instincts. That's the reason why sometimes I even struggle to articulate these things in a forum like this. And if I was given a chance to just play all my films, I would have said my work here is done. But unfortunately, I'm here to speak. Um, we the but as I was thinking, okay, how do we make a social impact? What is our responsibility as filmmakers? And for me, more so because I make documentary films, and it's understood that documentary films have to uh, have a message, or should educate, or should give information. But it sort of backfires as well, the whole word documentary, because for me, I was not trained in a film school. My training came from working in mainstream commercial Tamil, Telugu, Hindi films. Like literally, I was on a set where item numbers have happened, action sequence, all the works. So when I came in as an independent filmmaker, my first project was Far Afternoon, which was a documentary on an artist. So it completely threw me off because here I am from a world of entertainment, and I'm supposed to now talk about an artist. And at the same time, if I went and told my peer group, hey, I'm working on a documentary, they'll say, Adu seri, but where enna pandren? Because they don't consider documentary as serious filmmaking as such, or a responsibility. But in a good way, it impacted me personally because I had to unlearn many things that I learned in commercial films, the same time relearn, adapt few things I learned in commercial cinema into documentaries. And my mindset came from a pattern where I was very, very keen that there shouldn't be any excuses. A film is a film. The work that we put in is so hard. We need to reach out to a wider audience, and we shouldn't have people think, oh my god, documentary are boring, it's too informative, there's too much, it's so slow. So my first motive was to break that myth that documentaries is boring. Documentaries can be entertaining, at the same time it can be informative. The first thought that came to me while approaching a documentary film is that of course we work with research people a lot. I don't personally do the research for many reasons. One, yes, I don't have a research background. A research person does bring in things or information that most of us would have missed out. But once the research comes in, I then filter out on what would be the suitable topics for us to work with. So, for example, when Harmony came to me, um, the project, the producers said we have access to A.R. Rahman, so maybe we could do a docu series. Why not on rare musical instruments? And that's it. That was the only brief, and it would have been very, very easy for me to do some research on these musical instruments or tradition and have a very straightforward narrative of, okay, this is a Rudravina. The Rudravina dates back during the Vedic times, but it's becoming a rare instrument because the wood made is not available. There are no people who make these Veenas. There are no practitioners of these Veenas, and I could go on and on. But the problem is, we are in a day and age where people have facts and figures at their fingertips. They just need to Rudravina, Google, and in half a second they have all the information there. So, what is my role as a filmmaker then? What am I going to do? Um, so, a filmmaker and any artist, our role is to tell stories, and that story has to be engaging. That is our first step as storytellers, as filmmakers, as artists. Um, but in this day and age, where again everybody has their devices on their hand, if for 2 minutes, if they found something boring, they can switch it off, they can move on to the next story, and that's it. I have failed as a filmmaker if that has happened. If I don't engage my audience, I have failed. And once I get past that hurdle of engaging the audience, I need to make sure that I evoke emotion to the audience. There has to be something that triggers within the people who are watching that film. What might trigger you might trigger somebody else totally differently. But if it has triggered, then I have succeeded as a filmmaker. But my biggest success would be if that emotion is translated into an action, hopefully a positive action. So these were every time I set out to make a film, these are the thoughts that consciously or unconsciously gets into my head. So to take a simple process, because besides Harmony or these kind of films, I also get people from many NGOs or many corporates, or people who want to come and tell their story or their work that they are involved in. But everybody is so concerned. Oh, we did this year. We targeted so many people. There is so much information, and they said, oh, we'll have to show this in this conference or this forum. But how many of them are actually going to take that information back home and do something about it? So if you take the process that I went through with Harmony, I worked with a very good research team headed by Vaishnavi Ramanathan. First, we had a blank slate. We had no clue what instruments or musical traditions we were going with. So there were whole lot of basic book library, internet-based searches and research happening on what could be the possible instruments that we would focus. And once we got that material, we filtered down on possible. Yeah, sorry. Before that, that's when the biggest, bulb struck me in my head, saying, if I can't tell these facts and figures, how am I going to tell the story differently? How am I going to engage and create an emotion? And finally, the one fine day, it just hit me saying it shouldn't be about the instrument. Instrument is a non-living thing at the end of the day. What is living? The people behind the instrument, the humans. It has to be human stories. And just follow one human, because if you follow one person's story, somewhere it would relate to somebody in that audience. So even if a person is not a music connoisseur, a person's not interested in India or its beauty, a person who has no clue who A.R. Rahman is, but if they see that episode, if there is a story that resonates with the audience, one person in the audience, then my task is complete. So then, when we set out on the research, we went out looking for stories of musicians whose stories are captivating. We went deep into it, and there were multiple conversations that I had with my research person. She'd come with the information. We would record every interview. I would hear it, rehear it. My team would sit on it. We would transcribe it, sit on it, come back with a whole lot of questions. And the last few questions would have actually nothing to do with the facts, figures, or anything probably even related to music. It would be something, their spiritual thoughts, their personal likes or dislikes, their thought on modernism, or it would be something as bizarre. I'm sure every time a research person went to meet these musicians, they would wonder what kind of film is going to be made. And each time, if you notice, I keep saying my research person. I don't actually go till the few days before the shoot to meet my protagonist, because again, these are human stories, and the people are talking to another human. They might be in front of the camera, but they are talking to me.
And if I go to them and hear all their stories on the day of the shoot, if I land up there and talk to them again, I would not get that kind of spontaneity. So, this was the process that we went through while working with In Harmony. Um, yeah, so finally, I feel when it comes to creating impact, the filmmaker or the artist should be empathetic. I think that's it starts from there, because you are telling a story of a person, because we are all here talking about climate change, social justice. When these words are put to the audience, it becomes something big. It could even intimidate the person, the layman watching it. But if that climate change is affecting one person and we travel with him and we see that happening to his everyday life, whose life is probably no different from ours, then I think we've impacted or communicated and created a dialogue with the audience, and hopefully there is some change that happens from there. um, yeah, so I think I am done with what I have to say, but before that I would like to let out a little secret. So 10 fif- 15 years ago, when I was in high school, I was in this dilemma of whether what career path I need to choose. And I love doing being in a forest, being with wildlife, and I really thought I'm going to be an environmentalist like most of you here, or a social activist. But at the same time, I had this passion for filmmaking, art, and there was this dilemma, which one do I choose? And I always feel the universe showed me a path. It said, go take your art, go do films, and through your films you can make an impact on the environment or the society. I again don't know if my films are doing that, but at least it's a first step of coming here and talking in a forum like this. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope I made sense to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti. Next, we have Bhargavi Rao, who works the intersection of community action with law, policy, planning, and governance as an independent researcher and consultant. She has 25 years of experience across research, advocacy, campaigning, and teaching on a variety of human rights, governance, and people centered efforts in areas of environmental and social justice. Her areas of research include environmental decision making processes in the context of mega infrastructure projects, thermal power plants, mining, renewable energy, among others. She has worked with Aziz Premji Philanthropic Initiatives Environment Support Group, the Department of Microbiology and Cell Biology, Indian Institute of Science, and as co director of key study abroad programs in India of Boston University, SIT World Learning, and the University of Minnesota.
Thank you for that introduction. I will be taking you all to a totally different world after listening to food and seeing beautiful Sikkim Himalayas and listening to the flute and the story of filmmaking. So the topic that was given to me was about landscapes and livelihoods in the context of climate resilience and social justice. So, if we are talking today about global warming and climate change, and our countries are making so many different commitments across the world, if you see what is happening inside the country, it is very disturbing. So, one of the first case studies. Yeah, so we are talking about climate change and reducing coal and also reducing nuclear energy. So, in that context, the world is slowly moving towards solar. And when we were talking about coal and nuclear energy and hydroelectricity in the past, most of us here know that how unjust those projects were when it were installed, and there was a lot of land acquisition, and many of the villages were displaced, their livelihoods were gone. And even when many of these power plants are set up, there was never a proper environmental consultation. All public hearings were a big sham. All environmentalists would be physically lifted away from public hearings, put into a van and taken to a police station, kept there all day till the public hearings were over, and then the public hearing would be passed off as, public have been consulted and all approvals taken and projects have come up. So in that context, people were like, oh, now the transition to solar is going to be different. Solar, we all think, is a very clean form of energy, so everyone everywhere is very happy about it. So in that context, our prime minister made huge promises with the UN and other players in the field, and he's been talking about a 450 gigawatt of solar power in India. I'll talk about just one small solar power park, which is come in Karnataka. This is supposed to be the largest solar power park in the world. It is about 13,000 acres of land, and it is generating about 2,000 megawatts. The first picture that you saw is the aerial view of it when it was like three-fourths completed. So, how did the land get acquired? So, in the past, people would be given a notice. They would have to come participate in a public hearing, and a lot of paperwork would happen, and then eventually they would get some peanut compensation, and land would be acquired. And many a time it has resulted in a lot of resistance, many court cases, both at high courts and Supreme Court levels. Many have even gone to the National Green Tribunal. So here, the transition has been so smooth. The land has been taken by setting up a special purpose vehicle for taking the land. So in this case, it is not acquisition of land. The land has been leased by the farmers. So in a place like Pavagada, Pavagada is like the little chicken leg that jets out of the Karnataka map. Uh, it has been suffering from drought for the last 40-50 years. A part of Pavagada is drained by the South Pinakini River. Then a part of it is not irrigated. People largely depend on rainfall. Yes, there has been a problem, but these are people who have very small chunks of land. They have anything from like 40 guntas, 50 guntas to about 3 acres, maximum 5 acres. And then there are also large farmers who have 16, 20, 25 acres of land. So the way the whole land was taken was they caught hold of all the old tahsildars of the area, the other officers who worked in the various panchayats, and kind of got them to convince the people to part with their land for on a lease basis. And what is the deal with the farmers? The farmers are going to get just some 28,000 rupees, 21,000 rupees with 15% or 10% increase every year for a period of 28 years. So if you have 3 acres of land and you're going to give it away, you're going to get about 65,000 rupees. That's hardly enough for a family of 4. But large farmers have benefited from this. So the large farmers, they have reinvested that money in buying the diggers and bulldozers and vans and all kinds of construction equipment out there, and they are leasing it out to the same companies that are coming there to invest. Whereas the small farmers who were nudged and tricked into parting with their land today have nothing else to do. They have absolutely no job and they have no other skill to come somewhere else or to be employed in the solar power parks itself. And the deal also promised that each family would get a job, but hardly any jobs have been given to the local people. And the women, they shared with us that even when there was drought, they managed to go to their fields, graze their animals. They also managed to collect some tubers, a bunch of weeds, which actually provided nutrition at the household level. And one spell of rain, they could grow chilies, they could grow some odd vegetable which did not require a lot of water. Sometimes they even managed a crop of ragi. These were the stories that you hear from that place. and they somehow manage to live. But now with that 65,000 rupees that comes once a year, it just gets over, and the rest of the year there isn't enough nutrition at the household level. And these people have been displaced also from their livelihood, because in most farming families it's not just growing food, they also have some animals. Most of them in this area have sheep and cattle. And to rear these sheep and cattle, there were a lot of grazing lands around which they could just cross over their fields and graze and come back. But today they have to walk like around these solar parks, which are like really huge. And they have to walk that extra 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers to reach a small patch of grazing land. And when you see these pictures, there is not a single tank or a pond that has been left. I'll show you another picture later. So here there was one farmer who was so frustrated with the situation out there. He was digging a little pond on his own plot, saying that at least other animal rearers can benefit from this. What little rain falls here will probably help. And they also pointed to us that the University of Agricultural Sciences in Karnataka had set up a research station here in Pavagada, especially to work with these farmers who work with dry crops and dry land farming and drought resistant farming, so on. So one farmer pointed out that campus and said, of what use is it now? Our land itself is gone. And when it comes to religious places, you can see what kind of entry has been left. So most religious places which have been left in this whole taking over of the land, just a narrow path has been left so that people can go to that religious place and come back. But these are places where people go in large numbers. So you can imagine how it is. And the entire place today has a few tea shops that are run by women, mostly because they have nothing else to do. And these women are selling chai and biscuits and cigarettes and beedies. And it is a bunch of young drivers and other workers who mostly come from Jharkhand, Bihar, and other North Indian states, who hang out in these shops, looking into their mobile, listening to music. That's the only entertainment they get, I guess. And that's a small livelihood that the women make. Probably exploitation is much more than what we can see. And talking about ecological destruction. So, in the same land, the same government of Karnataka, through Manrega, had supported the construction of loose boulder structures and various other structures that could hold water wherever it fell. Just the last 10 years since Manrega came, and a little before that. But now you see that that picture on the left, that entire structure, that is just one picture I pulled out, has been completely leveled out, because for a solar park you need a certain level. So everything has been leveled out, all the boulder structures, all the gullies and ravines which had been plugged, everything has been leveled, and in its place has come the solar park. The land itself is a grassland, mostly kind of a grassland. Scrub vegetation is what grows there. And it is also very close to a couple of reserve forests. Pavagada was also known for its fox and wolves a few years back. There was also a scare that the foxes were lifting away the children, but later investigation showed that it was some Swamiji who was attacking all the children. And you see that many of the fields have been abandoned now because people have lost interest. They don't want to invest anything more, because they know that it's not going to be feasible. Although it is not um, taken over, it is close to the solar park. So one papaya field was completely just abandoned. And bulldozers are working 24/7. Now it's actually complete. This picture was taken a few months back. And very interestingly, this is a very recent picture with the lake that you see there. It's just about a month old. So the government of Karnataka has also come out with this new plan of rejuvenating all the tanks and lakes. So now, last monsoon, we had some good rains. The people are not allowed to use the tank water because they want to ensure groundwater recharge. So some of these tanks are filled, and again, a very elderly man, he shared that in case we get similar rains the following years, all these lakes will flood and they will uproot the entire solar panels. So it's a sea of glass, and amidst that sea of glass, you can see the waste out there. And you have families of rat pickers and others who collect the waste and they are selling it. It's all packaged material. If you look again at the solar panel cycle itself, from the place where the minerals are mined to making of the solar panel and transporting it all the way, we import all our solar panels from China. So the import cost and installation, and there is also a maintenance cost. Every 7 years, a few panels will stop working for whatever reason, damage and other things, so they have to be replaced. Otherwise, the life cycle is supposed to be 25 years. But slowly the efficiency fades away. And interestingly, in some of these parks, they also use water to clean these panels. In some parks, they have a automated system which has a brush that comes along with some soapy liquid to clean it up. So many farmers actually told us if only we were actual partners in this, we would never have said no. The panels could have been higher up. We could have grown our what little vegetation we could grow there. Maybe some vegetables, some chilies, maybe one crop of ragi, whatever. We could have taken a chance. And if they had not disturbed the water drainage pattern, this area probably could have harvested rainwater as well. And it was they who brought it to our attention that food security, water security, and energy security can all be taken care if only people apply their minds. And they said that the government just didn't consult them. There was never one single consultation with all the farmers saying, this is what we are going to do, what is your opinion? None of that. Village by village, they came with these popular, well known tahsildars, the babus, who came and said, oh, your neighbors have given, your brothers have given, your siblings have given, your aunt is given, so why don't you part with your land? They came repeatedly and said, if you don't give it now, you won't be able to give it later. So, in that condition, they were kind of tricked into parting with their land. And this is the story of Pavagada. So, we met a bunch of officers both at the Karnataka Solar Power Development Corporation, SESI, and many other levels of decision making. Everywhere, it is only about target. So they're all interested in their targets. So one man at KSPDCL said, oh, we've achieved our targets for this year. If at all a new set of targets come, then maybe we can consider what you're saying, but you come and give us in writing, come and make a presentation, we'll think about it. But they really don't want any dialogue or any such thing. And interestingly, all the companies that have come in are the Adanis, the Birlas, and the Tatas, each having small pockets of 50 megawatts into how many ever numbers. So each generate about 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And the role of KSBTCL is it's a parastatal that was created specially for this purpose, and their responsibility was to take the land, create all the infrastructure of roads, the evacuation, everything, basically lay a red carpet for these companies, and the companies come and pitch their tents and make profit out of it. I know there is a lot of discussion still with respect to the electricity buying and selling rates, but while that is still going on, many villages in Pavagada don't have electricity. While a electric pole has reached the village homes themselves don't have electricity. So that is one story of a beautiful landscape, and you just saw what has happened. This is another story of grasslands, not very far from Pavagada. This is in central Karnataka. And these were again beautiful grasslands which had a special status as district forest in Karnataka. It has also a lot of history behind it. The Mysore Maharajas, Tipu Sultan used these grasslands for a very unique breed of cattle called the Amrit Mahal variety of cattle, which actually helped them in their carrying their weapons and during war and all that. So they knew that these cattle required dedicated chunks of grazing lands. So these grazing lands were given the protection of a district forest way back during the Maharaja times, and that continued till today. But what happened was the way these grasslands got diverted. Again, in the context of climate change, global warming, and all the big promises that we make, here is a community that did not depend on any kind of electricity. Their carbon footprint was zero. The only thing they knew was graze their sheep and cattle, shear the wool, make a yarn, make blankets out of it, and then sell the blankets during the summer months. During the summer is when they make the blankets. They start making the blankets around February, and it goes on till May, and then it rains. They go back to their fields. And they usually have the Amrit Mahal breeds of cows, so they have some milk at the household level. It doesn't yield a lot of milk, but the milk is very nutritious. So they just sell 1 or 2 liters. They don't sell more. And they had a good life. I don't think there was any family that really suffered from poverty. They were all self-sustained. They were happy. They grow pomegranate. They grow groundnut, ragi, vegetables. These are things that they usually grow in this region. And they were dependent on these kavals. Here again, the kavals were 13,000 acres of kaval land. They were dependent on the kavals for grazing, for water. Their places of worship was out there. And they also collected a lot of bamboo and other things with which they made their agricultural implements. And the role of the women was to make the yarn, and the men are the ones who make the blanket. So now with this Kaval lands gone, yeah, before that, one more point is this is also a habitat for the Great Indian bustard, the black buck, the lesser florican. The Great Indian bustard is already in the red list. We just have about 150 or 200 numbers across India and Pakistan. Same thing with the lesser florican. India has made big commitments to ensure that the habitat of these birds will be improved, and some state action plans will be taken, but very little effort has gone that side. Same thing with the black buck. Then I spoke about the Amrit Mahal cattle. So, for what did we give away these lands? We gave them away for a drone testing center to DRDO, which got about 4,000 acres of the grassland. Then Bark, which is just next to it, got another 1,000 acres for uranium enrichment. Karnataka doesn't have any uranium mining anywhere close by. So uranium will be brought from somewhere else, it will be enriched here, and it will be taken back. Then ISRO got another 1,000 acres. Indian Institute of Science got another 1,000 acres. Then a solar park, a private solar park got 1,000 acres. And to house all of them, you need Karnataka Housing Development Corporation and others. So all of them got another small chunk. So totally around 13,000 acres gone for a huge military industrial nuclear complex. IISc initially said they were going to build a synchrotron because India needs synchrotrons, more synchrotrons. Later on, they abandoned that idea. But what is important here is just before they got the land, the very department housed inside IISc, the Indian Institute of Science, the Department of the Center for Ecological Sciences, had done a study on the biodiversity of the Challakere grasslands, and they have actually listed the endemic species which are threatened, which are near vulnerable, so on and so forth. And it's a beautiful report. And it says that these grasslands have to be protected for posterity. And then they apply for this and they get 1,000 acres of the land. What is interesting, how they got the land. So there is this a big proposal at the center that we need to establish a drone testing center. So our chief minister then, Mr. Yediyurappa, says, oh, we'll have it in Karnataka. And then they originally notify a small chunk of land a little north of this place, where agriculture was not doing very great. It was just about 1,000 families. Those 1,000 families were notified saying that your land will be taken, and they had also agreed to it. But at that point, a judge, a retired judge who lived in this area, also had land in that other area where it was originally allocated. He said, why do you want to take farmers' land? Here you have government land. But so take this. Anyway, they are wastelands. So that is where the problem starts. We start looking at grasslands as wastelands. Grasslands are the most important ecosystems across the world, and unfortunately, we don't have any laws to protect grasslands. All the food that is eaten in the world come from the grasses. There are 11 grasses that feed the world, and all 11 come from the grasslands. And there is no international agreement, no treaty signed, nothing. So, world over, grasslands are deteriorating and they're being diverted to a variety of other purposes. In India, we initially gave them away for afforestation programs, for watershed programs, for SEZs, for urbanization, for a bunch of things. So similarly here, it was considered a wasteland. The whole concept of a wasteland again comes from the British, because for the British, anything that they did not make money out of became a wasteland. So these were considered wastelands, and this retired judge writes to the CM and other authorities saying these lands can be diverted. And at that time, the district collector of the area, he makes a very interesting point. In 2002, there was already a High Court judgment where there was some small encroachment in this area, and that judgment had said no more grassland will be diverted, and if at all it is diverted, it is only for a special reason, like if there is a poor farmer who wants some land just to make a life out of it. For those kind of things, a small chunk of land can be diverted for agriculture purposes, but not for any other purpose. The district collector interprets that judgment in a totally different way, and he says for any public purpose the court has said the land can be diverted. And he also gives false numbers of the cattle and sheep in the area. So for every 100 cattle you need to have some x acres of grazing lands. So he manipulates that data from the census records when he is submitting it to the government, and according to him there are no cattle and sheep in this area, so the lands can be diverted. And that provision is in the Karnataka Land Revenue Act. So he uses that provision, it is a section 91 or something. He uses that provision, writes to the concerned authorities, the lands are diverted. And how did the people know? The people did not know. They saw a helicopter come one day, another day they saw some people taking measurements. The third day they saw some construction coming up, and the fourth day they were not allowed inside the grasslands. Women are the ones mostly again who go with large numbers of sheep, grazing and collecting twigs and other things. So they were all shooed away. Many got beaten up as well. They came back running and then reported to the village panchayat and others. So this was in 2012. And slowly they tried to find out what was happening. They had no clue. The village panchayats were not consulted. And eventually they came to know that such a large chunk of land was going to be diverted. Some of us got to know, we visited that place in October to December of 2012. By January, we were very sure that something needs to be done about this. By then, a local farmer and a person who was affected by this had filed a petition in the Karnataka High Court, which is a very simple petition, which said, our grazing lands are gone, our livelihoods depends on this, so please ensure that we get back these lands. That was the only thing in that petition. The High Court of Karnataka, instead of understanding from where it comes, it dismissed that petition, fining that person some 75,000 rupees. And they later appealed in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court cancelled the fine. That's all happened. So it was at that time that we decided to take this to the court. We went to the National Green Tribunal. The Green Tribunal set up a committee. The committee held public hearings. They did a thorough analysis of the whole thing, but their report that they gave to the NGT was not great, was not in favor of people and their livelihoods. But the people fought regularly, like they had campaigns, they took their sheep forcefully into these land. They brought the sheep to the DC's office one fine day in Chitradurga. The whole campus in the DC's office was filled with sheep and cattle. They did all those things. They kept that momentum for a very long time. But even then, at the end of it, the court gave a judgment which was like neither here nor there kind of thing. So basically, it said the lands cannot be diverted without proper environmental clearances. But BARC, DRDO, IASC, they think they are above the law. They can do what they want. So they went ahead without any clearances, formal clearances. They did not even have formal clearances from the local Karnataka Pollution Control Board, where they're supposed to take CFE, CFO, and things like that. Even that was not taken. They just went ahead with their construction. And IASC, so here is a landscape which has plenty of lakes. And this is a land where the Karnataka government has commissioned studies, and one such study by the Central Groundwater Authority says that the region does not have enough water. All water has been exploited. The only water is 100 kilometers away, which is the river Vedavati, where they have built a dam, and the Vedavati dam river is not enough for this region. Despite that, you give away 13,000 acres of land and you create such humongous structures. You're creating townships for all the people who are going to be working there. Where on earth will water come from? So then the answer to that is, oh, there is the Upper Bhadra project that is coming up, which is about 100 kilometers away from where they are diverting the Upper Bhadra project, but that is also caught in all kinds of resistance and controversy. But here the project has come up. And to the local communities, the women were given under hundreds of schemes and programs that our government gives for livelihoods. It gave women loans to buy sheep and cattle. And here we have women who don't have place to graze their animals, and one truckload of grass cost them 5,000 rupees. This comes either from the Hyderabad, Karnataka region, Raichur region, which is about 5,000 rupees, and they can't afford it. So there's already distress selling of sheep and cattle. And there was also a suicide that happened. A key fighter who fought this battle for a very long time, he passed away a couple of years back. And these companies went ahead doing what they did. So, despite all the, we were not able to do much in this area, but the communities meet and they continue to converse about it. So, similar thing is happening in Telangana region also, which is not very far away from here. This livelihood is the same. What is different here is here it is not given to any science city, but it was the bigger high-tech Hyderabad city. What is it called? Cyberabad, which displaced all most of the people from their livelihood spaces. They lost their grazing lands, and interestingly, the chief minister gave every sheep rearer a different kind of sheep. It is called the red Nellore sheep. It is only from the Deccani sheep that they can make the blankets. It is the fiber of the Deccani sheep. The Deccani sheep is drought resistant. It can walk long distances. It is disease resistant. It can survive the temperatures of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. But here you have a chief minister who's given a different variety of sheep called the red Nellore, which falls sick, which needs a lot of medication, which is high maintenance, and it doesn't even gain the amount of weight it needs to gain before it is sold. And people, the women have lost their livelihood because they do no longer have any wool to make the yarn. So why do we create these kind of situations when we are talking about livelihoods, climate change, and all that. So I would like to end with one more thing which we don't have time to talk about. So, in this context, for our agricultural landscapes, where agroecology is something that has been practiced in India, suitable to every chunk of land across India differs. The soil differs, rainfall differs, everything differs. So, in a context like this, we have Niti Aayog promoting ZBNF, where of course the N part has been dropped very conveniently. So, that again is definitely going to cause a lot of turmoil to all these landscapes. So, I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for questions, and our volunteers will be going around with the mics. And if you have a question, you can raise your hand.
I think this development can take place without destroying the environment. You take Chennai, there are many lakes around the city, and people are taking the lands near the lake and started constructing buildings and all, send all the polluted water into the lake. But that is not necessary. They can construct such building some far away from the lake, say 100 feet or 200 feet. They can construct the buildings. The lake water has to be utilized for gardening and all these things. So, like that, we can preserve the ecosystem also. At the same, development can also take place, but it requires community participation and all, but it is not taking place. The similarity happened in the solar energy case also. As you say, there should be community participation. And the community, these resources, it has to be shared, because there is a law. The ecosystem also belongs to the people, community. Whatever the benefit they acquire from that particular place, it has to be shared with the community. I want to know whether those companies are sharing the benefit with the people there, or it is only they are given some amount in one bulk amount, and then they depart with them, with the money. I want to know whether the community on monthly basis or on annual basis are sharing some percentage with the community. If that is the only short-term solution. Immediately it has to be done. That is what I feel.
Actually, I want to know about the solar panels. You say that after 7 years it becomes a waste. I mean, it's an environmental disaster. Is it what are you trying to say? To understand, can you please explain once again?
I think everybody here agrees that community participation is important, but like I said, there's no community participation in these cases. The companies pay only that 21,000 rupees per annum per acre of land, and beyond that they don't share any other profit or provide anything else. Maybe in the years to come they'll throw some of their CSR profits in the form of painting a school or something like that. Other than that, there isn't anything else that the companies will share. Solar panels, they're supposed to last 25 years, but studies show that every 7 years, a small percentage of the solar panels have to be changed. And solar panels themselves come with a lot of environmental baggage because they are made from different kinds of minerals. It's almost like your e-waste recycling. So with all these panels, Pavagada will end up becoming in a world's largest e-waste industry. So you'll have more poor people going there to sit and sort the waste out just to earn their one meal a day, probably.
My name is Ram. I have a question for the film director. Sorry, I don't remember your name.
Shruti.
Shruti. Yes. Thank you. You mentioned like while filming that harmony, you mentioned that you actually meet the musicians like a day or two in advance because you wanted to get that spontaneous reaction. What happens if the narrative goes off the script or off the thing, and how would you kind of continue documenting what you want, or is it just you want to document what goes with the flow, or you just have a script that you stick with and you wanted to come back when they actually go off the script?
Um, so part of the whole process for me to unlearn my fiction training and implement it to documentary is that in fiction everything is very fixed. You have a fixed script, you go on the set, you know where your camera is, where your light is, what the person's going to speak. There's no room for improvisation. You can, but there is something set, and you know only if you follow that your story is going to go in a certain way. With documentaries, most of the scripting actually happens on the edit table. But of course, we can't go without a plan. So the plan is our research. What we have with us is our research. And when I say I am not meeting with the musicians or my protagonists and not having a direct interaction with them, my team still does. So after the research person interacts with them, my team members, my associate directors, my assistant directors, they interact over the phone or based on wherever they are, have enough interactions. Basically, they are like a buffer for me. If I want to know, okay, how do they react? Do they like dogs? Do they like, every little question I have, I run it through my assistant directors because they are the ones who are there on the spot with me when we are shooting. And there is also, we do a lot of recce. We go a few days before, not just to meet our protagonist, but also to understand the space on a technical level, on a logistical level, a lot of many reasons. In fact, for something like Harmony, where most of the things are shot live sound, so it's not just a recce we had to do for the visuals. We had to ensure that if we are shooting somewhere, there's not much of traffic nearby because we are going to shoot music live. So such kind of technical recce's I take along with my camera person and my sound person and my team. But the predominant job, as I said, for a documentary filmmaker, besides empathy, because you're not dealing with actors, you can't expect them to say, do this, do that. You have to work with them. So you need to understand if they're feeling tired or if they're not willing to open up about something, but you still need that to communicate with your audience. You need to work around them without making them lose their pride. There are many filmmakers who believe, oh, if somebody breaks down in front of the camera, this is the best moment, I'm going to keep it on film. But I am the kind who think I shouldn't misuse their vulnerability. But yet, we need to communicate what we need to communicate. And we have to listen, and we need to be on our feet to improvise. So when something is happening on set, my whole team and I also am very much aware what's happening around, because we have to constantly adapt to what's happening. We have a certain flow in mind. We don't have a script as such, but we have a certain flow to understand, okay, this is what we're going to talk about with this person. We might be shooting here, it'll be interesting if we spoke about this. For example, in Harmony, there's a conversation about losing their fathers. The musician talks about in the Rudravina episode. Like he actually has his father's tomb behind his house. So it just made sense to have that conversation at his father's tomb. And at the same time, we made that connect of Rahman also lost his father in his childhood. So this would make an interesting conversation. So we just ignite it and let them make it happen. Because for me, for the jump from fiction to non-fiction, the first fear was I need to stick to the truth. Because documentary, whatever said and done, I might use the tropes of fiction, of melodramatic music, making sure the visuals are perfect, but I need to stick to the truth. I can't lie in a documentary. Then I'm not a documentary filmmaker. But in filmmaking, it's very easy to lie. On an edit table, if somebody is turning and looking at his wife and smiling, and I shoot that, I can always cut the wife's part, him turning to his wife and place a dog, it would mean something else. So it's very easy to lie to make it convenient for our narration, but that is the challenge that we have. How do we stick to the truth yet make it engaging? And more than anything, as a documentary filmmaker, you must be ready to adapt. And it's just not the adaptation of what's happening there. We have even issues of the weather conditions. You might come there set saying, okay, this is a nice bright blue day, we can stand out and shoot this, but it must be pouring the next second. So how do you adapt? And there are budgets, there are logistical issues. I might not be able to go back to Sikkim again. I need to finish shooting there then and there. So how do you do it? Okay, shift the whole thing inside his house, light a fire, make it more interesting. So you need to always be jugaad, as they say, know how to, adapt to the situation and make the best use of it.
So I have one question. I'm Harish. I've been a part of the Student Sea Turtle Conservation Network for the past 10 years. And this is more of a personal question I would like to share. So in the past 10 years, working with the turtles and kind of talking to people about it, one finds that there is tremendous destruction. Like, after 32 years of the group anchoring in Chennai and doing the turtle walks and all that, one finds a lot of destruction. Today, if you take the turtle scenario, every year we get about 150 to 300 dead turtles a year. And also many of these things, so I'm just wondering, the larger system that's at play seems to be very powerful in a certain way. Like, let's take the industrial fishing scenario or the government policy making in terms of farming, or so there are larger forces at play. Like, even in the context of a climate change, today's the carbon emission is much more than what it should be. It's more than 400 ppm and all that. And in the light of it, recently with a group of students from our school, we visited the Narmada dam site. And today, very much the displacement is still continuing and all that. So in the light of all these, I'm just asking openly, how do we see our own action? Where do we see our own impetus coming from? So how do we place our action in the large scale of things? Like, how do other people look at it? And just throwing it open. This is something that kind of confounds me. I'm asking for myself, am I doing more and more of the same thing? So I'm just asking this personal confusion that I'm throwing it open.
I think it's important to ask the right questions. Many a time people don't ask the right questions at the right time, in the right place, to the right people. So asking questions, creating uncomfortable situations is important if we have to address it. Otherwise, the powerful will just get away with what they want to do.
Keep adding the momentum. One is always spreading the awareness and get the tipping point. I mean, it's easy to get for some of the positive things. Like, say, I can give you the example of organic stores, for example. Chennai has 600 stores today, organic stores, or more. Or millets, where even the government programs have imbibed them. So these are all because of the pressure that came from the public, from people. And that started somewhere like this. Few of us talking, few of us writing, and then, so there is always hope. I also have another answer that I'll tell you privately. We are all somehow acting and trying to delay the apocalypse. Does that sound good? No, there is hope. This is how it has to be. This is how we will have to put pressure in every way possible. That's the only way, any way we know.
I still feel what you're doing is very relevant, because when I was in school, I was very active in my nature club and being part of these turtle walks. And even as I told you, every little thing that a child does in school or learns in school will have an impact somewhere in their lives. And I feel a lot of those things I've done in school, whether it was my treks or camps or being in the forest as a nature club member or being going on these turtle walks, has in some way translated in whatever I do in life. So I think the very fact that you're working directly with children and making them understand, I always feel that our parents' generations has done the maximum destructions. So maybe the next generation will probably do something to counter it, and working with the children is the best way to start.
Just to give you, add more hope. So in 2010, we asked a very simple question: to who does the brinjal belong? Who gave you permission to insert the BT gene into it? And that case is still pending here at the NGT. It is still pending at the Supreme Court. As a result, it's 2020. India does not have genetically modified official brinjal crops. So
Moving right along, it is now my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Leo Saldana, who will be delivering the closing address. Mr. Leo Saldana is a full time coordinator of the Environment Support Group Bangalore. His areas of interest are environmental law and policy, decentralization, urban planning, and a variety of human rights and development related issues. He is a keen campaigner on critical environmental and social justice issues and has guided several campaigns demanding the evolution of progressive laws and effective action. He has creatively supported various distressed communities to secure justice through public interest litigations and advocacy efforts, arguing as party in person in several public interest litigations, many of which have resulted in remarkable judgments. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Leo Saldana. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks for this opportunity, and Satyarupa persisted that I had to give some closing remarks. Uh, but I asked her why, because there's so much provocation that has taken place. So I don't want to close the provocation, of course. And I'm sorry I came only the second half of the day, so I missed out the first part of the discussion. But I get a sense of what's happened in the morning. And if I should sum it up in one way, it is to say that this kind of conversation needs to happen far more frequently and far more intensely and far more hopefully, because the last 3 months, what's happened against the CAA, for instance, if you go into the nitty-gritties of how people are mobilized, yes, students have protested, and how did they energize their protests? Not by drawing from the power of the state, because the state was against them, not by drawing from the power of political setup, especially the organized political parties, because most of them were against them, if you recall what happened in parliament. So where did this energy come from, right? So I think one remarkable aspect of this is that the so-called civil society, I mean, we use different terms for that, which has been unfortunately not as effectively supported as it should be in this country, has been one of the remarkable institutional frameworks from which this energy has been drawn. And almost all of them are small groups. The larger the organizations, the farther away they were from the protests. The smaller the organization, the more intensely they were engaged with the protests. So I think if you really want to tackle climate change, there's a lesson in this, and the lesson is not to scale out. The minute I hear the word scale out, I'm frightened by it. I'm not just irritated, I'm frightened by it, because one of the problems of scaling out is what, for instance, Bhargavi showed about solar parks, right? You need to shift to solar, but you need to shift to solar that way. So what we are dealing with is a planet which is degrading very fast. And not just a region, not just a forest patch, not just a wetland. We have the entire planet which is degrading very fast. There was a kind of stability which was secured for a long period of time, and that's falling apart. And we have contributed to it. So when we have to deal with this situation, The stress is mounting. The speed with which the response is demanded is closing. Half of Australia burnt out. Much of California's forest burnt out. And I dread to imagine if this summer, which has already set in, the warmest day ever recorded in Bangalore historically was on the 30th of January. It has never ever crossed 30 and it crossed. Right? So, and if you add the heat island factor, the temperature must have gone up to 35, 36. I was out that day, I was doing field work in the city, and when I came home, I just collapsed. The heat was such that, I said to myself that this is an indicator, I'm an indicator, I've turned an indicator of how vulnerable we have now become to the stresses we suffer, right? Now, the responses are also sort of, extraordinarily, I would say, knee-jerk. I was just reading a notice that has come to me from the state government, because last year I was one of the petitioners who challenged an elevated corridor. And when I challenged the elevated corridor, I did not have the time to respond within the 30-day window, because look at the way in which our laws are set up. If suppose the state comes up with a huge project and I need to respond to it, I'm only given 30 days. They can plan for 4 years, but I'm given 30 days. And at that time, the stress I was going through was my father had a cardiac arrest. He was 88. And where do you find the money? Where do you find the doctor? None of that is in our heads. And then, thankfully, the successful operation and post-operative care is with us still. But I was reading, and I gave that as a reason. And I said, we are a small organization. We don't have the resources. I don't have the human resources to respond to this volume. So I need a month's more time. In the response they have written, this is a climate-friendly project. And what is the project? Building 100 kilometers of elevated corridor, 100 kilometers within the city of Bangalore at a minimum cost of 30,000 crores. And that this project will actually improve Bangalore's climatic conditions and contribute to reducing carbon consumption or putting carbon in the atmosphere. I was just thinking, what kind of logic was this? What just happened here? Right? Typically, there was humanism in court. If somebody said that you are facing distress of a very personal kind, I have seen judges go way beyond the norms of technicality and say, how much time do you want to respond? And here the state chief secretary is attacking me and saying your father is in hospital, who cares? You have no right as a citizen to question the state. Now I'm connecting to what is happening across the country in how the state is responding to citizenship and the citizen asserting the right. And also the word citizen itself is so problematic, I've never liked it. What if I'm a non-citizen? Don't I have fundamental freedoms? Right? Again, where I was sitting there, another little thing that came out was one area where we were protesting in Bangalore, which is the steps of the town hall. It is now barred from a protest. Why? Because it kind of makes town hall not look nice. And the city council passed the resolution this morning. So you know that the state is actually struggling with the stress. The state is responding to the stress by asserting its power. And we as groups must understand that the state is also clueless, and it comes up with ridiculous responses such as the Citizenship Act. And please understand one thing, the Citizenship Act is also located within the whole idea of what stresses are. Now, I don't have much time, but what I can say if you just think of the Assam situation, where the citizenship, NRC became such a big issue, one of the basic fundamental reasons why it became a big issue is there is no resources to support people coming from Bangladesh. Now, one understands that, one empathizes with that, but did we have a humane response to it? Right? And now we have a nationwide problem, and when people are resisting, at least 45 people have been killed in Delhi alone, at least. And I was just looking at the number of people who have been killed in the last 3 months. it crosses 100, right? So if this is how we are going to respond to what is broadly an anthropogenic situation, if the ecological systems also start collapsing around us, and if as an individual I don't have the capacity to question the state's responses when it is wrong, or as a collective we are thrashed and attacked for actually questioning the state, it actually builds the stress levels even more. So how do you respond to that, right? So I think this is where I very strongly have always believed in what Margaret Mead said so succinctly, that never doubt the power of a small group of people, because that's really which has changed the world, right? And when I look at what we have done in the last 3 months, we have shaken Narendra Modi. He came with such a huge mandate. He pummeled the parliament. He pushed an amendment in the most bizarre manner. But the nation stood up and said, stop. In the same way, I believe, if we can actually personalize what we now feel as loss of citizenship or the divisiveness around citizenship that is being created, is also the divisiveness that the current paradigm of development does to our lives and our livelihoods. If people can grapple with that complexity, and people can actually respond to that complexity with the kind of clarity we have seen in the last 3 months, I'm sure that within India we have the energy and we have the politics and we have the capacity, not as large organizations, not as political parties, but networks of small groups of people who can collaborate, collate the strength, collectivize, and command the type of political power that is needed to transform the kind of economy we have become. Because this economy is extremely destructive, and everything you see around it is also destructive. I want to finally end by saying this, that we also have a lot of false solutions to climate change. Now, it's not just responding to what seems like the most aggressive form of development that we should contest and question, but we should also be extremely careful when our own friends and associates grapple with the stress and come up with solutions which don't necessarily seem to add up. So again, Bhargavi adverted to that towards the end of it, but I'll just say a little bit more. One of the problems I've seen in the last few years is that in tackling climate change, especially the farming distress, there is a very strong impetus even from farmers' movements and farmers' networks to rely on the state, rely on the big state, and rely on the parastatals. And Andhra Pradesh has done it in a big way with ZBLF. To me, it's frightening that we rely not just on the parastatal, but in that case also international finance. Now, we have seen, for instance, if you really analyze climate change, it is an outcome of the type of financial model this world has relied on. And a financial model which is heavily loaded in favor of the 1% who are at the very top of the economic bracket. They work on return on investments. They don't care a damn about climate change. If you see what happened just 1 month ago, the 1 trillion trees campaign which was launched is possibly the most dangerous campaign that has ever been launched, and it was launched by a billionaire called Benioff. And who went and embraced him? Jaggi Vasudev. Trump. Trump has been anti-climate action for a long time. But 1 trillion campaign, he went and embraced. Do you know why? You should see the 2 lines he said. We are going to plant a lot of trees. We are going to plant a lot of trees all over the world. I was just thinking, did he say all over the world? And I went and played it again, and he did say that in the US, when he gave a State of the Union address. Now, what it does is it actually energizes imperialism. This is eco-imperialism. And we need to be very careful about it. Solar, agriculture, planting trees. These are not the kind of responses which is going to create an healthy society, equal society, and equitable society. It's not nice to have clean air and millions of slaves who keep the society alive. I would rather that this entire human society collapse if that's the model we are working towards. So, not so much on the dark note, but on the positive front, I think we are really moving forward despite all the horrors the state has unleashed on us. I think we have the energy to move forward collective-wise. And please, 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 wherever you are, wherever this conversation goes, do everything possible to save the small organizations, because that's the ones which actually do not hesitate to stand up against the state. Thank you.
Leo, we'd like to thank you so much for speaking about what we need to do going forward to ensure that climate justice and social justice is ensured. Now, a lot of what we've been speaking about today is ensuring that this actually goes out to the people. So now we have a troupe, a very special troupe we brought together. We have Blase, we have Paul Jacobs, sir, we have Kavita Gopi, and we have Infinite Heart to Heart. They'll be performing a lot of songs that speak, that highlight issues of social justice, climate justice, and most importantly, how we can move forward and how we can ensure a more sustainable world in the future.
Good evening, and thank you for being here. It's been quite interesting to hear all the craziness that's going on around us. We're just trying to do our bit to highlight whatever we can through our medium, which is music. I'd like to welcome on stage Ms. Kavita Gopi. We're going to start with a song which talks about how this was once a land of beautiful rivers, happy fish, and big families that lived together despite their differences, and how this land has now just become a dream. Andrange. Thank you.
அன்றங்கே ஒரு நாடிருந்ததே, நாடெங்கும் மாறிருந்ததே, ஆறு நிறைய மீன் இருந்ததே, மீன்கள் விளையாடி வந்ததே. அன்றங்கே ஒரு வயல் இருந்ததே, வயல் முழுவதும் கதிர் இருந்ததே, கதிர் கொத்திட கிளிகள் வந்ததே, குயில்கள் பாடி மகிழ்ந்திருந்ததே. அன்றங்கே ஒரு நாடிருந்ததே, நாடெங்கும் மாறிருந்ததே, ஆறு நிறைய மீன் இருந்ததே, மீன்கள் விளையாடி வந்ததே. அந்நாளில் வெயில் இருந்தாலும் மண்ணிலே மரம் இருந்ததே, மரத்தடியில் பேசி சிரித்திட நண்பர்கள் கூட்டூர் இருந்ததே, நல்ல மழை பெய்திருந்ததே, ஊரெங்கும் மணல் இல்லையே, தீவட்டி கொள்ளையில்லையே, உண்டதில் எதுவும் நஞ்சில்லையே. அன்றங்கே ஒரு நாடிருந்ததே, நாடெங்கும் மாறிருந்ததே, ஆறு நிறைய மீன் இருந்ததே, மீன்கள் விளையாடி வந்ததே. ஒரு வீட்டில் ஒல கொதிக்க, மறு வீட்டில் பசி இல்லையே, ஒரு மனிதன் கலங்கி நின்றார், ஓடி வர பலருண்டங்கே, நாடெங்கும் வீடுகள் இல்லையே, நடைவழி இடைவெளி நூறிருக்க அந்தி மல்லி பூத்திருந்ததே, நல்லோர் சொல்லுக்கு வலிமை இருந்ததே. அன்றங்கே ஒரு நாடு இருந்ததே, நாடெங்கும் மாறிருந்ததே, ஆறு நிறைய மீன் இருந்ததே, மீன்கள் விளையாடி வந்ததே. நான் நான் சொல்லும் உண்மை நீ கொஞ்ச நேரமே அது உனதான் உனக்கு தானமே, நாட்டில் உடல் முழுக்கமே உன் நாட்டில் பிறந்த மக்களே. அன்றங்கே ஒரு நாடு இருந்ததே, நாடெங்கும் மாறிருந்ததே, ஆறு நிறைய மீன் இருந்ததே, மீன்கள் விளையாடி வந்ததே. அன்றும் பல மதம் இருந்ததே, அதை தாண்டி அன்பிருந்ததே. உன்னை படைத்தோம் என்னை படைத்தோம் என்றோர் வேற்றுமையில்லாமல், உன்னை படைத்தோம் என்னை படைத்தோம் என்றோர் வேற்றுமையில்லாமல், அந்நாட்டை கண்டவருண்டோ, எங்கே போனது தெரிந்தவருண்டோ, என்னாடு அழிந்தே போனதோ, அது வெறும் ஒரு கனவானதோ, என்னாடு அழிந்தே போனதோ, அது வெறும் ஒரு கனவானதோ.
Thank you. We'd like to do another song which is also based on how things have changed only because of the actions of human beings. And the sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, they've remained the same since time began. But the only thing that has changed and caused destruction is the human being. The human being has been intelligent enough to learn from the birds, learn how to speak from the birds, learn how to make machines by watching animals, use animals to make more machines, and use nature to make progress. But the progress apparently seems to be, from what I heard today, it's just for the 1% of the people on the top. So here's Vandanal Mudal. hand for Ms. Kavita Gopri. I'd like to invite on stage a very special person who's the man responsible for introducing the idea of rap to this country. And he's also used his voice to highlight many social injustices and issues. I first met him when we came together to make a song called Ban the Police. And it's ironic that till today, that was like 15 years ago, and today we are still crying out to ban police who are like ruthlessly attacking common people. So, I don't know who the police works for anymore. Please welcome Mr. Blase.
Good evening. Whoa. Check. Yeah, we got some Salangay. It's going to be something new. Thank you for having us here. And these are some of our original compositions. They are to do with the environment, to do with nature, to do with the world. We're honored that you invited us to be here. Thank you. And I request you all to sound like the 200 people that you are. And when we say, hey, hey, you gotta say, it's gonna be okay. Shall we try that?
Yeah, because this is a call out to action. I think if we don't start taking responsibility, nobody will. Let's start with this group sitting right here, and we'd like to hear it from you that it's gonna be okay. You're gonna start taking action.
Hey, hey. Beautiful. Let's do this.
While our own kind of starving and dying right here. Is this the planet our children will inherit? Where some of us just don't get it. Hey, hey, it's gonna be okay. Hey, hey, it's gonna be okay. Hey, hey, it's gonna be okay.
Thank you for making the song. So we'd like to invite on stage a very special group of folk drummers. Normally these guys should have been playing in the mountains, driving away the elephants from the farmlands. But as they no longer see elephants and they no longer have farms, we've got them here to entertain you. Please welcome the Infinite Art to Heart. And this is a song which is also about us taking responsibility from another point of view. That I think the first step towards taking responsibility is acceptance. And until we reach a point where we accept that we are all murderers on a daily basis, we murder something which we don't need. We have more clothes than we need, we take more food than we need, and we are the privileged ones who've thrown more garbage away. And in fact, yesterday we were at the IIT and we got to hear that at the IIT alone, there's about 1.5 tons of food being wasted every single day, which is not funny anymore. And I think this is where things have to change. The day we start accepting the fact that we are the murderers, at least it will hit us somewhere. So here's Murderer.
Destroyed evolution, I destroyed creation. I'm the one to blame. I have lost my patience. Left a curse on the world. I left a curse for my girl by not being responsible for the environment. We are the murderer, steadily killing the plants. Murderer, steadily killing the trees. Murderer, steadily killing the plants. Murderer. We are the murderer, steadily killing the plants. Murderer, steadily killing the trees. Murderer, steadily killing the plants.
that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for them. Thank you very much. We'd like to end this with a song that we've just put together and which is just about to be released, because I think this is one thing that we can all do. This is something that we should all do, and I think if as human beings each one of us can take up the responsibility of planting one seed and nurture that seed into something that we would like to see grow, a flower, a fruit, a weed maybe, whatever. So I think that would be something that would at least save whatever bit of the planet we would be able to save. Thank you very much, and big thanks to everybody at CAG for inviting us here tonight. Thank you.
I'm sitting here looking at you, looking at me, and it is just plain to see. I'm thinking of how much you've given to me, and I'm just keeping it real. I'm taking it back to the rock of pages, digging deep into the book of sages, telling you what I feel, just what I'm in. How you care for my environment, getting the stress off of my chest, taking care of the forest. There's so much we gotta say, so much to do. What is it gonna take to get through? We gotta be taking a stand and taking it serious. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We gotta be saying it right. You and I, saving the land, protecting the rights. So what's up? Are you feeling the vibe? All J Latte, right? I see the water around, I see the forest ground, I see the whole world, and I feel southbound. In the moonlight, you stand so upright. You got me feeling safe, you got me feeling right. You breathe the breeze, the path, the light, the shade, you shelter me.
of offering the appreciation, the gratitude to so many people who have helped us put this thing together. It's been a month-long series of activities, Climate Action Month. And this was an experiment for me, for my colleagues, for CAG to have undertaken. And we have been very fortunate that so many friends, so many acquaintances, and actually very, very many strangers who have come together, who have taken the risk to partner with us and have actually shared years of their experience, their learning very generously and very graciously. I have a very, very long list of people that who have wholeheartedly collaborated. Awesome step forward to work with CAG through this, to put together the programs, to identify the speakers, shared numbers, email addresses, made calls to several people who joined us today and through the month. Several speakers who actually came and hosted a lot of workshops for us. Most of them did this pro bono. Many people offered venues, schools, colleges, cafes pro bono, which we could not have afforded otherwise. Paul, Jacob, who put together this amazing performance today, but every Saturday, he, Infinite, the Castless Collective, the Madras Indie Collective, were there in a public park taking the risk with us. Whether we had an audience or not, they performed very, very generously, and you can see, you just saw just one instance of that. There was Muttu in the morning with Madras Indie Collective, Gautam, and many other people whose names I haven't even learnt yet. And of course, last but not the least, the CAG team that's worked with me. Again, there's Vamsi, Apurva, who was the MC for the day, Arman, Afroz, Shiva, Om, Sharda, Neeraj, who isn't here, who's just had a baby, Subramani, Padma, and Benny, who aren't in Chennai, and of course the entire admin team. Yes, I shouldn't stand here and say everybody's name from CAG, but everybody here has worked behind the scenes. Gayatri has been running around to schools, getting venues, speakers, etc. And so we're very, very grateful that all of you all worked with us to make this possible. Like I said, this was an experiment to see if climate change, the ecological crisis, can be something that we can take to new forums in new formats with new allies and of course new accomplices. One such song was the Murderer song. Thanks Blase for writing that. I think we are all accomplices in this, and I hope we can all be accomplices and allies in actually making a change. Thank you very much.